Good morning, Chatty House. What's going on, everybody? Got lots of people in here this morning. Dog gets a belt.
Yeah,
Oh,
nice job, Dog.
good work.
Hey.
Warren,
Warren up in here?
NBA Johnny G Guru now. That's what we're calling you. Hello, Delivery Dijon.
NBA Johnny G Guru is so funny.
Lou Skunk. the Casey Tucker Band. Steven Castaneda. Zabo. What's going on, everybody? It's going to be a little weird morning, I think.
Might be going down.
Yeah. Things are lively. David, how are you? Boogie? Matt? The baby daddy?
DVD?
What's going on? Crown Sacktown? Miss Mac? Dr. Gonzo? Tyler? Good to see you the other day, Tyler.
Hi, everybody. Oh, my God. Here we go. Yeah, Polo, we might be cooking today. Tyler, this is a great question, bro. I have no idea. Wow, that's so nice. That is a good outfit. It's a really quality outfit.
Oh, thank you. Thank
I was
you.
going to leave that up for the whole show.
Steven Castaneda.
All right. Hey, we have 10 seconds. What? This is... Oh, never mind. Okay, we're good. Here we go. It's party time. I don't disagree. Welcome in, everybody. That's James. I'm Kyle. It's Monday, January 27th. It's been January for 9 weeks.
It's crazy, though. We're almost done with January.
But at the same time, it's gone so fast. No, I feel like this is where I don't want to get into a whole thing because we're not sitting around imbibing and talking about life. But I think there's something to the fact that universally, I've never been like, man, it's been such a long week. I've never heard somebody respond to me with, no, feels pretty normal to me. Anytime someone's like, it's a long week, there's a consensus like, yeah, it has. And I think that's because time stretches sometimes.
I had a long weekend. You know what I mean?
Like, I feel that.
I did not expect to have a long weekend. I did take Saturday off from Kings coverage. I personal reasons.
Love that for you. Oh, don't love that for you then.
Well, it's one of those deals. Like,
sure.
The pug is okay, everybody. But I had a friend from high school who was in town because her mother had passed away, and so we went to a funeral and did that kind of stuff. And sometimes life is way more important than covering a Kings game.
Yeah.
And shout out to all the people who reached out thinking like panic, but I'm okay. We're okay. It's just one of those long weekends.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy.
So I don't want to dive all the way into my thoughts on the concept of time.
Yeah.
We have 2 hours. We are on full-blown Kings trade watch today.
We are.
There's
it's sizzling, man.
It's above a murmur.
It is above a murmur.
It's above. It goes whisper, murmur. It's like whisper. There's like a rumor, right?
Yeah.
And then there's whispers, and then there's a murmur.
There's
buzz.
This is more than like a smoke. There's more than smoke.
Is buzz above murmur? Like there's buzz about this?
I think so.
Okay, I think we're in the buzz stage.
I think we are in the buzz stage.
Trending towards smoke. Fire is the official scale. of the insiders. No, so we're locked into that. Anything Kings related that happens on the trade market, or anything that happens in the NBA trade market in general, we'll have it for you, obviously. But if there is a Kings related trade, we'll be on it right away, and that will be the duration of the show.
Yes.
If and when that happens.
Yeah. And look, everything we're hearing is usual suspects here.
Mhm.
It's what we've been hearing for the last week. It's potential for Cam Johnson trades, potential for John Collins trades. I don't know. We'll have to see how it all works out in the end and what one of these trades might look like. I think that's been the most interesting piece to this whole thing, is that starting, middle of the week last week, and even before that, like, we've heard enough of these guys, enough so much that I wrote long form on these two players last weekend.
Right.
So but everything we're hearing over the last couple of days is a lot of noise, but
a lot of buzz.
It's really interesting though. We have not heard any form of the deal. And so that's one thing I would point out. Like, we all have an idea of who might be included, but that buzz right now is not out there exactly of what the framework of a deal would look like.
Which is why there's no smoke yet.
Yeah.
When there's framework for a deal, we'll have smoke.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's intriguing. But we'll have to see what happens at the end of the day, because we've been here before, Kyle.
Do you think the buzz is because they happen to be in Brooklyn? The same way there was real buzz about a Pascal Siakam trade when the Raptors visited Sacramento last year.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I think that's part of it. That
it's Cam Johnson and John Collins, by the way, are the two names that are out there.
We threw that out there
in case. Okay.
Yeah.
I saw somebody in the chat ask who it was.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if they can get a deal done, and that's the biggest question I think that everybody has. And again, everything was like simmering. Like, there was some buzz going on Friday. Got a little quiet this weekend, but we're back to this morning. Like, enough where I think we need to be ready.
I hate this. It's fine. We'll just do it. The baby daddy in the chat says, this is too familiar to last season. Kings are close to trading for Pascal. Then surprise, surprise, it doesn't happen. I think this year's different because the players involved contractually are different. They're not going to require basically a max extension that they may or may not want to sign in Sacramento. And the deals may or may not include Keegan Murray. Whereas Pascal Siakam last year, it was like, yeah, hey, Keegan Murray's probably going to have to be in that deal. Plus, you may or may not keep Pascal Siakam. Like, that was a different thing. I think Monty McNair, in the middle of this season, when the Kings were 13-19, felt that seat warm up. I think now they've turned things around. I don't think he believes the wait and see, let's maintain flexibility answer is going to be a thing that allows him to keep his job moving forward. Because that's what the GM is constantly trying to keep their job. Like, that is ultimately what everything's about. And so that's why I think this year is different. A, the circumstances and the players and the contracts involved are different. And B, I think Monty McNair felt it when they were 13-19. And he felt the urgency of, all right, we've seen where this thing can bottom out. This team is now good enough that you feel good about making these changes. And how high can they get? How high is the ceiling if they make these moves? And so I don't think we're going to see the wait and see, super cautious Monty McNair Kings front office.
Well, yeah. And I mean, just because they got off to a really good start under Doug Christie does not mean that good start is guaranteed to continue, especially when you're looking at the schedule ahead. I mean, the schedule in March is brutal. The schedule in April is brutal. Like, this team is going to have ebbs and flows that look good and look bad. But at the end of the day, like, this team needs to make the playoffs. And that's where they put themselves. And the one bullet you had in your gun was to, change head coaches. And now the other bullet you have in your gun, which is now, like, you have to make changes to the roster to improve the roster to put yourself back in the conversation. And I got to be honest with you, man, the way that the teams around the Kings, especially teams above the Kings, are faltering a little bit outside of OKC, the West is wide open. And they're, for an aggressive team that wants to step up and, make some moves that might hurt,
Mm-hmm.
this is a moment where you might be able to get yourself into a Western Conference Finals if you can do the right things.
Yep.
And you can strike the right chord with a group. And so we're going to have to wait and see. But I think this is very, very interesting. It's going to be an interesting couple of days, but I think it'll actually be like an interesting 24 hours, whether they can get something done, especially when you're playing a Nets team that's benching like half their team. Half their team is out due to injury.
Yeah.
All of their best players are out or been traded already. This is a moment where you might have a couple of days in New York where you can do something.
They're a who team. They're going to roll out some dudes where you go, who? And, you know, people listening to the show probably follow the NBA pretty close. You're going to see some dudes tonight that you never heard of.
Yeah.
It's all right. We'll dive into that game in a bit. We'll dive into the Kings' loss to the Knicks over the weekend in a bit. The code word for that, by the way, at ESPN1320.com.
Mm-hmm.
You can enter to win today. And then we will have a code word for each game this week, including tonight in Brooklyn. If you go to ESPN1320.com and you enter that code word, you will be entered to win an exclusive Insiders hoodie. It's the one James is wearing today underneath his terrific orange and blue flannel. That is the ESPN 1320 Insiders hoodie brought to you by Jiffy Lube.
Mm-hmm.
You can't buy this one. You can get it if you work here or if you win a contest.
And this isn't the one. It's the other one.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's not this one. It's the new one.
It's the new one.
It's kind of like this one. Anyways,
like
go to ESPN1320.com, find the Jiffy Lube contest page, enter the code word Garden. You'll be entered to win a hoodie and a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. So go to ESPN1320.com, code word for Saturday's game, Garden. Because the games just look a little different in Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
Game feels big when it's at Madison Square Garden.
It does.
I used to push back on the Mecca of basketball thing because I was like, the Knicks haven't been good in 50 years. Why do we still pretend? But I get it. I understand. I was young. I was naive. The game felt bigger because it was at Madison Square Garden. So that's a code word, Garden, at ESPN1320.com. Enter to win a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate, an exclusive Insiders hoodie. We will draw a winner on Friday. All right. I want to put a pin in the King stuff.
Yeah.
So we had some big NFL games this weekend. And this weekend was a really good reminder that being a sports fan is misery. 99.9% of your life as a sports fan, of the typical person's life as a sports fan. There are obviously going to be some people who, if you're a Chiefs fan right now, you're not experiencing this. But for the most part, 99% of your sports life is just going to be misery. You're either going to be stuck in the doldrums of not making the playoffs, or you're going to make the playoffs and you're going to suffer a heartbreaking defeat because you're going to talk yourself into, oh, hey, yeah, we're the 8 seed, but what if you knock off the 1 seed? That's the best team you're going to play. And then all of a sudden you lose in 4 games and it's like, oh, disappointment. And this weekend was a perfect example of it. Hey, could the Bills get over the hump? Could we have that fun storyline? No.
Nope.
Could Jaden Daniels become the first rookie quarterback to start a Super Bowl? Can Washington go in and upset the Eagles? No. You're going to watch the Chiefs and Eagles again. You may hate it, but guess what?
We'll all be watching.
That's life as a sports fan, dude. The thing you want to happen is probably not going to happen. Very, very likely the thing you want to happen is more often than not going to happen. That's what happened this weekend. I saw a lot of people really upset, really angry. Like, man, what Eagle Chiefs again? What are we going to talk about for 2 weeks? I'm sick of these teams. Buckle up. Guess what? You're probably going to get another one like this next year.
Yeah.
And the year after that, and the year after that, because this is how these things go.
Well, that and Patrick Mahomes is just that good.
And Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs are just that freaking good.
They are.
It's so frustrating. They were the I don't want to call it, they're not fraudulent. They're a dynasty. They're not fraudulent. But if you just watch the Chiefs this year and you just watch clips of games, you didn't know the outcome of games, you'd be like, oh, yeah, it's probably like an 11-6 team. Like, they're good. They probably won their division, but 15-2 and they didn't try the last week.
Yeah.
And then they just go into the playoffs. Doesn't matter. They've won 17 consecutive one-score games.
Oh, that's crazy.
That is a season's worth of one-score games. They just won them all.
Yep.
I wasn't outwardly rooting for the Chiefs, because I'm not one of those people that's just like, I just want to see greatness. I'm not. I'm a hater, dude. I'm petty. I want to see everybody who thinks they're going to win lose. I want to see that. But there's also part of me that the people who are just like head over heels in love with Josh Allen, watching Josh Allen throw nearly 2 interceptions on his first 2 throws, and then have some misfires and this and that. I'm kind of like, yeah, hey, look, he's not perfect. He's not God. He does make mistakes. See? So I wasn't rooting for the Chiefs, but I don't hate that the Chiefs are in the Super Bowl again because it's the Chiefs. I don't have that disdain in my heart for them.
Okay, so I like our second team is the Chiefs, like Niners fan, raised Niners fan. But because of fantasy football, my son and I have like had Patrick Mahomes on our team forever.
Right.
Right. And so we watch a ton of the Chiefs. I thought the last 2 years they weren't very good. And the fact that they won a Super Bowl last year and very likely could win another Super Bowl this year, I'm here for the potential three-peat, for a true dynasty that we like, for a team to go back to back to back to the Super Bowl.
Insane.
How difficult that is for anybody. It's just wild.
Yeah.
How many extra games this specific team has played with this group of players. And like, look, they have players get injured just like every other team. They went through an entire like 6 or 8 week stretch where like half their receivers are gone and their running backs are gone, and they're, signing Kareem Hunt off the street.
Yep.
And P. Ryan off the street. They're just like, okay, we just got to figure this thing out. Like, this team faced adversity, but at the end of the day, you just watch them and you're like, okay, they find a way.
It's hard to not have respect for it as a fan of the 49ers, because you see the Niners go to the Super Bowl in 2019, you lose to the Chiefs. 2020, injury-riddled season. 2021, you fall short in the NFC title game. 2022, fall short in the NFC title game. 2023, you go back to the Super Bowl, you lose in overtime. 2024, injuries, miscues in all 3 phases, just kind of a mess. The Niners are good. The 49ers have had an incredible run as an organization, and they've been to the Super Bowl twice in 6 years. 5 years. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 6 years. The Chiefs have gone 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
And they have a chance to win 3 in a row. I'm not rooting for the Chiefs because I want to see a three-peat. I'm rooting for the Chiefs because my disdain for the Eagles runs so deep in my bones. Just Nick Sirianni and his face. Big Dom. You saw yesterday that dude's got his ass in the middle of yet another skirmish between an Eagles player and a Commanders player. They're jawing on the sideline. Here comes Big Dom. Get out of there, dude.
Yeah.
This is not your place.
Weird.
But when he gets Dre Greenlaw ejected and he leaves the field, and the broadcaster's like, oh, classic Big Dom. You need a recommendation for where to eat in this city. You ask Big Dom. Oh, what a guy. Like, what a guy. What? Howie Roseman's an outstanding GM. I get it. Like, salute to Howie Roseman, what he's been able to do in keeping the Eagles good and relevant for as long as he has. Excellent. Howie Roseman's awesome. But do we need to freak out because Howie Roseman traded for a washed Kevin Byard last year? Like, oh my God, Howie did it again. How did he give up a 6th-round pick for a guy that nobody wants? I'm not going to say that's oh my God, how does he keep getting away with it? Jalen Carter fell to them in the draft. He didn't make some savvy move to move up in the draft. Jalen Carter got involved in a tragedy before the draft and fell because of it. That's what, like,
I think the one thing that really impresses me about how they keep plugging away is that the defensive line that they had a couple of years ago that led them to the Super Bowl is all gone. It's all new guys. And that defensive line was like the best defensive line in football. All of them are on different teams. And they've rebuilt and they find ways to like reload in a way that, like, I don't think the 49ers have been able to do. The 49ers have too many legacy players.
Yep.
And they can't get out away from it.
Yep.
And they also have that connection to players that they can't break, and it gets in the way.
Yeah.
Where I think that's one thing with Philadelphia I would point to. They just know when it's time to go a different direction. They know how to go from the highest paid defensive line to an affordable defensive line that's going to be high paid again.
Yep.
And you'll just keep rotating and finding new ways to reinvent yourself. That's, I think, one of the most impressive things. And like, look, they're they're in the Super Bowl with a quarterback that I don't think, if you like the last 8 quarterbacks that were alive in the playoffs, I wouldn't have Jalen Hurts like all that high.
No, and that's the thing is don't mistake my disdain for Philly as a lack of respect for what they've done. They are, I think, probably the best roster in football.
Yeah.
We said on this show weeks ago, like, hey, the Eagles might just be the best team in the NFC. Like, as good as the Lions are, the Eagles are just kind of cruising right now.
Yeah.
And you're right. The reason the Eagles don't look more, I mean, they looked super. You score 55 points in an NFC title game. That's insane. But the reason they haven't looked as like, the reason I don't think people were putting them in a class with the Lions is because they kind of, like you said, the quarterback play just wasn't quite there.
No. And when we can say that, and you're talking about a team with Goff, that, the quarterback play just isn't there.
Yeah.
That's saying something.
Right. But you saw that from Goff in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But with Hurts, like, it doesn't matter. He extends plays just enough. The brotherly shove or the tush push or whatever you want to call it is continues to be unstoppable, even without Jason Kelce.
Mm-hmm.
The way they've revamped their secondary is incredible. Saquon Barkley is obviously about as perfect of a match as you can get between player and scheme. I like, salute. They were the best team in the NFC, it turns out. And man, they put it on display yesterday. At every facet, they were just flat out better than Washington.
I think this is going to be an incredible Super Bowl, to be honest with you, because the Saquon Barkley piece to this, it just makes them like just such a wild card. You have no idea when he's going to bust out an 80-yard run. Like, he's so incredibly good. And we were talking about looking at the stats last night, and we got to the end of the season, and he had 2,005 rushing yards, right? And he had an opportunity with like another 100-yard game to be the all-time leading rusher. And they said, okay, we're not going to do that. We're going to sit you in week 17. And then to see him be so fresh in the playoffs, to see the 200-yard game, the 100-yard game, another 100-yard game, you're just watching this guy like put on a show. And for him to be lost on a bad team for like the last 5 or 6 years and then find his way to be great again, it's like it's a great story. And I'm here to watch and see what he does against a really good Chiefs defense. And like, I didn't expect this to be the Super Bowl early on, but certainly as we got deeper and deeper into the season, I still thought the Lions would be there.
Yeah,
just surprised.
The way the games have played out, though, the Eagles and Chiefs have been the 2 best teams in the playoffs. So this is, I mean, is it exciting to talk about a Super Bowl that happened 2 years ago? Talk about it all again when it's a lot of the same key players?
Yeah,
not really. But we're gonna do it, and we're gonna watch it, and hopefully we get another really good game, because the last one between these two teams was thrilling. We'll continue to dive into that, but couple more things from Commanders Eagles.
Okay.
Jaden Daniels is going to be a problem.
Oh, he's a superstar.
He just, I expected him to maybe struggle a little bit yesterday. And it's really clear that their bigger issue on offense is that, like, De'Ami Brown and Olamide Zaccheaus are 2 of their top 3 receivers. And that Zach Ertz is really good. Zach Ertz was awesome yesterday, but he's not like a super explosive Brock Bowers, George Kittle, Travis Kelce type of tight end.
Yeah.
He's going to get open. He's going to catch it, and he's going to fall down. But man, considering that this was year 1 for them, this was like ground level of the rebuild. Heck of a year for them. And what Jaden Daniels did yesterday, I thought was super impressive.
Oh, I totally agree. I think we're watching this draft specifically help the league. Like, there's going to be greatness from some of these quarterbacks in this draft. Caleb Williams will find his way, and I think Bo Nix will find his way. I think that there will be, even Drake May was good, right? I think there are going to be some really, really good quarterbacks from this draft, and overall, like, that's what you're hoping, that every year the draft, the league gets better and better. And I like Daniels is just incredible. Like, you saw it like week 1, week 2, like just his command of the field. You're like, oh man, this dude's got it. Yeah. And watching him grow and to the quarterback he is right now, it's just wild to see.
A thing I learned in the game yesterday is that referees can just award touchdowns whenever they want.
Oh.
So I don't I don't want to go through the NFL rulebook, but basically the official, when the Commanders kept jumping over the line trying to stop the tush push from inside the one, and they kept jumping the snap, and after like 5 penalties, the official comes over, the lead official announces, hey, if they do that again, we're going to award the Eagles a touchdown. Like, we can do that. And it turns out you can.
What?
The official at any time can just award a penalty that at their discretion can be for some amount of yards and a touchdown. And what it's doing is it keeps who is the oh my god, Ted Ginn.
Okay.
It keeps Ted Ginn from, I don't know why I came up with Ted Ginn. I think it's because he housed a kickoff to open a national championship game, and that's just what popped out in my head.
Okay.
But kick returner is running a kickoff down the field to open the game, and some player just comes out and sticks his foot out and trips him on the sideline. Guy who's not in the game.
Yep.
That can be awarded a touchdown.
What?
Because he was going to score.
Okay.
You can't just have a guy like, oh no, that's going to be a game-winning touchdown. Go tackle him, and we'll take the 15-yard penalty.
Okay.
You can't just run off the sideline and tackle a guy. But it turns out you can just do that, because I've always wondered, hey, if you get to inside the one where the ball's moving centimeters to get half the distance to the goal,
yeah,
why not just jump off sides every time and try and jump the snap count every single time? And it turns out that's why. Because the officials at some point can go, okay, this is ridiculous. It's a touchdown.
That's crazy.
Insane.
I did not know that.
I had no idea.
Yeah, because, like I was actually watching some soccer highlights, and there was a play in like the World Cup where Suarez reached up and handballed grabbed a surefire goal. And he got a red card and thrown out of the game. But they missed the PK and ended up advancing, even though he was on the sidelines, because he saved a goal by breaking the rules, like what you're talking about. It's the equivalent to somebody stepping in from out of bounds and tripping somebody.
Yeah.
Like just in soccer terms, if someone intentionally, reaches up and uses his hands to grab a soccer ball out of the air.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's wild. I did not know that you can just give them a touchdown.
All right, it's a touchdown.
Touchdown.
And the Bills-Chiefs game, I mean, we talked about it. The Chiefs are awesome. Buffalo's play calling was bad. I did not think Buffalo did a great job on either side of the ball. They looked like I saw the sentiment online yesterday that every team is stupid when they play the Chiefs. Every team becomes the dumbest version of themselves. But that's it. Like, if you've ever played a sport and you're trying to not make a mistake, you're going to start making mistakes. But if you're just playing the sport, you just go play. Like, yeah, mistakes are going to happen, but you just kind of play through it. It's a little bit like what we've seen with the Kings with Doug Christie.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to not make a mistake, you're going to make them, just play through them, and you'll make up for it. I think that's what happens. I think teams start to overthink. Everybody starts trying to make the big play. That's why Patrick Mahomes is bootlegging out to his right, wide open every time. Just whenever he wanted. They could go play action, boot, and there's nobody over there. Because I think too many people are trying to make too many plays and getting outside of whatever their defense was. Because I can't fathom that was a schematic adjustment they didn't make.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild. And it's funny because you're trying so hard not to allow them to do something that you end up like allowing them to do like ridiculously stupid things. The whole time you're just like, how in the world did that just work out?
Yep.
That doesn't make any sense. And then you mix that with the fact that Mahomes can do like almost anything on a football field.
Yeah.
Like just the trick stuff he does. It's just wild. They're going to beat you because they come up with these little tiny plays here and there. And the accumulation of those little tiny plays equates to something much bigger.
That's it.
Yep.
It just continues to come up with those. We'll talk more about that game. We got to step aside for a second, but I have a couple of things. I'm not with the ref conspiracy on this one. A couple of weird calls, and we'll talk about those, but I'm not with the whole conspiracy thing. We'll also get into the Kings loss to the Knicks from over the weekend, and we'll look ahead to their game tonight against the Brooklyn Nets at Barclays Center out there in Brooklyn. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we'll be back in a second here on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Center. Hey, this is Kyle Madsen from the Insiders with the big game just around the corner. There's no better time to jump in on Underdog Daily Fantasy. Underdog's pick'em game is super easy, and I'm telling you, I'm going to have so many lineups set when the Chiefs and Eagles face off. All you have to do is pick higher or lower on at least 2-player stats like passing touchdowns, rushing yards, longest rush, rushing yards in the first quarter. They have so many stats to choose from. You know what those stats are, and you can win up to 1,000 times your entry. If you think Travis Kelce is going to light it up in the big game, then you'll want to go higher on his catches or receiving yards. Think the Chiefs are going to shut down Saquon Barkley? Not likely. Then you'll want to go lower on Saquon's rushing yards. You can even mix and match your lineups to different sports because Underdog has all your favorite teams from all your favorite leagues. Underdog is the only pick'em platform that puts the power to cash out in your hands. Now you can either keep riding with your entry or tap the win now button to cash out whenever you want. Underdog is the best place to play pick'em. Download the app, sign up with promo code Kyle M and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code Kyle M. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
What's happening, everybody? Tom L, because you always ask good questions. Well, first I'll start with Leezy. 300. Yeah. It's possible they have a decent chance, but every time you think that, the Chiefs come out on top. I don't know what it is. Yeah. Eric B, this is going to be the question. We'll call it the if he does go into the luxury tax. I don't know. Like, they are trying to make moves right now to improve the roster. That does not mean that they're going to go into luxury tax. They got, I think it's 3.2 million under the tax right now, and there are possibilities that they're able to clear even more money, so maybe they can make a second move. Like, there are ways in which you can manipulate the cap, especially if you're trading with a team, let's say like Utah, that's way under the luxury tax and can take back more money than they send out. So there's always possibilities that they stay under the tax. We'll have to wait and see how it all sifts out, and in the end, and then make a judgment on whether they're going to do the tax thing. But Kyle and I were looking at it earlier, and the tax stuff is crazy. Like, it's absolutely crazy. The first 5 million, you pay $1.50 for every dollar over. So not only do you not get luxury tax money of like 12 or 13 million, but on top of that, you get hit with like, if you're 5 million over the tax, a $7.5 million bill. And then it just ramps up from there. It's absolutely crazy. Do I think the Kings, from Tom L, do you think the Kings would include a first round pick in John Collins' trade? I could see the Jazz arguing for that, as numbers are better, similar to Cam Johnson's numbers. No, because like the going rate for John Collins is not that, for whatever reason. Yeah, I don't think they'll have to give up a first, but that doesn't mean that they won't include a first and use like Utah as a vehicle to move a couple of seconds to go get another trade done. Like, there are ways in which a first could be included, but when you're limited with your second round picks, that's usually a problem. Yeah, this is complicated. Kevin Huerter goes in any trade just to get to the dollar amount, right? And then from there, you got to figure out a whole bunch of other like ways in which to make a deal work. So I don't know if Trey Lyles will be included. I don't know if they're going to use a stack of minimum scale guys like Jordan McLaughlin, Alex Len. They've got a couple of dudes they can trade. Doug McDermott they can trade. I think that they've got some pieces, but like, I don't know that they have enough to make like two big deals. Hi, Zabo. Anything else going on here?
Here we go. Voice guy would probably be louder if I turned his mic on. Voice guy, go ahead. Your mic's on.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, there we go. James is over there. I'm Kyle. Kings playing the Nets tonight. We'll dive into that in a bit, and we'll also talk about the Kings' loss to the Knicks. But I want to get to a couple more things from the Chiefs-Bills game that we were talking about before we had to step aside, before we were interrupted by some commercials. What'd you think of the Xavier Worthy catch? / not catch / interception / incompletion?
I don't know.
Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, that was about as complicated a play as you can possibly have in a big moment.
It was, I understand why they decided the play stood, because it was called a catch for Xavier Worthy on the field.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you want to make the argument that it was inconclusive on video because of what you just said, it's very complicated. And the rule is, it always has been, tie goes to the offense.
Yeah.
That's the rule. And if they interpreted that as a tie on the catch, we're talking about the deep one down the right side where it looked like the Bills had an interception.
Of course. Yeah.
Looked like the ball might have hit the ground. And they ruled it a catch for Xavier Worthy. I understand why it stood as called on the field.
I do too.
But also, to me, the way that looked was the defender ran over and intercepted it, and Xavier Worthy had a hand on the football. And then when they landed, Xavier Worthy had to work to secure the ball. And at that point, to me, you didn't catch it.
Okay, yeah, but
it seemed pretty easy to me.
Yeah,
but I understand if there's a rule on if this much of they have one hand on the ball or whatever it is. I don't like I said, I've not dug deep on the NFL rule book, but
it seemed to me that
looked like an interception to me.
Worthy, when it was all said and done, had two hands on the ball and the other guy was like barely holding onto it with one. And to me, that's where it looked like it was more of an offensive play. Like, again, it's just one of the most difficult plays to call.
Yeah.
Because there is the rule in place that the tie goes to the offensive player.
So I see a lot of people mentioning that it hit the ground. From what I understand, the ball can hit the ground. It can't help you secure the catch. And I think the argument was there were enough hands on the ball that the ball hitting the ground didn't aid the reception.
Yeah, and also it was like a tie up on the ground.
Yeah.
And as the ball hits the ground, it had already been caught.
Right.
We were waiting for the final football play. But yeah, I mean,
if they had really come out and just been like, yeah, incomplete, ball hit the ground, I don't think anybody would have been like mad. But I also, they mentioned what they mentioned on the broadcast, why it was not, that wasn't in consideration with whether the ball was complete or not.
Yeah.
But
wild play.
What a ridiculous play.
I mean, the Worthy to go up and like even battle for it.
Yeah.
Crazy play.
Yeah.
Like I thought it was a like an incredible football play by both players. And I feel bad for the Bills that it went that way, but I mean, it's kind of the rule. So, I mean, you have other moments in games throughout the year where you're like, okay, what exactly happened? You know, like I saw the 4th down play where Josh Allen may or may not have gotten the first down. Right. Everyone's like, his body's past. It's like, well, it doesn't matter where the body is. It matters where the ball is.
Right. And that's the other. So on that, I was talking to Paul Marshall from 98 Rock.
Yep.
Shout out to Paul. He is the king of the drive-by take.
Yeah.
He'll come in to get his coffee.
Hot take.
He'll make his coffee.
Boom.
He'll walk out and he'll be right to the corner, like right before he's going to disappear. And then he'll turn around and be like, by the way, Bill should have won that game by 30. Refs screwed him. And then just leaves. Like, what?
Drops.
I want to discuss this with you.
Wait, come back.
Let's chat. No, but on that, I might have missed it. The replays I saw, I never saw, because they can't go, oh yeah, logically that makes sense. It's clear and conclusive evidence. They need to see the football over the line to gain. So his body can be there, but there's a chance that, oh, you know what? The ball's down here by his waist.
Mm-hmm.
That, again, does it make sense? No, it's not what I would say. But to the NFL, that is what is required. Clear and conclusive visual evidence. And his body was this far. And then you have to take into account, I saw one clip going around, and this happens a lot in these situations. This isn't exclusive to Bills Chiefs. I saw one clip going around where it's not the straight down the line view. It's like off to the side.
Mm-hmm.
And that throws off the angle of where it looks like he is. Because there's an angle, it looks like he's 1.5 yards over the line. But it's really clear from the down the line angle, he did not get. If he got it by a very, very small amount. And it would have required the football to be way up. It wasn't like so far that. So I understand why they didn't overturn that as well.
No, I agree. And at some point, the NFL needs to have tracking in the ball.
Mm-hmm.
So then that way we can actually get a
mm-hmm.
real idea of where it's at.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, we talked about it, how it's like some dude in his 60s running out there and just putting his foot down somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I think they do a miraculous job of spotting the ball and
mm-hmm.
like seeing where a guy's leg hits and where the ball is when that happens and all that stuff. But I think it's just one of those things where technology, we have the technology. They need to make it like foolproof.
They have been spotting the football the same way since the NFL's inception.
Yeah.
That can't, because I see people in the chat house making this point, and this is two officials came in at two different spots.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what? That can't be a thing that happens. That can't be a thing that's allowed.
Well,
there has to be. You're right. There has to be a technology out there. Like, I know there is, and I know the NFL is printing money.
Oh yeah, they've got enough money to cover this.
They have access to the technology. I don't care that you got to install it in all 30 stadiums, 32 stadiums, 30 stadiums. I understand. Fine. Yeah. I don't care. Get the calls right.
That's all that matters in the end.
He might have gotten the first down. I personally did not see a view where I saw the ball over the line.
No, I'm with you.
If there was a view, then send me the photo and I will happily change my mind. I would love to change my mind on this. Mm-hmm. I would love to say the Bills got screwed. I want that. But I can't in good conscience go there. Especially when we actually saw the Texans get hosed last week.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, that's all.
It's a tough look.
Whatever the Bills are doing, real quick, whatever the Bills are doing with their quarterback sneaks needs to stop.
A lot of it, like, especially the round before, like when.
What is this going backwards? Why are you moving backwards to run off your left guard?
I don't know.
You're 6'9", 315 pounds. Just go forward, Josh.
Yeah,
you're a monster.
Even last week, watching him take off from like the 9-yard line on like first and goal from the Niners, second and goal, and just like get crushed. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Like, I get it, like the short yardage stuff, but man, you're gonna run your quarterback between the tackles all the time, and he got like beat up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, I mean, I know he's a big dude, but at the same time, like, he ain't gonna last that long doing that. That's crazy talk. So. Yeah, they do a lot of weird things. And again, I think it comes down to overthinking it against the Chiefs. Like you do things that you don't normally do.
Yeah.
And it's just because you're playing the Chiefs and you're thinking you have to be perfect and you end up making stupid mistakes because you're trying to be perfect.
Well, it was really clear the Chiefs were keying on whatever the Bills do with their quarterback sneaks. You have to do something different.
Oh yeah.
And then he finally Josh Allen goes up and over on the one and fumbles and somehow like got it back. I don't.
Yeah.
I didn't walk away from that game thinking, wow, the Bills just aren't good enough. Because they very clearly are.
Mm-hmm.
They just made I guess they didn't make the couple of plays that the Chiefs did.
And that's how it always seems to work out with the Chiefs.
And the Chiefs are going to 3rd and 9, season on the line. They're throwing it to Samaje Perine. He's getting 17 yards.
Got
All
beat
right,
by
man.
you got beat by a couple of randos. You got beat by
all
Worthy.
right,
You got beat by
man.
P Ryan.
Whatever.
You got beat by randos.
That was brutal.
Yeah. I'm here for it.
We're gonna move some stuff around. I want to talk about the Kings next game. Then
Okay.
we can get into the net stuff.
Okay.
Knicks 143, Kings 120. I don't quite know where to start here. Because saying, wow, hey, the Kings didn't have the size and athleticism to match up with the size and athleticism that the Knicks have built on the wings. It's like, yep, we know.
Yeah.
We knew that going in. They got out-rebounded 53-38.
And it was the 6'4" guy that killed you, not the length and athleticism that killed you.
Right.
Just got to be honest.
I mean, it just...
Josh Hart had a 20-point, 18 rebound, 11 assist, triple-double.
Now he has a double-double. Triple-double.
Yeah.
I'm taking him in underdog to have a double-double every freaking night.
Oh, yeah.
He can't get one. No, they look, and maybe this is just confirming my priors, but I wondered during the Denver game, hey, was it worth it to on the second night of a back-to-back when you have a game day after next to really like push your starters into the 35 to 40 minute range to ultimately lose by 9? Was that really worth it? And this is kind of why the Kings looked out of gas.
Oh, yeah, you did that, and then you flew to New York.
Right,
Yeah.
and then you played on Saturday after a back-to-back Wednesday, Thursday, fly to New York, and then you have a game Saturday. They collectively looked like they just did not have it. Malik Monk did. Malik Monk was built to play Madison Square Garden.
He's like primetime Malik.
Right, that was great. It was
Yeah.
it was super fun. And Domantas Sabonis had his triple-double, great. But they had no juice in that game. And maybe that's a product of what the Knicks do defensively and just kind of how big they are. And Jalen Brunson's just a really tough guard. He's really awkward. And he's one of those stocky, like he's going to get into your body as a defender. And maybe they're just a tough matchup. Have for me, as somebody who was like, hey, these dudes need like a night. They have had the pedal to the metal for 2 weeks now, 3 weeks now, however long it's been.
Yeah, there was always going to be a moment of letdown. You knew there was. That's the way this goes. And then I think everyone just kind of looks at the Nets game and goes, okay, well, that's your get right game.
You hope so.
You hope so. But I mean, that's where if you're a coach, you've got to like go, okay, can we just like go as hard as we can and look at games like the Nets, know that you're no longer caught in the middle of 4 games in 5 nights or 3 games in 4 nights. And that's part of the problem when you point out the Denver thing is that you knew you had a third game coming. You have back-to-back and then another game. And Doug will learn from this process.
You hope so.
Yeah.
That's my biggest concern. Like, I understand he's establishing culture and that's great. I think leaning more on your players to play games is better than not. But also, if you get into a situation where you're in the playoffs and your dudes have all played hundreds of more minutes than the opponents because the opponents have been managing their minutes all year, that's going to put you at a disadvantage.
Well, that and I think like the idea that you have with Doug is that, hey, look, this is what we did when I played. We played a ton of minutes, and that's the way it goes.
Yeah, I understand. I fully understand where he's coming from.
That's perfectly fine. The problem is your players aren't those players.
Correct.
Those players aren't built like that anymore.
Correct.
And you can maybe get them to be built like that, but you're not there yet. And just to flip a switch and say, hey, this is what we're doing. It's like, okay, well, we saw what eventually, it is going to catch up to you. You just can't do that every single night, expect him. But at the same time, go get him somebody. That's why trades need to happen now.
Yep.
Go get him help because this team is lacking the overall depth.
They went 10 deep in the rotation. It was Keon Ellis, Trey Lyles, Kevin Huerter, Doug McDermott, Devin Carter. And then Alex Len and Jordan McLaughlin got 3 minutes of garbage time.
Yeah.
But that's it, man. Like, they need more depth, especially if you're going to try and play this way, where you're going to go try and chase every minute or every win of every minute
You know what's funny too? Like the Doug McDermott thing. Doug McDermott is like that quarterback. So you always think, oh, there's going to be a quarterback controversy, right? So the backup comes in, he throws for a bunch of yards, he does all these things, and then he's going to get another game, and you think, oh, there could be a quarterback controversy, and then he goes out and throws 5 picks, and you're like, okay, well, no more quarterback controversy. Doug McDermott very clearly, like for whatever reason, he had a huge night, right? He put up
5 of 6 from 3.
Yeah, 15 points, 5 of 6 from 3 in the fourth quarter, all of it, right?
Against Denver.
Yeah, against Denver. Then he shows up 9 minutes, doesn't even take a shot.
Inexcusable.
Doesn't even take a shot.
He shouldn't be on the floor.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's like, I know the Knicks have the length and athleticism to defend him.
Sure.
But that's still like, hey, you're out there to shoot, and then they don't get him the ball. And I'm not saying it's all on Doug, but it's also one of those things that kind of like shines a light on why it is that Doug McDermott isn't in your rotation playing 15 to 18 minutes a night every night.
Yeah, man. He came in and pretty early. It was like, oh wow, they went to Doug McDermott before Kevin Huerter, and he just didn't do anything.
Yeah. Come on, little fella. Do something. Do something.
Can you run a pin down for him?
Yeah.
Can you put Doug in the game? Get Doug. We have to say McDermott, not Christie. Yeah. Get McDermott in the game and immediately run him off a dribble handoff. Just get that rolling. You just went 5 of 6 from 3. Knocks one down. All of a sudden, the Knicks have to defend your offense a little differently.
Yeah.
And no shots. If that's going to happen, I advocated on, was it Friday? I advocated for Doug McDermott to play more minutes. Mostly play Kevin Huerter's minutes.
Yeah.
He's going to confidently knock down shots right now while Kevin Huerter's struggling, then put him in. Their games aren't different enough to justify playing Huerter over him in that case. But then he comes in and does exactly what you just said. It's like, this is why he doesn't play a lot.
Yeah, it's just like the disappearing act. You're like, hey, I don't know what to make of it.
I was so ready to come in here on Monday and be like, wow, what a call by Doug Christie. Great job adjusting to your players and recognizing that you had a guy who was red hot and getting him out there and changing this game, and just boom. Nope.
Reminder.
9 minutes and 4 seconds of -11 basketball. Did not accumulate a stat save for 1 foul. That's Doug McDermott's night.
No rebound, no assist.
No steals, no blocks, no shots, no points, no free throws.
Nothing.
Doug McDermott played 9 minutes and when it was as productive as you and me.
It's tough. That's tough.
But this is why, dude. This is why. These are their 8th and 9th and 10th guys.
Yeah. At least we didn't foul anyone.
We didn't. We did not commit. We were more productive.
We were.
Congratulations, Chatty House. You've done it. I accidentally deleted my applause earlier, but we'll get some air horns. Congratulations, Chatty House. Everybody in here, unless somebody on the Kings happens to be in the Chatty House as a burner. Congratulations, everybody in the Chatty House. You were more productive than Doug McDermott was.
Yeah,
on Saturday.
I did not take a -11. Just saying.
No, it's a great point. I did some tweets though.
I did.
Twitter fingers were working.
I took the night off. I think I tweeted one time that Sabonis had a triple double.
What the hell's going on with De'Aaron Fox?
He's hurt.
He's got to be hurt,
dude. He's hurt.
I don't know if it's the pinky. I don't know if it's a thumb. I don't know if it's his butt that still hurts, his glute.
All of the above. Dude.
If it's all of it, he just he looks like a shell of himself, man. And he has for the better part of the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, I feel bad for him too, because it always comes at the wrong time. This is when, coaches around the league are making decisions on who's going to be on the All-Star team and who's not. And we'll find that out on Thursday. But for me, the glute, I heard that it had moved into his low back, the bone bruise, the bruise that he had, the contusion. And so he's just not moving really well. And then the right thumb, he's not on the injury report today, which I don't understand how you go from having a right thumb sprain to not being on the injury report, but just it's worse than
got better.
It got better. Yeah. I keep hearing it's much worse than that. And so you got the pinky on one hand that's completely mangled and will need off-season surgery. You got the thumb on the right hand. He's beat up, and this happens to players, but I think he still brings enough defensively and
Sure.
other aspects of the game, the threat of De'Aaron Fox, until he's back and doing his normal stuff. Still, the threat of him makes it so you keep playing him if he thinks he can go.
That's part of the reason he's is as good as he is, and why the expectations are so high for him, is because he's a shell of himself and still not like an unproductive NBA player. Still playing very well defensively. You mentioned just kind of the specter and the threat of De'Aaron Fox getting downhill and getting in the paint and getting to that like 10 to 12 foot range where he's just so deadly. I get it all matters, but 6 for 20 coming off of 7 for 24.
He hasn't scored in double figures. I think it's 5 games now.
Yeah.
I mean, not double figures. He hasn't scored 20.
Oh, I was about to say he scored 14.
Yeah, I think it's 5 games.
At least 5. Yeah, 6 of 20, 7 of 24, 2 of 11, 4 for 12, 6 for 17.
Ooh,
that's just, and that's that to me, it's gone beyond. Oh yeah, it's just a little bit of a cold stretch right now, which is one thing. There's very clearly something amiss.
Oh, totally.
He is too excellent of a player to be this statistically bad. He hasn't got to the free throw line in 2 games either.
But the game before that, he went to the free throw line 10 times. So it's very unusual for him in his last 6 games. 3 of those games he didn't go to the free throw line at all. When you consider that, like, throughout the season, there's only one other game where he hasn't gone to the free throw line. That's it. And so
that was on January 14th.
Yeah. So what this tells me is that, like, look, he's beat up and, like, going to the line. I mean, getting into the key, having that explosiveness to get past people, getting to the basket, worried about getting knocked down again at this point. I think it's tough. Like, he's in a bad situation.
In his last 6 games, he's playing 37 minutes a night. He's averaging 16 points, 5 boards, 7 assists, 1.3 steals, 1.2 blocks. Pretty impressive. 31.8% from the field, 25% from 3. 31.8 on 18 attempts a night. That's just not going to get it done, man.
No.
And that's what this is about. Like for me, it's not, can the Kings win if De'Aaron Fox is playing like this? Yeah, they definitely can. In fact, in those 6 games, they're 3-3. And their 3 losses, consequently enough, on the road. And then he had, was it the Warriors game? No. Might have, was it? Yeah, it was the Warriors. Where he hit a couple of big shots down the stretch. Was that game?
Yeah.
And then he went 2 for 11. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe I'm thinking
Chicago game. The Chicago game is really good.
But anyways, I'm looking at the last 6. It's just about their ceiling, and it's about how far the Kings are going to go in the postseason, assuming they make it there. And if De'Aaron Fox is playing like this, I don't like their chances to win a lot of series.
No, and like, look,
it's kind of the bottom line.
The last 5 games where he hasn't scored 20, 15 points, he's shooting less than 30% from the field. That's where you really see it. Like, he's just not able to get to the line. He's not able to get to the basket. He's beat up, but at the same time, 7 assists and 1.8 turnovers per game. I'll take a 7 to 1.8 any day of the week. I mean, that's just spectacular. And the blocks is weird. I had not realized that he was on a streak since he came back from injury. He's got a ton of blocks. I don't 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, like 8 blocks in 7 games.
He's averaging over a block a game.
Yeah, that's crazy. So yeah, like, look, he from everything I've heard, like, he's not unhappy. He's actually very happy. He is enjoying the change and the winning and everything else. But I think that this is just like one of those blips on the radar where he's beat up and we're seeing a downturn in numbers. And I think he'll be just fine.
I hope so, man.
Yeah,
I really hope so. We'll keep a very close eye on that tonight when the Kings take on the Brooklyn Nets. We'll take a look at that game coming up. We'll have the latest updates on whatever's going on in the trade market with the Kings. And do the Kings need to make a change in their starting lineup? We'll talk about that as well. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We're brought to you by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports City. Clear. Got your email, Charlie. Thanks.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Excellent.
This is for the non-digital crew that comes in later.
Charlie, give the people what they want.
Medulla oblongadas.
There he is. Charlie.
Charlie Maloney, everybody. He blocking a lot of 7 games tired than Moses had in a 7-game span in his career. Last time he did it was March 2021. Wow.
He used to be known for the chase down block. Spectacular chase down blocks.
Shout out to Kings Spain, who tagged us in a tweet. And now I have to go through and try and translate all my replies.
I absolutely love translating.
It turns out Kings fans in Spain are as fed up with Monty McNair as Kings fans in the U.S.
According to me, a Kings trade could happen today. Lots of noise the last few hours to watch for Collins announce. Well, I did not say the rest of that, but that's okay.
I might have said that specific quote.
I don't think I'm putting that out there, but
I'll do it.
Things are
No.
getting interesting, people.
I'm gonna go. He's been out, right?
Yeah, they keep due to illness.
Well, same, to be honest. Okay. Dude is not. They lost 4 straight Super Bowls. There are so many Bills fans who this is like, oh, this is walk in the park stuff.
Did you know, because I looked this up because of Pete Carroll the other day, that Marv Levy was 72 when he last coached, right? And Pete Carroll will be 73 this year. He'll be the
Pete Carroll will
oldest
be
coach.
74 when the season starts.
Okay, so Marv Levy, who looked like 85 when he coached the Bills, is still alive and is 99 years old.
Oh my God. I would have lost money on that. I did not know that Marv Levy was still with us.
Well, at least according to Basketball Reference. I mean, NFL Reference, Football Reference. Now I need to look. Is Marv Levy still alive?
Oh, 9 seconds. Here we go. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Hey, I see Miguel in the chatty house says he's about to go into jury duty. Don't do that. Just skip your civic duty.
Yeah, skip your civic duty. Things
It's
could
a good
happen at
excuse.
any time.
Yeah, if any Kings trades happen, we will be on it for you right here on ESPN 1320. And not just me and James. D'Lo and KC, who come on at noon, will also have the latest breaking news for you in Kingsland. So don't leave ESPN 1320 today, whether you're on the radio, whether you're in the office, whether you're at home. Maybe you're at home watching on YouTube and you have to leave. You can find us at 1320 a.m. on your radio dial or on the free Odyssey app. There are so many ways to continue listening to this station or watching this station without having to take a break. And we're going to be here for you all day. Again, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're here till noon. Then D'Lo and KC will be here from noon to 4, covering anything and everything going on in Kings World because things are heating up. We're buzzing. I cut a breaking news music bed just for today.
Oh. I like it.
I'm not going to play it. I'm going to debut it if and when there's breaking news.
I'm excited for this. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madsen. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. The Kings take on the Nets tonight. We're going to put all the trade stuff on hold for a moment and talk about the Kings trying to get back in the win column, trying to snap a 3-game road losing skid. Their last 3 losses have been in Milwaukee, in Denver, and in New York against the Knicks. And they go up tonight at Barclays Center against a Nets team that is in full-blown tank mode. Since December 1st, they're 5-21, and they are 5-22 since winning 3 in a row to get back to 9-10. Remember when they came into Sacramento and they beat the Kings, and they went to Golden State the next night and they beat Golden State? They won 3 in a row in that stretch. They got to 9-10, and since then they're 5-22. And their wins have come against the Pacers, the Raptors. They beat the Bucks twice somehow.
That's weird.
And they beat the Blazers.
Okay,
this
so
is not a good basketball club right now.
It coincided with the team, the franchise, waving a white flag, just straight up. Like they decided they were no longer going to be part of the discussion and in the chase for playoffs. They're now in the Cooper flag chase. Capture the flag is what we're calling it.
Which is really strong. When there's a consensus top 1 pick,
did you watch
need to
him
have
this weekend?
A good player.
Reminds me of Luka.
Good little player.
Reminds me of Luka, just like in better shape.
This is not a new take. And I don't want to. This is not to diminish what he's doing at Duke and just destroying the college game right now, because he is, and he's been amazing. I was fully sold on Cooper Flag when he went out and cooked against Team USA.
Oh yeah,
that was it. That was all I needed. When LeBron and Kevin Durant and Steph Curry and every player on Team USA walked out of their scrimmage against USA Select and was like, "Hey, that dude." That's all I needed.
Kyle, it's the court vision. It's the court vision. And so I don't blame a team like the Nets who don't have a star and they need something. I don't blame them for kind of going, hey, it is what it is. Like, let's go ahead and trade. Let's get more draft picks. Let's go get more assets. And then let's maybe we get lucky in the lottery and we can rebuild our franchise from there. It's intriguing.
Yeah, I just don't know how you sell this to a fan base. Because the players they had early in the year, they were playing hard. Jordy Fernandez, Sacramento Kings legend, doing a great job out there. Team Canada legend as well, doing a great job. They're playing hard. They've got some young players coming up playing well. You've got a sprinkling of veterans. Dennis Schroeder's playing great. Cam Johnson's playing well. Cam Thomas is cooking. Like, oh man, in the East, they could make a little run here.
Yeah,
they could fall into the playoffs. And then they pull the plug in December. That's a tough. I get Cooper Flag might be this franchise-altering talent. You got to do it. But then why even start the year playing your guys?
Because I don't think they had any idea that Jordy Fernandez could get a team to play like this. Or that Cam Johnson would average over 19 points a game, or that
Sure.
Cam Thomas would develop into like a bona fide scorer. And then you looked at even, the Dennis Schroeder thing didn't work before. And then all of a sudden it was working.
Mhm.
And so like piecing this thing out though, very quickly, they traded Dorian Finney-Smith, they traded Dennis Schroeder, and now it's like a full blown tank mode. And I get it. And, Kyle, like even the injury report for today is absolutely wild.
Yeah, let's go through it.
Yeah, the Kings have 0 injuries to report, which I'm not sure how that works out because their starting point guard has a sprained right thumb and he's not on the injury report. It just means that he's playing. So that's a good thing. But the Nets, Cam Thomas, Cam Johnson, Bojan Bogdanovic, Melton is out for the season, but Trent and Watford are all out, and Ben Simmons is questionable.
Mhm.
So it's possible you might get the ghost of Ben Simmons and then like 7 randos. Like, this is a very, very torn up team. And can they beat you? Oh, yeah. Like, any team you can get beat by anybody. That's the NBA.
Yeah, right.
But also going to say it's probably, Kyle, it's probably a good day to make a trade and get those to, play down a few guys.
Well,
I'm just saying.
Well,
this might be one of those moments.
Well,
yeah.
Hey, you asked a great question that I would love to ask Adam Silver.
Oh.
Why are the Nets allowed to tank? And if the Kings rest the wrong guys on the wrong night, they get penalized for it?
It's strange.
I don't understand.
There's definitely a double standard when it comes to, hey, star players have to play, and, oh, you're tanking, we get it.
Which, like, they're actively trying to prevent tanking.
Yeah.
So I don't.
All I know, like,
there might be some kid, right? Because this is always the argument. There might be some kid who gets to go to one game, and if LeBron James is sitting, it ruins that kid's day. Okay, fine. But what about Cam Thomas?
Is this ruining your day?
Yes.
Are you that one kid, Kyle?
No, I now have to watch. That is the one reason I will tune into the Nets on League Pass. I'm like, I want to see Cam Thomas get some buckets because that is a joy.
Not D'Angelo Russell?
No, get D'Angelo. Get D'Lo.
Yeah.
My face. Like, Cam Johnson, boring. Cam Thomas, though, is a bucket. And he exists on the court to get buckets. I know I'm not going to watch a lot of good basketball, but I'm going to watch Cam Thomas, and that brings joy to my heart.
Yep.
But no, he gets to sit because a little too good. A little too good for what they're trying to do, and that's fine. If Cam Thomas played for the Lakers and he sat in a random game like this,
we'd all be freaking out. Freaking out, man.
King starters, it's the usual suspects. De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, and Domantas Sabonis for the Nets. I think
maybe
D'Angelo Russell?
Mm-hmm.
Question mark?
Okay.
Keon Johnson.
Okay. That's not Keon Ellis or Cam Johnson. It's Keon Johnson.
It's also not Keldon Johnson.
There we go.
Then there's Jalen Wilson.
Okay.
Who's not Jalen Williams.
No.
It's also Noah Clowney.
Okay.
And Nick Claxton, I believe, is their starting 5.
I believe that is.
That's a big group.
I like the Clowney-Claxton.
Me too. That's a good front court.
I actually wouldn't hate getting either one of those on those guys on the Sacramento Kings. I don't think there's a way to do it, but those are kind of like their building block guys. But I really like Clowney.
Yeah, I do too. That's a good front court. You got a shot blocker like Nick Claxton, a 3-point shooter, 6'10", stretch big like Noah Clowney. Yeah, it's a good group, but I don't think they're going to pose a huge threat tonight. All due respect to the Brooklyn Nets, but
yeah, I think anytime you have to say with all due respect, we all know what that means.
And say whatever I want.
That's right.
With all due respect,
I said it.
Matchup of the game for you?
I think it's D'Lo versus World, and it's it's only because he is a bona fide Kings killer, and like he's just going to be out there like, you know what? I could shoot the ball 47 times tonight, and no one would care.
Playing free basketball is what he said.
I'm hoisting from like 40 feet half the time. Yeah, I mean, he has an opportunity here to score as many points as he would like.
I don't know, man. Just throw Keon on him. Make his life a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
And you're probably maybe it's something like Noah Clowney against, I'm guessing they'll go Keegan on him.
Yeah.
It'd be my guess because Noah Clowney killed you from 3 last time.
Okay.
So maybe that's something to watch. I'm trying, guys. I'm really trying.
I know that people in the chat are saying Claxton versus Sabonis, and it's like,
I don't.
you know what Sabonis does to the tall, skinny
Just
guys?
6'11", 220-pound centers. I don't.
Yeah, he puts
Like
them
Nick
in.
Claxton's a good player. I don't think that his style matches up well against Sabonis.
No, Sabonis just shoves him into the first row and scores on him.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not. That's not a Jokic type matchup for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish I had more to try and like sell this as like, oh man, it's gonna be tough. And we've seen the Kings face plant in weird spots before, so I'm not gonna say, hey, bet the house on the Kings. But when you start trying to lay out a path to victory for the Nets, or they're like, hey, here's the thing that, and we'll have keys to victory and stuff coming up, but when you start trying to lay out the path for the Nets, it's really, really difficult. Like it's just there's not a lot of ways that this iteration of the team is, I think, going to be effective.
Yeah, the only way it happens if they just go crazy and hit a bunch of shots. That's it. So,
and if the Kings come out and start slow, which they have, and we can get into that too if we want. But anyways,
yeah.
All right. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Plenty more coming up on the Kings Nets matchup tonight at Barclays Center in Brooklyn, including keys to victory for Sacramento. Although if they need to do a bunch of those specific things to win, like if it's like, hey, if you don't do these 3 things, you better watch out. Like they got a way bigger problem. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And this is ESPN 1320. It is Sacramento's sports leader. All right. So it's 11:14. No trade announcement. Is the fact that they it feels like, and maybe this is just my vibe because they're in Brooklyn, that if a trade gets done today, it would be Cam Johnson. But if they were in Utah, would I feel like it's John Collins?
No, I mean,
or have they
like, I think you're at a point where with both,
okay,
you're going to go into a situation today where you can have like some real FaceTime with the Nets. I don't know that there's planned FaceTime to go, Sean Marks and Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox go into a room and they're going to either hash this thing out or not. That may or may not happen. I don't know. But what I will tell you is that, like, if you get a very good feeling that the Cam Johnson deal is not going to happen, you should know by the end of today, walking out of that room, whether this is just like, we're chasing windmills here.
Yeah.
And if you feel like you're chasing windmills, then I would expect the John Collins trade to heat up very quickly and probably happen.
Okay. So let me ask you this then. And again, not asking you to report. Not your opinion. Unless never mind. Asking your opinion on this. If they leave Brooklyn and Cam Johnson's not on their team playing, is the Cam Johnson thing dead? Like, is this the last chance to try and get something done there?
I think probably,
because it sounded like they were in talks, and then those talks kind of died. They reached a little bit of an impasse, but now it sounds like maybe they've ramped those back up. Where, okay, meeting face to face, we're in Brooklyn.
Yeah,
let's get this thing hammered out. And if we can't come to a deal today, all right, it's just not going to work out.
Probably, because I think when you get done with this today, it's going to be like, okay, look, we're just spinning our tires. Like, this is not going to happen. I think it's very similar to what happened with the conversations with Toronto last year before?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where they're just like, okay, this isn't going to happen. Like,
it was last year.
It doesn't matter what we're going to do here. Like, we're just wasting our time, and it's the appropriate moment to move on to somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if we revisit this down the road, maybe there's some sort of thing we can work out.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's what people have to realize is that trades don't happen. Very seldom do they happen in like a 20-minute meeting one day or a phone call. They happen over a year sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's like you have a generalized conversation about this same exact trade at the deadline last year. You have the conversation again on draft night and thinking like we may be able to do something here. It doesn't happen. And then you have more conversations throughout the last couple of months.
Mm-hmm.
Like when we heard last week that, the Kings and Nets haven't talked for weeks. Like, okay, whatever. Like we said that
Yeah,
on the radio. Like I don't, that doesn't move me at all. Like
Mhm.
there was definitely a moment where both sides knew what it would take to get the deal done.
Right.
One side wasn't willing to give up, like the value of picks, and the other side wasn't willing to break either. So
Right.
now we got to this point where it's like, okay, we're getting really close to the deadline. And what other options do you have? What other
Mhm.
offers do you have out there
Right.
for a guy like Cam Johnson? And is our offer that we presented you before better than those offers? And can we also, is there a way to sweeten it without killing our future? Like
For-
all of these things.
For example, let's say the Nets wanted an unprotected first, and the Kings said, we'll do top 15 protected.
Yep.
And the Nets said, can't do it. Kings say, we're not doing unprotected. All right, we'll go our separate ways. The Nets start taking calls for Cam Johnson, and they're getting a second round pick, a top 20 protected, and all of a sudden that top 15 protected looks a little nicer.
Yeah, or you're getting what like the Phoenix Suns just got from the Utah Jazz, which was 3 picks that are like almost meaningless late. Like would you rather have a pick that belongs to the Cleveland Cavaliers this year, next year, and the year after, or would you rather have a top 10 protected pick from the Kings? And the answer is you'd rather have a top 10 protected pick. That
Absolutely.
one first round pick is going to be way more valuable than those 3 that are going to be between 25 and 30 in the draft for the next 5 years.
Yep.
I mean, that's it. Maybe you get lucky with one of those, but even like the way that the Jazz got those, the way that the Suns got those picks, it's the least favorable. So it's not just one really good team, it's 2 or 3 really good teams. And those picks could be worth absolutely nothing. Again, late first round picks are in a lot of situations aren't as valuable as early second round picks, because early second round picks don't come with the 3-year guaranteed money.
Right.
So it's complicated. So I want to see what exactly they think that they can get. Maybe the Kings change their protections. Maybe they say, okay, we'll do a top 10, or maybe they say we'll do a top 3 protected pick, just so we don't completely kill ourselves maybe it's top 5, like whatever. But that's what this is all about. It's about a negotiation. Or maybe, hey, can we throw in a second round pick? Can we keep the protections the way that they are? A lottery protected pick that becomes a top 12, becomes top 10, like the Kevin Huerter pick. But hey, we'll throw in a second round pick. Can you do something like that?
Right.
And that's what you're trying to do. Like this all is a negotiation, and you're hoping that you're gonna get the best deal possible for you, and they're hoping they're gonna get the best deal possible for them. But like these teams have had so many conversations that it doesn't matter whether they spoke in a week or 2 weeks. They already know what the deal is if they are going to make the deal.
I see Just Too Nice in the chatty house saying, leave Cam alone. He's not changing the team to contention. Not a Cam guy. He's not worth a first whatsoever. But to me, he does. Because now he's your 6th or 7th guy. He's giving you real minutes off the bench. He can start if Keegan Murray is hurt, which has been an issue this year. Not Keegan Murray being hurt, but them finding a replacement when Keegan Murray's out. And you have a little bit of shot creation. He's an excellent 3-point shooter. It gives you another rangy wing defender that you can have in closing lineups if you want. Like he would dramatically alter what the Kings rotation looks like, and I think would make them substantially better, because now it's not trying to figure out what to do with Doug McDermott and Kevin Huerter. It's, Keon Ellis is coming off the bench and you know what you're getting out of him, and Cam Johnson's coming off the bench and you know what you're getting out of him.
Yeah, and I look at Tom L says here in the chat too. This is a good point. Like Cam would provide what we want from her at the forward spot. That would raise their offensive level completely. But that's not just it. Cam Johnson is a very good defender, and he's a player that his switchability provides so much more. So a tandem of Cam Johnson and Keegan Murray is what you're looking at. And they're not going to start together most likely, but it's still, when you have those two on the floor together, like it gives you so much defensive versatility, rotational. It actually, in a weird way, it provides an avenue where you could actually use DeMar DeRozan as a shooting guard, because as of right now you can't.
Right.
You don't have the defense behind
Nope.
him to go move him up. So like, look, I think that's what people should look at. I wrote like really long form on the difference between Cam Johnson and John Collins, and like you have to weigh so many factors when you're looking at these types of trades, because like, look, on paper, like John Collins is a better player, but he costs less and he's younger. And so there are these little things, it's like, what was the movie where Ben Stiller plays the guy who does risk assessments for a living, and then he puts the girl into the risk assessment thing for his work for doing, is it Along Came Polly?
That sounds right.
I think it is. And he has all of that. He goes through and like, what's the risk assessment? Like, that's what you have to do as an NBA franchise. You have to like try to mitigate risks as much as possible. And again, Cam Johnson is expensive to get. John Collins isn't as expensive. Cam Johnson's contract is longer. John Collins is more expensive. Like, there are all of these things that you have to throw into the calculator.
There's a way they could conceivably get both.
It would be difficult.
Right. But it's not one of those like, oh, out of the question, no chance.
Well, I mean, without digging into the core, I don't know. And what does that mean? Like, if you were to get both, let's go down that road. If you were to get both of them, what are they, just your backup forwards behind Keegan Murray? And I know John Collins can play the 5, but I mean, that would take a lot of maneuvering. And we're talking like, you're going to have to trade exceptions, because you have to remember where the Kings are at. They can't go above $178 million.
Right.
They're hard capped.
Right.
So you would have to give up a whole bunch of salary, and the Kings aren't going to trade a De'Aaron Fox in this deal. They're not going to trade a Malik Monk or Domantas Sabonis. Maybe you move on from a guy like DeMar DeRozan, but I don't think so.
Okay, so help me then. It seems like, based on reporting, that the Kings would prefer Cam Johnson. That's plan A, I believe, as it was labeled.
Yeah, by Evan Tittery.
Cam Johnson is plan A. John Collins would be plan B. If John Collins is younger, cheaper, easier to get, can play the 4 and the 5, works as a lob threat, can shoot the 3,
better rebounder,
why would he not be plan A?
I think like every player has their pluses and minuses, and I think Cam Johnson's a better defender. John Collins is a better shot blocker. Cam Johnson's a more versatile defender. They're both really good 3-point shooters, although Cam Johnson for his career is a higher 3-point shooter, like overall. But again, offensive versatility, I think like John Collins has a lot more offensive versatility than Cam Johnson. I feel like I know what I'm going to get out of John Collins. Now, I might have to deal with some things with, like, is he the highest basketball IQ player that you've ever seen? And the answer might not be yes. And you might have to disguise some of his,
that you can get. To me, that's something that a good coaching staff can coach around.
I get that, but at the same time, you're also looking at a player who went from a team that signed him to an extension, had then immediately tried to trade him. And then John Collins has been on the block for 5 years, it feels like.
John Collins came into the league on the block.
Yeah, and then he goes to Utah, and again, it hasn't resulted in winning. So you don't really know whether he's going to be a guy who's impactful or not. You think he is, but the numbers might not help as much. You're always worried about who's Christian Wood, right? Christian Wood can put up 20 and 10.
Christian Wood do that.
Yeah, there you go. Bump. He also, like, while he's scoring 20 and 10, he gives up 25 and 15. And it's like, okay, that doesn't help.
Yeah,
and so that's what you're
every night.
Yeah, that's what you're hoping, is that the numbers that you see from a guy like John Collins, that they're legitimate. Like, I don't think Cam Johnson comes to Sacramento Kings and averages 19.4 points. I just don't think that happens. Like, if he's coming to Sacramento Kings, he's going to drop down to like 14, 15 points a game, and he's going to be used as a secondary guy off the bench. And but he still has tremendous amount of value.
Sure.
But that's not what I like. John Collins, I think he walks in the door and he's going to get you 8 rebounds. He's going to get you 17, 18 points. He's going to shoot close to 40% from three. He's never played with a big man like Domas that can pass. I think you can kind of say the same thing about Cam. I don't know that he's played with a passing big like Domas.
Not a big DeAndre Ayton guy.
No. Well, he's not a big passer. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's complicated. Again, risk assessment and figuring out the expense, the age, all of that stuff, the player arc. You got to make the right decision though.
Yeah, you sure do. All right. You said an interesting thing there about if the Kings get Cam Johnson and John Collins and the way they might be able to do that. I want to dig into that. We also can't ignore that the Kings have a game tonight. So we will look at keys to victory for the Kings coming up against the Nets this evening in Brooklyn. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320 and it's Sacramento Sports Leader. Okay. I need to do some producing here.
Okay. You mean talk to the good people?
Yeah, please.
So Bryce, this is an easier path. Like the Kings can find a way to get Cam or John Collins and Jonas Valanciunas. But if you take Cam Johnson's salary at 22.5 and you add it to John Collins at 26.5, now we're looking at, is that 49 million? I believe that's 49 million. How do the Kings get to $49 million in salary? And you can say, okay, they don't have to get to 49. They're going to need, in order to get both of them, they're going to have to get to 42 million in salary, roughly, because that's the dollar figure that would allow you to stay under the hard cap, right? So just really, really difficult to do. I don't know that I can come up with enough players unless you start talking about a player like DeMar DeRozan. And that's just tough. I don't know that the Kings would consider trading DeMar at this point.
That's the thing I want to talk about.
Okay.
God damn it, dude.
Oh. Tom, they just have to have a third team. And that's something that I've heard, that they were searching for a third team to work through a deal for John Collins. But yeah, a third team totally you could figure it out a way to do it. You also, I mean, there's always that possibility that you, like Devin Carter is the other contract that you could use, as opposed to just going straight to Trey Lyles. Yeah, let me see. You're right over there?
Yeah.
All right.
I did this thing. I always cut off this thing we have to cut out.
Mm-hmm.
I always cut off this thing we have to cut out like half a second early every time.
Oh yeah.
And so it's annoying.
Frustration.
Nothing.
I'm doing quick math.
Good luck.
Okay, yeah. So just with Herter, Lyles, and Devin Carter, you can get to 29.5 million. But then there's really no way to take that next leap in salary. So to get to 42, it would be Alex, Doug McDermott, Jordan McLaughlin, Colby Jones, and that gets you at another 8 million. So you're at like 37.5 million. Then you'd have to backfill with like minimum scale contracts. The only other way to do it is to either add in Keegan Murray to that deal, or go with a DeMar DeRozan trade, and I don't think that they're going to do that. So, Rustdog, is it possible the Kings could use Trey Lyles and Kevin Huerter in two separate deals? Absolutely. Yep. No, I can't. I mean, I think it's an either or at this point. But those are also the two names.
The chatty house had me shook because they were like, do this with your glasses if it's this person, and do this with your chain if it's this person. So I was really afraid to move. Oh, hey, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madsen. The Kings play the Nets tonight. We're putting trade stuff on hold for a moment because the Kings still have a game to go win.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of the trade rumors, I'm hoping that doesn't play a role tonight. I'm hoping that, and good on the Kings for keeping names out of the media.
Yeah.
Like, we all know what contracts would need to go in various deals to make it work. But we've not seen any reporting yet that is like the Kings are shopping this player.
I mean, we've seen for the last 6 months the package of players that they have shopped.
Sure.
Like whether it's, Trey Lyles and Kevin Huerter, or one of the other smaller contracts they have, or, if they have to include a player like Devin Carter, like there's all of these different iterations of a trade that you might be able to piece together. But at this point, you're hoping that it doesn't derail you on a 6-game road trip where you walk into a game with missing 3-4 players.
Sure.
That wouldn't be a great thing for the Kings.
No, it sure wouldn't. But it also feels like being in Brooklyn is may perhaps be the catalyst to one of these deals getting done.
I just think it's the moment where you're either going to do one deal or another.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Yeah.
You're gonna get in a room with the Nets, and if that doesn't work out, you know exactly what you're pivoting to.
Yes, exactly. And that's where I would put it. Like if they can get Cam Johnson, they would probably hit the button today.
Yeah.
If they can't get Cam Johnson, they'll probably know that today, and they'll move to a player like John Collins.
It's exciting to know that they have multiple buttons to push.
Yeah, yeah.
And that one of them isn't Kessler Edwards.
Or Robin Lopez again.
I'm not ruling it out. I'm not ruling out Robin Lopez.
I just don't even know if Robin Lopez is in the league for them to trade for at this point.
I would be shocked if Robin Lopez is on a roster right now.
Yeah, I do not believe that he is. But
do you think Robin Lopez hates the Kings for that? Guys, I thrilled to announce. Oh, no, never mind. He's not on the roster.
No.
Bummer. Didn't know he was a Fresno guy.
Well, just think if you they went to Stanford.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That I knew.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was a Fresno guy.
But what if, Kyle? What if you had to give up a bunch of players here in the next 24 hours? What if Robin Lopez is available and you can go?
Do you think he has
him?
ill will towards the Kings? He just doesn't care.
I don't know. I don't think he cares, but I would also tell you that the Lopez twins have both been thrown out at least one time each, but I think it's more like multiple times against the Kings. They have lost their cool.
Hilarious.
I have watched them leave the building in anger.
Hilarious.
Multiple times.
Man. I think if I was 7'1", I don't think I'd ever be mad about anything. If I'm 7'1", what are you going to do about it?
Well, I think the thing you get mad about is like not being able to fit into a vehicle. Like you can't call
that's
a
true.
regular Uber.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. So like every bed that you sleep in, your feet are hanging off the end.
Yeah, all right, that's fair.
Yeah.
I'm mad about all these minor life inconveniences. All right. Let's get to keys to a Kings victory tonight. They're playing the Brooklyn Nets, who are 5-22 in their last 27. Not playing great. They're missing their best player, their two best players tonight.
A lot of players.
And Cam Thomas and Cam Johnson both out.
Mhm.
Let's get to keys to victory. Number one, James.
My first key is don't let D'Angelo Russell bust you up.
Yeah.
He is a certified Kings killer, but it feels like he's a lone gunman. Like if you can take away D'Angelo Russell, it doesn't matter how hard the other team plays. They just don't have the talent to compete.
Mm-hmm.
If you play even like a C+ game. So I think the Kings, that should be their approach tonight. I don't know if you need to treat him like Steph, but I might treat him like Steph and just
Why
say,
not?
who else? What other rando is going to beat us tonight?
Yeah.
And the answer is they don't have a lot of randos that can beat you.
Yeah, man. That's kind of it. Throw your best defender at him, throw Keon at him, maybe throw some Keegan at him.
Fox.
Let De'Aaron Fox have some turn. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
Keep him from scoring 40 and you're in good shape.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Like they only have one guy averaging in double figure scoring, and it's D'Angelo Russell that's playing tonight or is still on the roster. Like you got a bunch of dudes at 9, like Jalen Wilson, Nick Claxton. Again, I don't even know how to say that name, so I'm not going to try. Noah Clowney's at 9.5, Zaire Williams at 9.3, Keon Johnson's at 9.2. They have a random collection of dudes. You want to try to Tosan? No, I'm not even going to try to say that last name. I don't even know.
He's one of those guys that when he gets in again tonight, you're going to be like, who?
Iwomu.
Tosan Iwomo?
Yes.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So the V is silent.
Okay. Yeah, so everybody log that tonight so you can impress your friends you're watching the game with. Be like, oh yeah, Tosan. Yeah, that's my guy.
He has a silent V and B in the first part of his name.
Don't we all?
I guess.
You didn't know my name was spelled BVKYLE? Yeah, man. It's easy work. Number one for me, don't let them get hot from three. They're going to get their threes up.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing basically, Jordi Fernandez is doing what Steve Kerr is doing with the Warriors and going, hey, we're not good enough to like run a regular offense and score twos. Everything has to be threes. We have to get hot from three, and that's our only way to win.
Yeah.
So that's what they do. They have the average 8th most 3-point attempts per game in the NBA at 39.1%. They don't shoot it particularly great at 35.6%. That's very middle of the road. You just can't let them get hot from there. If they go 9 of 12 to start the game, run them off the line. Do everything you can to make sure they are not shooting more threes.
There it is.
Number two
for me. Until the trade happens, this is the group that you're going to play with.
Mm-hmm.
Stop worrying about who's not there. Stop worrying about whether Kevin Huerter is hitting his shots or not. Just go out there and play. This isn't a very good team. Go out there and dominate them. And that's it. Like, don't get distracted. Mm-hmm. There's only one thing that matters tonight, and it's not whether you make a trade or not. The only thing that matters is that you pick up a win and don't lose 3 straight, that you move back to 2 games over 500, that you get to your first win on this road trip, and you put yourself in a position to get another win later in the week when you play a Joel Embiid-less 76ers team.
And just continuing to take care of business against bad teams.
Mm-hmm.
They've done a really, really good job of that against Doug Christie, or with Doug Christie.
Yeah.
All of their losses are against teams that are likely going to be in the playoffs, and they've all been on the road.
Yeah, good teams.
Right.
You've lost to good teams.
Right. So go continue beating the heck out of bad teams. Number 2 for me, win the bench minutes, man, because if you don't, you got a major problem. If you're not winning the bench minutes against Tyrese Martin, our guy Tosan, Zaire Williams, and Day'Ron Sharp, who scored against Miami 15 combined points, if you're not outscoring their bench tonight, we need to rethink what we believe about the Sacramento Kings.
I would agree. The Kings bench has been so hit and miss. I don't know. Like, it's tough.
If you're not able to score points against this group and keep them from scoring points.
Yeah. If you can't get a 5 of 6 from 3 from Doug McDermott, I mean, like, what are we doing? I'm with you.
All right. Number 3.
I think both of us have the same type of idea thing here for our third. You need to turn the screws early on this team and end it early. Your starters need rest, and you do not need anyone playing 38 minutes tonight. So do your work, focus, make this thing lopsided at halftime, come out in the first 6 minutes of the third and finish it, and let everybody else go in and play the rest of the game. Like Alex Len needs to play 15 minutes tonight. And so does, Doug McDermott and Jordan McLaughlin and anyone else that you have hiding on your bench. They all need to play. And this is a one game where the Kings don't have all their G League guys. I kind of wish they had some of their two-way guys, with Mason Jones or Isaac Jones or Isaiah Crawford. You need to figure out a way to get up on this team big and coast home.
Yeah, I'm right with you. No breaks.
Yeah.
Get ahead early, stay ahead through 3 quarters or 2.5 quarters or however long, and empty the bench. That has to be what this game is, man. This can't be like the Chicago game where you get in this track meet and you're running up and down and all of a sudden it's a 1-point game with 30 seconds to go. These dudes need an easy one.
Yeah.
They haven't had an easy one in a while.
Jordy's teams, they fight. That's what they're going to fight.
Right. But you're so significantly better than they are. Yeah, they're going to play hard. You're going to have to play hard for the 28 minutes you're in the game, but make it 28 minutes. Don't make it 41. That's it. That's what I would like to see from the Kings tonight. And if they do all those things, if they show up and they play an effective basketball game, they should win.
Game over.
If they are just a C+ version of the Kings, they should roll.
I agree 100%.
Don't think it's asking too much.
If they're an A version, this game's over at halftime.
Yep. 1,000%. All right. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we'll break all of this down. We'll have everything for you, and any trades, of course, that happen, we'll have all that for you on The Insiders, 10 a.m., right here on ESPN 1320, and that is Sacramento's sports leader. Hey, just as one of the things we're kind of navigating here with the Kings and their trades and their acquisitions and such is the luxury tax line.
Oh yeah.
And I don't want to get super far into that because we got the handoff coming up with Kenny Caraway here, but dude, it sucks to be in the second apron. Like, I knew that, but Bobby Marks from ESPN posted a graphic today that really handily laid out what it means to be in the second apron. And unless you're the Celtics, and the Celtics are one of the second apron teams, I think it's Celtics, Bucks, Timberwolves, and Suns. Like, at this deadline, your goal is probably less about acquiring players and more about figuring out how to get out of the second apron.
Oh yeah,
because it freezes your draft picks. And makes it so if you're in the second apron for 2 out of the next 4 years, you got to go back to the end of the first round.
Oh yeah, it messes everything up.
It is ugly. And I knew all that, but I'd never had it laid out the way this Bobby Marks graphic kind of just very plainly put it there. And it really drove home, oh, this might be the impetus for some of these moves at the deadline. Just getting up, forget playoffs, forget competition this year. It's more about not getting your draft picks frozen and not getting your draft picks knocked back in the first round. Kenny Caraway here for the handoff. What's up, Casey?
What's up, man? How did they agree to that? How did the owners agree to that?
Because it makes it so owners like Joe Lacob can go, whoa, hey, well, we can't spend. We're trying to stay under the second apron. We can't have our draft picks frozen.
Yeah.
Joe Lacob was all about this.
It's wild. I looked it up today. So the first $5 million over the tax, you pay $1.50 for every dollar. So the first $5 million, if you're between 72 and 77 million, the luxury tax you pay is 7.5 million. So then it goes up from there. The next $5 million is $1.75 for every dollar. So the next $5 million, if you blow through all of that cap money, you're at 8.75 that you owe on top of the 7.5. So you're already at 16 million bucks, right? It goes up to 250 for the next 5 million, and then 325 for the next 5 million, and then any 5 million after that, it goes up an additional $50, 50 cents per. So some of these teams, what we looked at the Bucks are on the hook right now. Their luxury tax dollar, 75 million bucks.
Mhm.
And the Timberwolves, $90 million in luxury tax.
Just in
Goodness
luxury
gracious.
tax.
Just in luxury tax.
Now there is an element of, I get why you have that in there, because you've got to do something to be able to compete against like Steve Ballmer,
Mhm.
Yeah.
right? Like, because like it can't be, he's got to think about it a little bit. You know what I mean? If he
Mhm.
decides, all right, I'm gonna just spend anything to make this happen. Like, all right, you willing to spend an extra $500 million? He may say yes, but at least he might have to think about it a little bit. Like, because if it was just a regular cap, he'd like, I'll just go over the cap and spend $100 million more dollars a year
Yeah.
to have this all-star team. Like,
Yeah.
you gotta, so I understand it. The draft picks and everything is just a lot. And it feels like, it also feels like the threshold should be a little higher for the second apron. Like, it seems a little too close. Like the second
I
apron,
feel that too.
yeah.
Yeah.
The second
I don't know
apron
if that's
comes a little too close.
I don't know if that's because teams are just having to adjust to it on the fly, so it looks worse than it is. But you're probably going to see teams adjust by like contracts for middle of the road players dropping a lot. That's who I think is going to get screwed in all this.
Probably, and I don't like that there are these like things that trigger like a hard cap. Like, I get it. If you're at the second apron, whether it's at 187 or like say they just push it to 200 million, like that, you're getting penalized so much financially already that like if you want to keep going and trying to make your team better, okay. Like, I'm not gonna just kill you for that. But the fact that if you do a sign and trade deal, you're instantly hard capped at the first apron, like the Kings are right now. That's not cool. Like, the Kings are very limited in what they can do right now because of the hard cap. They're only like, I think the number that Bobby Marks put out, 7 million under the hard cap, because they have they're more like 10 million under the hard cap, but they have these expected bonuses that count against the hard cap as well. So they've got like $7 million to play with. That's not that much money. Like, when you're dealing with $25-30 million contracts. So the Kings at this point, like if they make one deal, they could like ask that team to take on more contracts just to get lower. So then they might be able to do something with their mid-level. Like, it's very complex, but how you have to like manage all of these avenues, and like, will you be a tax-paying team? And a tax-paying team, again, that first 5 million, you're looking at like 7.5 million you're going to have to pay in luxury tax. If you're a non-paying tax team, you get 13 million back, right? So now you're looking at a $20 million difference between like going over 172 million or not going over 172 million. It's like that crazy, that like little tiny line can be up to $20 million difference.
I thought basketball, the NBA used to have the perfect blend of having a salary cap and not being as strict about it as the NFL. All right. Like, because I think baseball, Polo G in here says, get rid of the salary cap, go full MLB and soccer without a cap. I don't.
You don't want that. No, you don't want that at all.
That's awful.
Yeah.
That's awful. Major League Baseball, they won't, but they need a salary cap. But I also don't want a situation with a hard cap like the NFL, where you got to cut 20 people just out of nowhere to get under the cap. Like, I thought the NBA had the perfect, the perfect system, and they kind of mucked it up a little bit. I thought with this cap, they may mess around with the idea of you get one player that
doesn't count
against the penalties. Like, they still got to be under the cap and all this other stuff.
Well, I like that.
Yeah, one guy that doesn't affect your second apron or anything.
Yeah,
you can pay him the max of what he can make, and it counts towards your cap, but you don't get penalized, or he doesn't push you over the second apron or something like that.
So it wouldn't count against your cap.
I guess you could say that. Sure. Yeah. Let's just simplify it, because it could get crazy in the other. Kyle Madsen simplifying my ideas. Thank you.
We've been talking a lot about Cam Johnson, John Collins today, because it sounds like we've gone from whispers to murmurs. Now we're at full blown buzz. Hoping to get smoke and or fire at some point today. if they don't trade for Cam Johnson today, are you disappointed?
No, because you still got the rest of the time before the trade deadline.
Mhm.
So yeah, I want it done today. Love for it to happen
Mhm.
at like 1 or something like that. That'd be great.
We're assuming though that if the Cam Johnson deal doesn't happen today, it's not happening. So if they miss out on Cam Johnson,
I'm not disappointed because you can still get John Collins.
okay.
And I like Kuzma and potentially Kuzma and Valanciunas. So, that's still there as well.
Okay.
So while Cam, I think, would probably be the best selection, to trade for, you still have options even if you don't get Cam Johnson.
Okay.
I don't hate the Cam Johnson deal. Like, I personally would prefer John Collins over Cam, although I do know that, like, there are things that you have to, like, defensive acumen and stuff needs to be, like, calculated into that. And I think, Cam is a very good player. But I also think that the Kings need to figure out a way to get one of them as quickly as possible. We just keep running into these games where you're like, oh, man, you just can't compete. You go out there against, OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges and, like, all these long athletic players. And I was like, all right, that makes it really tough.
Yeah, they got to get one.
Yes.
I need one.
I mean, you got an opportunity.
If we are here at your show starts on February 6th, because it's noon Pacific, February 6th is the deadline. When your show starts, if they have not dealt for John Collins or Cam Johnson, or I guess Kyle Kuzma and Jonas Valanciunas, I'm not as big on those guys, but if that's, it's going to get ugly. It might get a little ugly.
Disappointing.
You think Kings fans, you think the Chatty House is going to be fired up? They don't make a move?
Oh, sure they were, but they were fired up 3 weeks ago. And then they started winning and nothing mattered anymore. So that's it's not good for talk radio, but that's always the bottom line. If you win, like, when was the last time we talked about not having a press conference? Hadn't been in the last week and a half because they've been winning.
Well, because that was 3 weeks ago now.
Yeah.
It's also, that doesn't change the fact that it's ass that they didn't do that.
No, for real. Yeah. I agree. But if they had lost 7 in a row, we'd be talking about it every day.
Oh, yeah.
But they won. Yeah. So we ain't talking about it.
I guess.
Win the games until the offseason. Your guys' point.
Until the offseason, they get bounced in the first round because they didn't have enough size and athleticism on the wings. We're like, hey, John Collins would have helped.
Yeah.
Said that a few times.
They're in the first round. I think people are happy. Not satisfied. Did you get a playoff series?
We got to go.
All right.
D'Lo and KC next. What do you guys more of this?
More of this championship Sunday and everything that happened with that. So the damn Super Bowl set.
D'Lo and Casey next. Look, don't leave ESPN 1320. There's so many ways to listen to this. If you're in your car listening on 1320 AM, jump on the free Odyssey app or on YouTube or Twitch. We are live there. Any Kings news that happens, D'Lo and Casey are going to have it for you right here on ESPN 1320. Do not go anywhere. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're back with you tomorrow at 10 right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until tomorrow at 10. Drink water and be nice people. See you. Chatty House. Appreciate you guys. Good show. Enjoy D'Lo and KC.
Thanks, guys.
Snaps.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go. Give me some volume here one more time. And then all right.
Damn, no young Zell.
We welcome you. Well, no more young Zell. You got the one open, but we welcome you in here to the Monday, January 27th edition of D-Lo and KC.
January almost over already.
It is.
Come on, bro. We almost finished 1 month already. It was just New Year's.
It was. And now it's not. Or almost. I don't know. But I'm Damian Boiling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live. We are live
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
Man, we talk about how like we're not really that engaged in wrestling so much. I gotta at least tap in a little bit because I heard Jacob's starting to go off.
Is he?
Jacob's starting to cook on the mic.
You know, they had a Saturday
beat the hell
night
out
main
of-
event on Saturday.
I know. I kept seeing Shawn Michaels gave a little sweet shimmy. Oh, that's where I saw Jacob. He beat the hell out of Braun Strowman, I think.
You see Shawn Michaels strike the pose in the ring and couldn't really stand up straight after that. He got a little back. It looked like his quads might have blown up. Yeah.
See,
I don't know
it
how he
was
got that
almost-
sweet chin music
It
off.
was almost Shane McMahon.
Yeah.
Oh, you see Shawn's like hair. That's why, right? No, exactly. Like Shawn made the decision. I'm losing so much of my hair. I'm gonna cut it short, like off, like Hunter, and he hated it. So he's tried to grow it back. And this is once you're in that state and you go for it, you just have to. It's over. Because now he's trying to grow it back, and he looks awful. He looks like
Shawn needs to
20
take a
years
trip to
older than
Turkey.
he really is.
He needs to take a trip to Turkey, go get that hair transplant.
It's not good.
I didn't even know the Royal Rumble's this Saturday until this morning.
It is.
Damn, it's this
This
Saturday.
Saturday.
Yeah, it's this Saturday.
Damn.
The Royal Rumble,
News
baby.
to me.
The Royal.
I have no
I
clue
might-
who's gonna win or who we should think should win or whatever.
I might tap in.
I'm
might
gonna
tap
tap in. I just didn't know it was going down.
There was a lot of ways I thought the show might start today. This wasn't one of them.
To be honest, yeah.
This was not on my.
So this is probably how neighbor Ender and neighbor Akrita want the show to start, because those are the two biggest Bills fans I know in my life.
Well, yeah.
And they listen from time to time,
Well.
and they probably don't want to talk about that.
Well, there is a lot to talk about in that regard. I know a lot of people are tapping in, hoping for some breaking news to come your way regarding the Sacramento Kings. Here's what we could tell you. We think a deal is getting done. We think a deal is getting done relatively soon. It's I was able to listen to most of James and Kyle this morning, and James, it's the usual suspects. Like there's something there's not something cooking. There might be something cooked with Cam Johnson. They're obviously in Brooklyn. Is that a factor? Yeah, it might be. I would guess that it is. I'm not sure that that's the only thing that the Sacramento Kings are working on, and that's kind of where I have to leave it, because we got some messages this morning that are being left open for interpretation, and I don't want to do too much, but we feel like there are some things on the way. We feel like there is a very high probability that one or more of the names that we have discussed over the last handful of weeks, hell, the last handful of months, may wind up as the Sacramento King. It feels like right now, my gut feels like the most likely outcome is Cam Johnson's going to wind up as Sacramento King much, much sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
The trade deadline is 1 week from Thursday. The Sacramento Kings are in Brooklyn right now. Of course, they take the court later on tonight. The Sacramento Kings have been in Brooklyn for several days now. They got their ass kicked over the weekend. We'll talk about that. There's a lot of good to come out of that game, a lot of frustration to come out of that game, a lot of aha to come out of that game. So we'll talk about all of it. But I think our opinion is the Sacramento Kings are very, very close to finalizing a trade. It's just a question of, is it for Cam Johnson? Is it for John Collins? Is it for a combination of the two of them? Is it for a combination of them and someone else around the league or someone else on those respective teams? But the Sacramento Kings, they are cooking right now.
They're working, man. They're working. And I think a lot of the times we get on the outside and we get frustrated because we don't hear anything or things don't happen. And I'm not excluding myself. I feel the same way. Like I wanted a deal weeks ago, but it didn't happen. That doesn't mean that Monty, West, the rest of the front office weren't working on stuff. And I say this all the time with trades. Like, yeah, like you may be ready to make a deal. The other team may not, So we talked about this. I think it was after the Mike Brown fire or during that streak or whatever. Hey, Brooklyn doesn't have any incentive to have to do it right now because you want to do it.
Right.
Like they can, all right, cool. That's your offer. Let's wait and see how this plays out. Let's see what other calls I get. Same with Utah or whatever. My whole thing was always, what are you going to do in the meantime? Like if you're waiting for a trade to come, you still got games to play.
Yeah.
You still got to win some games. Luckily, they were able to do that. So even right now, like you may want a trade done right now, but Brooklyn or anybody else may say, all right, that's cool. I got about a week and a half. I don't have to do anything right now. What are you going to do to make sure I don't wait a week and a half? That may be the question.
Yeah.
And that may be some of the things that's going on right now.
Monty has to get this done. Wes has to get this done. The front office has to get this done. Hell, Vivek has to get this done. I don't care how you want to frame it. Sacramento Kings need to get this deal done. We have heard a lot, especially going back to Friday, about what's happening with the organization, who they're talking to, what moves have been made, and perhaps more specifically, who's been told about some of these moves. And I'm not talking about me or James or Sean Cunningham. That's not what I'm talking. I'm not talking about Shams Charania. I'm talking about people more important than any of us. I'm talking about people who have a stake in what happens with this franchise in the future. And you can't fall on your face now. Given what you've told some of these guys, you can't fall on your face now. This can't be one of those Domantas Sabonis situations. Well, I just figured we missed out on another one. It can't be that. This isn't, I saw this brought up earlier on the Insiders. This isn't Pascal Siakam. Siakam's not due for an extension this offseason. With John Collins in the player option, you know what you're getting in that regard. And he, representation, everybody, you guys probably already know your approach to that. But this isn't it's not the OG Anunoby situation either. OG Anunoby was in a similar situation to Pascal Siakam. Not the same. Those guys have a lot of control over where they land. Different caliber players in Cam Johnson and John Collins, different caliber of players in different circumstances as well. The respective teams, they got a lot of control in this situation. Now, players can weigh in, players can have thoughts, but in the end, I hate to say it, we know the game. It doesn't matter. And this isn't a Siakam, OG Anunoby situation where it matters. They don't want to be in set. Well, you're on your way. Finish out the season. It's best in everybody's interest if you hoop. Starting to hear things that Cam likes the idea of Sacramento. I've heard it. Hearing some interesting things regarding John Collins, too. So we will sit here quietly until someone tells us what's going on. Sit here and think about Michael Jackson.
Jesus.
See, you get it.
Is that
from the office?
Right? You got it?
From The Office.
Well, of course, it's always from The Office.
What episode? Refresh my memory.
No, it was when Michael was cheating with the bartender that was married.
Oh, at the Dave and Buster's type place.
Yeah. And they were all like trying to get involved, and he was like, "I moratorium. Everybody, sit in silence.
Okay, I got you.
And think about Michael Jackson for the next 10 minutes.
No.
You don't get to do that. I get to do that because I actually watched it. Now I do remember. No.
It took me a second.
You're never getting to that episode.
Was that the last season?
I think it's Michael's last season. Or second to last season. You're never getting
total
there.
Seasons, right? And he did 6.
I think
that how that
it's
goes?
9 total seasons, and he did 7 because you had the Robert California season, and then you had the final season. I can't remember. Was Dwight the boss the whole final season? I think he was. I think Dwight was the boss
G
the whole
said
final
there's
season.
9 total seasons. He
Yeah.
did 7.
Okay, so that's right. So yeah, you have the Robert California season, and then the season where
I'm almost at the end of his whole time.
Who's?
Michael Scott.
No, you're not. You're 2 episodes into season 2.
I think it was Andy for the 9th season, and then he kind of just does.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm going to be a star thing.
You're right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, baby Wawa.
Andy sucks, bro. He stinks. Like, I hope we don't have an Andy in this building.
Oh, who is Andy Bernard in this building? Mm-hmm.
Past or present.
There was thought that Aaron is in fact not Michael Scott, but perhaps Robert California.
No.
No?
Michael Scott's cool. Like, Aaron's cool. Like, Robert California sucks.
Yeah, Robert California
had a bad night, did a bunch of played in the snow, and then shut down a branch.
He did. He did. He did.
Well, and speaking of, the final season has started.
Speaking of this guy.
The final season has started.
Of what?
Here we go. Shout out Casey. There we go. I'm proud of you.
You're
Casey.
actually you're finishing a show.
Yeah, man. The
Good for
final
you.
season has started.
Final
And it's
season of
getting
Snowfall.
wonky.
Oh, I cannot wait for you to finish the last episode.
So one of the bad things about this is, you're on Twitter. Like I see what happens to Saint. I don't know how he gets there, but I see what happens. At least I think I do.
What do you think happens?
He becomes an addict. Or
Okay.
that could be
Well,
just
well.
like a
Hey, fall back.
a montage or
Everybody
a memory montage
fall back.
or whatever.
Everybody fall back. That's important. I can't wait for this. I cannot wait for this.
We got
There's no games this weekend. There's no football games this weekend. Burn through this.
Hey, what are you gonna watch the Pro Bowl?
All
that's
right,
the only
forget
place
it.
I can see the Niners. But yeah, I don't want to put a date on it, but it might be this weekend. It might be this weekend.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, yeah, everybody in the chat, fall back. Let the man live. Everybody in the chat, fall back. Let the man live. We will. I truthfully don't know what we're gonna do when we get back. I have thoughts on. I mean, the Super Bowl is set.
We're gonna sit here and wait,
and we just might do that. Either way, come back with us.
Wait and think about Michael Jackson.
Okay.
Right? Remember that one? Remember that
You know
one?
what, Casey? Yeah, good one.
Get him out of here. That was good. That was good. Who's Kenny's character in The Office? Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Is it the black guy in the loading area? What's my man's name?
Daryl.
Daryl. Wait, said.
You could be Daryl. Why are you telling everybody you're not on Facebook, man? Everybody, why are you telling them they want to be your
He
friends?
said, hold on. That's her. That's her. I hooked up. with her.
Kenny is Daryl. All right.
Casey actually reminds me of Andy. Who's Andy?
Mm-mm. Andy punched a hole in a wall. Kenny would never. Kenny would absolutely never. I am not Stanley. Absolutely not. I'm not Stanley.
I don't think we have a Stanley
I
here.
don't know if we have a Stanley.
Might. No one's really grumpy like that.
Who's
Is
Marie?
Gavin Stanley? Maybe Gavin Stanley.
I don't really interact with Gavin too much.
Gavin could be Stanley. Cranky.
He's a little bit more what's the word I'm looking for? Excitable than Stanley.
Gavin
though.
is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's true.
We had who is Jan earlier.
Jan. Well, we labeled Stacy Jan.
Is
And that
Jan-
aged like fine wine.
is Jan the big boss?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's the head honcho.
Yeah.
Honcho.
We told Stacy to her face she was Jan.
Stacy was upset she wasn't in the video.
Who's Creed?
She was.
Do we have a Creed?
Creed. Is Creed Charlie?
Yeah, I was literally about to bring it up right now.
Creed could be Charlie.
Just because Charlie's got every story in the world he could tell you.
Charlie O.
Casey is David Wallace. That's funny.
Who the hell is David Wallace?
Who's Kevin? That's a good one. Who is Kevin? Oh, that's a good one. Kevin.
Kevin,
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't want to do that.
Text it.
Rich. Oh, we determined Rich was
Backer.
Packer. He's Todd Packer.
Might be both.
Pac-Man, wacky pack. Oh man. So this is Zabo. This is great. I told someone this the other day. I'm Charles Minor. That's the Idris Elba character.
You know what? Because when Casey's running the show, it's kind of like, all right, guys, we'll just hang out, do whatever. And then when Dame's back, it's like, nope, everyone get back in line.
No, I'm Charles Minor just because I want to use the line. Yes, I am aware of the effect I have on women. Which was by far the highlight of Idris Elba's whole run in The Office was that line.
I saw.
Yes, Charles, you needed me.
I saw Chris Haynes at the game the other day, and I was like, Chris, what's up, boy? I was like, he said, what's up, boy? He was like, hey, out here telling people you look like Morris Chestnut. What you talking about?
Man.
I said, this is what the streets are saying, man. Come on.
I was so excited we were going on after the game last night. Then I realized the whole Morris Chestnut show had to air before we went on.
Yeah, that was. I didn't think
It was
they were gonna
not
do
what I
that.
was banking
I thought
on.
that was going to be like East Coast.
Yeah. I thought that was going to us. D-Lo got that Charles Minor. Do you really want to have said this vibe when annoyed? We're again casting characters of our office in the office. Real question though from the chatty house, D-Lo, would you put money on a trade happening within the next couple of hours?
Your money or promo money?
Good weekend on Prize Picks.
Not a good weekend for your boy.
I'm gonna throw this out there. I'm gonna answer that question too. I'm gonna throw this out there though. For the time being, if you see a line on number 5 you don't like, take less. Your boy walked away with stacks because of that. I mean, mini stacks, you know, we're talking.
Oh, no, you already said it, stacks.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, stacks on
mini
Baller
racks
alert.
on racks on racks.
No.
Racks on racks on racks.
I'm going to
That's
cut that
D-Lo
and put that
song.
on the board so we can play that when Dame's always making
D-Lo
money.
song.
Prize Picks was good. I got cocky after that.
Well,
I'm gonna play multiple lineups today. Didn't go too great after that, but I would not put money on the table on a trade happening in the next couple of hours. No. Could we extend a couple of hours to 24 to 36? Yes. I would do that. I would do that.
okay.
They got Philly next on Wednesday.
Yeah.
I think a trade would be done before the Philly game.
Okay. All
That's
right.
where I'm at.
Do you this kind of answers your question a little bit too, because I think James and Kyle talked about this, where if Cam Johnson isn't a Sacramento King by the close of business tonight, then that's not going to happen. Do you? That's what they were kind of saying. Do you?
James said that?
I believe so. I kind of caught the tail end or whatever,
Okay.
but just kind of he wasn't like reporting. He was just saying,
opinion.
I feel like if it doesn't happen now, it's not going to happen.
Sure, it makes sense. They're in Brooklyn. It's 3:20 Pacific Standard Time. They got a game to play tonight. I'm gonna go no. I don't agree with that. Why, you ask? I don't know. Maybe just to be a contrarian. I have no idea. I'm gonna need the front office to get this done, because the noise is this is within the circle. This is within the King's circle.
Yeah.
Y'all have told some people some things are getting done. This needs to get finalized. They're confident. Like that is one thing over the last, dating back to Thursday night. They are really, really confident where they're at, because based on the things we've been learning over the last few days, it's not exactly a secret. Like, they're confident. So it's just get it done.
And I do feel, how do you, I'll ask you this. How do you feel when people say, because I saw earlier people were talking about, oh, I don't have any faith in Monty McNair to get anything done. Like he always sits on his hands or whatever. I don't know if that's fair. Like Monty
did trade Tyrese Halliburton. Like, that was him.
Yeah.
He did trade Tyrese Halliburton for Domantas Sabonis. You can only eat off that for so long.
He did the DeMar trade too.
He did the DeMar trade / deal. Yep, absolutely. You had to get Harrison Barnes to San Antonio in order for that to work. He deserves credit for that. DeMar has been terrific for Sacramento.
So I'm not saying he's always willing and dealing,
but he wasn't able to land Mason Plumlee.
Well,
and I think that's what people are. Know what?
Checkmate.
It's a very, things move quick, right? And they move from draft, free agency, trade deadline. Those are the circles for general managers. And so you go through the trade deadline and you're really kind of sour on what Monty did, or, more specifically, didn't do. You get to the draft and we're left at Tom's Watch Bar baffled, one, by the selection of Devin Carter, two, by the fact that nothing happened after that, which, again, you talk about loud noise, and this is why I understand Kings fans being skeptical. To be clear, the draft noise wasn't as loud as it was right now, but it was loud. And so you go, oh, nothing. So you went from the trade deadline to the draft, nothing. Then you land DeMar. All right, rough start. Monty's got to do something. Well, he did. He fired Mike Brown. Turned out to work. Okay. Oh, okay, it's not so bad. Oh, we've lost 2 in a row. Got to do something. And now the trade deadline is approaching. So you're at that next pivotal point for a general manager where the microscope on you is super, super bright. And given the fact, like, as much as we love, this Doug Christie kind of renaissance, as much as we love where this team seems to be right now, individually as a unit, we know that, and this, will be a big topic. We know we talked about this extensively on Friday. De'Aaron is hurt. There's no questions about this. Like, he is playing through injuries, and you've got guys playing a ton of minutes, and you just need like a little bit more. You don't need the Domantas Sabonis acquisition. You don't need Brandon Ingram or another player that's considered to be a star. You don't need that. You just need a couple of more able bodies who can contribute on a night-to-night basis. Guys whose stat line might take some of the question marks out of what a Keon Ellis-led second unit group can do, where maybe Trey can get you 18 one night, maybe he gets you 4 the next night. If you just split that and said this new person coming in can get me 14 every night, 12 every night, that might be enough, right? And then it was also like, maybe it's not just one. Maybe there's a couple of guys who might come in here and help this group. So the microscope it's shining bright right now on this front office, because we've seen enough to know, like, all right, are the Sacramento Kings better than what they started the season as? Absolutely. Are they good enough to get where we hope for them to be? Well, we were riding high with the "you up" tweets a couple of days ago. I mean, we peaked with the Warriors win, and then it's kind of fallen back down, and now they're at the 10th spot, just barely ahead of the Golden State Warriors. So it's not that he's done nothing. It's just, in those bright moments, something's got to happen. That's how you're going to get judged, or your team has to be white hot to where if you don't, it's no big deal.
And we live, this is the nature of the beast with how we watch the team, how we cover the team, and all this other stuff. the Kings just lost 2 games on the road against 2 good teams. Like that's what happened. It's not an indictment. It's not, well, it's about to press the button because this gets ugly. They lose another one. No, they were hoping.
And this is the nature of the Western Conference that we talked about.
Yeah.
You could drop 2 if the wrong 2 teams win 2, looks bad.
That's all it is. And this week you got a lot of teams playing against each other. Like I was looking at Phoenix. They got I think they got the Lakers and the Warriors and even the Clippers. Like they had just feasted off playing Washington. I think they might have played Charlotte or something like that. So they got their wins. Now they're coming back to the Western Conference, and some of those wins may hurt you or help you or whatever.
Denver has Chicago. Minnesota has Atlanta. Dallas has Washington. It's like the entire conference is on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Or playing the East Coast, except for that you've got the Clippers and Suns.
Yeah. So
go ahead, buddy. Get it out there. Yeah, I can't. He gave me the point, too. He's like, hey, I thought he was saying good point, dog. Hey.
That's a good point,
Hey,
too.
way to go. He was
He
was like, no, you take over. I'm about to sneeze. But the good news is my brother's got 2 more coming. So we just got to.
I think it might be a one-timer, like in hockey. One-timer.
You said that last time, and you.
Thinking about
What's a one-timer in hockey?
Where I think they just get the puck and hit it all in one motion.
Yeah, the puck is passed to you, and just you shoot it as soon as you get.
That's called a one-timer.
Oh, Ovechkin with the one-timer.
That's good hockey knowledge right here.
Yeah.
That's the
You're a hockey leader.
That's the 4th period with D'Lo and KC.
Fourth period.
What's Barry Caraway over here?
Yeah, Barry Caraway, Kenny
Melrose. There you go, Kenny Melrose over here,
and Damian Levy over here.
Hey, let's go.
Or Damian Butchigras.
Who is the one that you saw always wear the crazy stuff from Canada?
What's his name?
Or something like that?
I know exactly who you're talking about. I don't know his name right now.
I don't either. I can see him. I know exactly who you're talking about. I don't remember that guy's name.
A one-timer.
You'll be shocked to find I didn't watch it. But the Kings right now sitting at 23-22, still a game above 500, and still a game above the Golden State Warriors, who are 22-23 right now.
But I look at the Kings right now on this 6-game road trip. What I'm hoping for is 3-3. You know, that's still attainable. I looked at it as, hey, Brooklyn, Philly, Joel Embiid's already been ruled out, but Philly beat Cleveland the other night without Joel Embiid, so they still got ball players. But you know, try and take care of those 2, and then win one of the ones where you probably aren't expected to win. All that's still right there in front of them. You got to win tonight. You want to, you know, that'll settle things down a little bit for you if you can get a win tonight in Brooklyn. And try and get 3-3. It's not the craziest thing. The sky isn't falling if you went 2-4. You know, it's just a tough road trip. Like you're playing some of the best teams in the league on this trip, and then some teams that were projected to be some of the best teams, like Minnesota's in the play-in scenario. That's not a sorry team on the road. Philadelphia, same thing. I don't think Philadelphia is like great, but with Maxey and Paul George there, they got talent. And I
think Paul George is getting another X-ray too.
Paul George. Has anybody seen Paul George?
Did you catch that video yesterday?
Has anybody seen him yet? We don't know if he's gotten home yet.
It wasn't very nice. I saw someone tweet he should look a lot happier because it's the closest he's going to get to a parade. I didn't think that was very nice, but I thought I'd share that.
For those who didn't know, Paul George got caught in a Philadelphia Eagles parade, like people in the streets.
What are you doing outside at that time, Paul? That's why the Sixers are what they are right now. No awareness.
So the streets are just filled with people, thousands of people. And Paul George is trying to navigate through. He's going 1.5 miles per hour.
Well,
and it's rough.
Paul probably should have done, like he should have embraced it a little bit more.
Well,
he probably should have been a little more.
If you embrace it, I feel like they'll let you go a little.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean.
Look,
he was trying. He wasn't mad, but he did the whole, hey, he probably should have, hey, EAG or whatever. Like, move.
Well, look. I'm never gonna beat the allegations with this one, but I've had to do that one time just to get out. I got.
Oh, yeah.
I
Is that right?
I'm serious,
Okay.
man.
No, real quick. No. Can you tell us? No. What parade was this?
Now, once again, street parade, not the official.
What
Just like
parade was it?
Last night was a street
I
parade.
asked a very direct question.
It was the Lakers championship parade.
Wow.
I'm telling you.
You were driving down there?
Look, this is
I hope Jason Jones is listening.
this is
to
a real story.
No, I have no doubt. You were at the Lakers championship parade.
It wasn't. I wasn't at the Lakers.
Did you honk
championship
your horn
parade.
once?
No, I'm telling you right now, bro. Look, no, you got to hear the story. You got to hear
I'm
the story.
trying to, but you're just
So
stalling.
look, I had just moved to LA maybe 2-3 weeks before the finals.
Mm-hmm.
They play the Magic. I went to go watch the finals game in Hollywood with my cousin Shar. So we go watch the game. They win the NBA championship. So I'm going from Hollywood back to Carson. I just moved to LA. So I was like, I got to the point where it's downtown and you got the 10, the 110 and all this other stuff. And I got confused on the freeway, got on the wrong freeway. I was like, no worries. I'll just get off and then hop back on and go the right way. I get off and I was in one of the areas.
Uh-huh.
No, I was in one of the areas when I got off and they was in the streets parading. So what am I supposed to do?
Honestly, Kenny, your words fall on deaf ears at this point.
What am I supposed to do?
You're just a Laker guy. You're a Laker guy.
No, I'm not. But I
You've been
wanted
to the
live.
parade. Nick Van Exel's jersey hung
I
in your
wanted to
closet.
live. I don't know if I honked the horn, but I clapped because it was one of them areas, bro. Go. They was,
What do you mean you clapped?
Because they were all around the car, and I was like, hey, I was trying to make it out. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Damien, have you ever been to a Lakers championship parade?
Never
in
once.
your life?
Once again,
Never once.
it wasn't a Lakers championship parade. This was the streets.
Okay, did the Lakers win the championship?
Yes.
Were there people in the streets?
Yeah.
Did it appear to be a parade?
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't the
Where are
Lakers.
we? Where are we not saying the
Because you're
same
saying
thing?
it's the Lakers.
Did
like
the
one that
Lakers
goes
win a
down
champ-
Figueroa.
Did the
No,
Lak-
it wasn't that.
Did the Lakers win the championship?
Yeah, they won.
And there were a bunch of people outside.
Yeah, this was
And it resembled a
this was the
parade.
streets.
And
And
you
you
was
clapped.
outside.
And you clapped.
Bruh.
And you clapped.
Yes,
Wow.
I wanted to live.
Just
This was after-
This
this was-
thought was going on.
This was
I
after the
wasn't one
Kings
of them areas.
Kings Lakers rivalry, by the way.
all I
and
can
you
do.
clapped.
All I can do is
All right, don't clap
You-
and look like Paul George. And I
You
probably
know
wouldn't
what?
be
If
here
I'm
today.
down there, I'm not clapping. You know what? Go ahead and tip my car over. You guys all
No,
suck.
no,
Tip your
no,
car
no.
over.
No,
Hey, that's what I gotta do. If I'm in the
you don't have
NBA,
tape. You
I
don't
got
sit in
if I got
the
a booth, they're gonna tip my car over. It is what it is. That's the price I gotta pay being a
Tell
rival
me-
fan.
They gonna have you like the.
I got
the-
insurance.
They gonna have you like the gun seller,
tell me
wrapped up somewhere.
Tell me about the mean streets of Los Angeles where they're Laker parading down the street and go, hey, this guy over here didn't clap.
I know.
Get his ass.
Like I said,
Man.
I've been in those streets.
Did you roll down your
I've been in
window?
those streets. Hell no. I'm not rolling down my window around there.
Were your windows tinted?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, they weren't like 5%.
So they couldn't even see you, huh?
No, they could see because it wasn't 5%. But all right, I've been in those neighborhoods, and that's what the neighborhood I was at. So try them if you want to.
All right.
Try them if you. This wasn't Hollywood.
Yeah, no, there's
This
hey,
wasn't,
this one right here not clapping. Someone get his ass.
Get him.
Like I said, I've been in those streets.
Okay.
I was in those streets. I ain't gonna test them.
I'm sure you'd bust Michael Jordan's ass too because he's 60, so it's fine.
Well, once again,
I'm scared for my life. Almost didn't clap at the Laker parade.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's crazy, boy. This
look here.
Kenny's lived a wild life.
look, once
He's
again-
ready to beat every 60-year-old former NBA player. Nearly died at a Lakers parade. That's his love for the Los Angeles Lakers. Near death to celebrate their championship.
Once again, the chatty house and everybody was thinking about this. Don't project your sorriness onto me. Look, just because
Wow.
you guys can't play,
Oh, he's,
don't project that onto me.
Wow.
he's lashing out.
No,
It's a
I'm
real
just
heel
saying.
move right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, don't project your
It's not me.
sorriness
It's you.
on me.
Classic heel promo right here.
It's not, it's
all right.
not me. I'm
Right.
not you.
No, go ahead, Kevin Owens. Get it out. Tell us all about it.
KO.
That's all right.
Oh, damn.
KO's been
KO.
cooking lately, by the way.
That's what I mean. It's Kevin Owens over here. That's fine. That's just fine.
I'm from another culture.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, now that we got that out of the way, I don't know. Who are you rooting for tonight when the Lakers play Charlotte?
Charlotte.
Sure.
My boy LaMelo. Is
No.
this a makeup game? Didn't they? Weren't
No,
they? In
I think
LA?
those
or is
are.
This is in.
Aren't
Charlotte?
those? I think this is in Charlotte. I think the makeup games. I think we were right in our prediction. I think they're all kind of crammed around the All-Star game.
They missed 2 games. I think the Lakers did, huh?
I think the Lakers missed 2.
Spurs missed 1.
I think the Clippers missed 2. The Spurs missed 1. There was also that random one in, I think it was Atlanta.
Oh, New Orleans.
Oh, was it New Orleans? The Storm game.
Yeah, where
the Storm game
missed the game.
Okay, yeah. So that one's got to get that one's got to get made up. It's 2020 all over again. We're just making up games everywhere.
Gonna play on a Tuesday.
NFL playing on a Wednesday. Goodness gracious. Okay.
But one of the original points. So you don't. I'm with you. I don't think the deal is dead if Cam Johnson isn't a king by the end of the night.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I'd feel a whole lot better if it was.
Yeah.
I'd feel a whole lot better.
It needs to happen now. Come on. Let's close it out.
There
People
has to
going
be
home for the day.
There has to be a reason. Here's the thing that's frustrating me the most is I can't get parameters from anybody. Like I can't even get a Kevin. I got one that I think I shared with you. I got one. Nope, he's not a part of it. That's all I have. So is it agree? Like generic terms are agreed to. Like there again, there's a level of confidence within this team that something's going to get done. But we can't get anyone from multiple walks of life to tell us what does this look like.
You think the Kings have a deal, but maybe Brooklyn or whoever has a deal they're waiting on with someone else?
They can't be.
Like, hey, we'll do this deal with you if this doesn't work out. So hold on a sec.
Man, I don't.
Like, we like it, but hey, they're dangling 2 first-round picks here, whatever. I'm just making up scenarios here, but like,
I
maybe that's a
don't
scenario.
think so because the Kings would be walking a little too arrogantly if that were the case. I don't think that's the case. I'm gonna go no.
The other thing about this is that you know people have given the benefit of the doubt here with this one. The way they're moving, have they moved that way before and something not gotten done? It doesn't feel like
no. I've not. No, not
because the ones that didn't get done in the past, they weren't moving a certain way. It was
not like this.
They're kind of
not like this.
Yeah.
Not. I mean, between what some things James has heard, between some things that I've been told, not even close. Like they're moving with a lot of confidence. So
could it be just that like maybe this time the Kings have the leverage and they're kind of in the driver's seat right here and kind of deciding what they want?
It certainly could be. Maybe they want it all. Maybe it's that. Maybe they're trying to figure out how to pull off 2 deals instead of 1. Maybe they're trying to work this into 1 deal. I'm not sure. But
our guy Bryant West, he says, didn't the first Kuzma deal fall apart like that? That was LeBron.
Yeah, that wasn't the Kings.
Yeah, that was LeBron.
That was
talking to Rob, huh? Out of nowhere.
LeBron Hogan used creative control on that one.
Yeah, somebody help me with this. Russ hit LeBron, allegedly. Mm-hmm. LeBron hit Rob, allegedly. And then allegedly there was no more interest in Buddy Hield.
Yeah. Because I think it's the video where Kuzma like was told like, yo, I'm going. It wasn't Montrezl Harrell part of that one. Was that the same deal?
Montrez was like, I was ready to go to Sacramento.
The story was Montrez had called some.
Was it Rico?
They were looking at
something and was like, yo, where's a good place to look for a house? Like
Kyle Kuzma was a king for 15 minutes on D'Lo and KC.
Yeah.
Facts. Yeah.
Deuce and Mo were here.
Deuce and Mo, yeah. Deuce and Mo were here for the trade and then the death of the trade. It all happened in a single show slot where the trade is like, oh, this is happening. Like this is actually happening to like, well, it's
out
not
of nowhere. RKO out of nowhere for us. So, I mean, Yeah, that's I'm just, I guess, looking for.
To be
things
fair,
take
my
solace
connections
in.
then were a little bit different than they are now.
True.
And that one seemed to happen pretty quickly. And then, of course, it fell apart 10 times quicker.
And the whole thing is like I said, anything can happen. But these guys, they don't. It doesn't feel like this front office group just kind of throws anything out there or moves any type of way all the time. It usually results in, they're pretty confident.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty confident get something done. So I really hope this gets done at some point today, because I want these guys to start to get used to whoever it is maybe coming in and play a little bit before you get into that All-Star break. That's kind of one of the things I'm thinking about. Like, I want them to get some games under their belt, get some practices under their belt before you go into this week-long time where you're not having any games.
I want to look at the exact wording. I asked today, ? Nah, but very soon. I don't know.
No. We'll just keep listening to Dylan. Once again, we'll just
wait. Call Vivek. Just call Vivek and ask him. Let's just give Vivek on the phone. Hey, where are we with this?
Well, I tried earlier. He was running routes.
Wouldn't take. Oh, he's running routes. He's getting ready for the Super Bowl. He's going to be in New Orleans.
Ready for the Super Bowl.
Just in case he's needed.
It's impossible to be on a beach and not run a route or two, bro. Like, just call it what it is.
You just got to make sure your feet can cut in the sand, man.
Tat.
All right, we'll come back. We will continue to cover this developing story regarding the Sacramento Kings and their moves, and I'd like to dive in a little bit into Super Bowl 59 for a variety of different reasons. Salute to the Philadelphia Eagles. I think what they are doing is getting a little swept under the rug because of what Kansas City is doing. And we are living in the Patrick Mahomes era, that is for sure. We'll come back much more ahead. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Okay.
Saquon's made himself like undisputed best running back in the league, right? It's not like Derrick Henry anymore or anything like that. Was CMC at one point.
Yeah, right now he's got that belt for sure. I was thinking about that because Saquon is just the truth, but it is less than 12 months since we were saying CMC is just
Saquon's
just world. Saquon,
I always bring up this guy. Saquon looks like Adrian Peterson right now. He's just physical, fast. You can't stop him right now any way. There's no stopping him right now. Whatever game plan.
Saquon physically is just he's in a, like you mentioned a little bit. He's just in another world right now. He's going crazy.
Did you click on that website Kamara sent us to?
Oh, nice.
That shit is $100 a bottle.
Oh,
Kamara move different than we do, man. My goodness. Peach smoke, $90. I mean, I'm all good for a beauty routine, but shit. Man. Damn. Can I just stick with my Palmer's cocoa butter?
One time
it's got a luxury life trunk collection for $750.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Luckily, man, I'm not really there yet. I remember one time I used Omi, something like that, and I got it like burned me. I remember I had like a burn mark on the side of my
What did
head.
Kamara say to us? What did he say? I bought these scented body creams the other day. Creams, plural. So, okay. It supposedly smells amazing, especially paired with expensive fragrances. I don't want to gatekeep all the sauce. All right, bro. All right, Kamara. You might need to
appreciate you there, bro. We do appreciate
you might need to lock this shit up, though, because I'm curious. This one's called Intimate Dessert.
Oh,
That's what it's called.
okay. Okay.
Man. Like, what do you even do with this? Oh, here are the scent notes. Oh, it's like a wine, caramel, Egyptian jasmine, pink pepper, and a word I could Pacioli? You know what that is? You got anything that smells like vanilla, dog? Like lavender and saffron. This is true rich people
I'm about
stuff.
to say that's that rich smell.
Yeah,
That's what that is.
If I bought this and put it on and at least 7 people didn't walk up to me and go, "You smell rich," I would be really upset. The sweet, warm indulgence of vanilla entwined with the smoky depths of tobacco.
Jeez.
Walking around smelling like a vanilla cigarette? All right, man. Oh, come on, man.
Smelling like a vanilla cigarette is crazy.
Oh, man. I love Kamara. My man is wired different.
That's what happens when you have rich friends, man.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320. TC, what's happening, baby?
What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC? What's up, baby?
What's up with the homies? Hey, man, something is going down. I don't know what it is, D-Lo, KC, but I like the energy by everybody. You two, James, Kyle, Jesse in the back. Like
All the other
energy
shows
is
you
tight,
listen
bro.
to?
Listen,
Huh?
look at D-Lo.
Yep.
D-Lo acting up. No, I'm talking about my brothers right here. I ain't worried about all that. Your boy don't even answer the phone over there. Your boy don't like me so much.
Oh, man.
It's one of them days.
Hey, we got you, bro.
Man, hey, you ain't got to worry about that over here.
We
man.
got you, bro.
Nah, it's good. It's hey, I don't even be tripping. I've been told y'all that from day one. I don't be tripping. I just be doing me.
That's it. That's all you can do, TC. Just do you.
Yeah, that's it. But listen, something's finna shake, and I feel it, and I'm gonna be happy when it do, y'all. But something to shake. Hey, Kings fans, grab your hard hat, grab your belt, grab your drink, whatever you want to do, but get ready because fireworks finna happen. I love y'all, bro. Thank you.
Okay. All right, man.
Remember, write that down. Write that down. Hard hat, belt, and a drink for the fireworks.
Why?
He mean like a worker belt, so it's got like tools in it, and then a drink.
And a drink.
So we're not going to work. We're going.
We're getting off work. We're partying.
We're partying, but we got to have the hard hat.
Yeah, because we just
with
had
the
a hard day
workers'
of work.
belts on.
Exactly.
Okay.
You know what? I'm wearing a 4th of July next year.
Let's go. A hard hat, a belt, and a little drink.
We're gonna be looking like Kevin Durant at the Chase Center. That's
Oh man.
Out there in some basketball shorts.
Dr. David found a picture of KC at the parade.
Hey man, hey,
Just
let
out
me
there.
see. Hold on.
No, it's out there. Yeah, KC out there with all of his brothers in purple and gold, just out there in them streets.
Nope,
Wow.
that's not the parade I was at, and the sun was not up.
Well, I guess this was a different Laker parade that you were
The
at.
sun was not up.
How many Laker parades have you been to? Just the two?
Haven't been to any Laker parades. I went to the streets, getting into the streets. That's what I went into. I was out when I worked downtown. I was there for the Kings, the LA Kings parade.
Kenny said that like he like grabbed a TV like while they were out. No, it's the streets getting into the streets. It's just,
He's getting in the streets. I didn't grab a TV. I didn't get out that car.
Well, no, because he was too busy. He couldn't.
I didn't get out that
hold
car.
nothing. He was
We
like,
did it.
"Hey,
We did it, guys."
Man,
I didn't get out that
what a
car,
journey
boy.
it's been, right, guys?
Question.
Huh?
Question. Did it mean more to you when you were at that parade or when you received your championship ring from the Golden State Warriors?
Great question. That's a good question.
Well, I mean,
Very good.
Championship ring with the Warriors. I mean, at the time, it was a first class organization. You know, we had business that we were taking care of. And that's what it was. At the time. I was helping the kids. You know, and it was all good. This Laker thing was a complete accident, and I'm just glad I got out of there.
Safe, of course.
Yeah, I'm just glad I got out of it. Well, I don't think they were hopping on some cars. I don't know if they were hopping on any of the moving cars or like maybe it was their own car or something.
I was worried about Paul George for that. Like, what if they started jumping on his car and all that?
Yeah, that's a real concern. That's a real concern.
I was lucky, like, Paul, like, cheer up a little bit. Well, imagine if they jumped on his car, though.
I'm just all jokes aside. Paul was just trying to get out of here.
Yeah,
because I get me the hell out of here. I don't know these people. They had
should have told me trying to get to practice.
They had a lot of people out there.
Yeah, they was out. Hey, it's I know everyone's talking about 2 in the last handful of years. This is their 3rd Super Bowl since what, 17? Yeah. Was it the 17-18 season or the 16-17 season? Either way,
I think 7 years ago is when they won last.
Yeah, like that's 3 Super Bowls, and that's really impressive.
2 different coaches too.
Yeah,
that's a tough flight franchise. Right
yeah, now. I think that 3rd trip that they won got kind of buried. I don't consider 7 years ago that long ago. You talk about 3 times in the last 10 years, in less than 10 years. That's a big deal.
Yeah. I mean, they got the blueprint too. Like they always build well in the trenches, decent running, like always good. Like Saquon is the best right now, but they always have a solid running back. Jalen's been good, solid receivers. Like they're just solid everywhere.
Yeah, they've done a great job. Howie Roseman, right?
Yeah,
he's done a great job building that team, and building it for. Certain level of sustainability. One of those things I always talk about, like with the Niners, like the Eagles aren't Super Bowl contenders every single year, but they're in the mix every year. They don't just fall out or close to every year, and that's what you want. You want something like what the Eagles have or the Steelers typically have. Now, obviously Kansas City, but even Buffalo and Baltimore. Baltimore has been in the mix for a long time now, and that's. I don't want to say that's all you can ask for as a franchise, but it kind of is like, yeah, just let's have a chance every year.
Baltimore and Buffalo are living in the unfortunate world of nothing we do matters except beating that one guy.
Probably didn't change too many minds this playoff run.
Yeah.
If you thought whatever you thought about him.
Yeah, it's
Josh was tough.
Josh, I forgot brother's name. Should he have made that catch? Yeah,
Don Kincaid. Yeah, there's an angle where it's kind of like from the center or whatever. And it's like, bro, all you had to do was play center field on this. There was no one in front of you.
It was underthrown, obviously, because he was being pressured. It hung in the air for a long time. So,
but it got there.
Yeah,
it got there though.
It's always. He should have made the catch. Like he's an NFL player. That if you ask him, he feels that way, for sure. But there's a lot of things going on. Like he was moving in a certain direction, located the football, had to come back to it.
Yep,
dove a little bit. I mean, a lot of things can happen in that situation. There's 5 guys around him, so he should have made the catch. But I'm sure there was a few more factors in there than we give credit for in that situation. But
Jesse, we got that play right there. Is that what that is? Yeah. So here, we're watching it on the stream. That's a hell of a. Oh man,
that's the word. The season he's by himself.
He was.
It moves a little bit. Ball does move a little bit.
Yeah, and that's part of
a camera thing, but like he's got to.
Yeah, no, it looks because it's kind of flailing.
Right.
It's not like, oh, what a throw by Josh Allen. It's the ball's just kind of like
going
flailing in the air.
Then he
threw a curveball. Josh Allen threw a curveball.
That looked like a slider. Late break.
Yeah.
So, but it is, you got to make the catch. But it's
a tough play, but you needed to win the game on the drive before that. Or no, that was the 4th down, right? Never mind. I'm getting mistaken. Yeah.
Well, you could have, like you get that first down.
I felt like they were kind of like they felt the pressure that on that drive. I felt like I didn't like their play calls. I didn't like the screen on 3rd and 10. That to me told me, all right, I'm just gonna try for 4th down. We're not even trying on this for this first down right here.
I didn't like that. I didn't like the tush pushes. Like as much as I hate the play, the Eagles have perfected that play. It's not just every time everybody can do that play. And there was I think they got stopped on a 3rd down earlier. Maybe it was that drive before. It was the same drive. Whatever, when he dove over, I think they got stopped on the third down before that. And they went right back to it. And I was like, oh.
Well, they said it during the game. It was like, yeah, the Chiefs know Josh Allen loves to go over the left guard on this play, so they're just ready every time.
Well, that reminds me of the damn 2-point conversion call. Like, that was one of the worst plays ever. That was the one where they I don't know if it was a sneak or what, but he, like you said, he just tried to run right up the back of the left guard.
Yeah.
And went nowhere.
Yeah, I think that's where they started calling it out, right? It was like they were prepared for that every time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and then I think the next one they like tried to switch, and it was a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
But the game wasn't about Buffalo. It sucks for Buffalo, like you talked about. And the whole point of this conversation was the Eagles are doing something pretty amazing, and it's getting undercut, so to speak, by a team that's doing something incredible. Obviously, they have a chance to do something we have never seen. And, there was a lot of talk yesterday about living in the Patrick Mahomes era. Like, that is the era that we live in. This is Patrick Mahomes' league. And unlike LeBron, unlike Jordan, Elway, any other great player that you can think of, with the exception of one very notable one, he didn't grow into it. He came into the league and was dominant and immediately started winning. Brady came into the league, wasn't necessarily dominant, but immediately started winning, and the domination followed. Like, what Patrick Mahomes is doing right now is very literally one of a kind. He was a couple of years into his career before the talk of the potential greatest we've ever seen conversation started. And he has not failed that message one time in his NFL career.
No. What they're embarking on, I was listening to something last night where they're saying they're embarking on being the greatest team when you talk about collection of years with a dynasty of all time. You can maybe already make the argument that they're there, but if they get this three-peat, I mean, it separates them from all the other great dynasties ever, the 70s Steelers, the 80s, 90s Niners, the 90s Cowboys, the Patriots, all these other ones. Like, they'll be able to have something on them that those other ones don't have. And we are witnessing history not only from that team, but like you mentioned, from Patrick Mahomes. Hadn't seen anything like him, and may never see anything like him again. It truly is. It's special to watch, man. It really is.
You have to be perfect to beat this football team. Like, they execute fully 100%, and unless you're going to be perfect, like, it's not going to work out for you, it seems.
Yeah, they've got the best quarterback and the best coach and the best defensive coordinator.
Yeah,
that's crazy. And then you got some of the best defensive players on the squad too. That defense is fantastic. So yeah, they're not unbeatable, but you gotta have your A game. You have to have your A game when you play them. Else you're either gonna get blown out or you're just gonna come up short. I do think the story, like the Super Bowl's in 2 weeks, and the greatness of the Chiefs and what the Eagles are doing, we'll talk about it. Much like last week, the story was Baltimore coming up short again. I think the story today is Buffalo, and it's just, man, I was a little dismissive of the Buffalo Bills going into this game yesterday. I was so impressed during that game with how they played. So impressed. I mean, they were out there fighting, scratching and clawing, and digging deep to try and pull out this victory. And they almost had it. And it's little plays, one play here or there, that they just weren't able to overcome the Kansas City Chiefs. And if I was a Bills fan right now, I mean, I'd probably be sitting there like, we can't beat this guy. We can't beat this coach.
Sorry, the Heat have suspended Jimmy Butler indefinitely. He was due to return tonight. He's just suspended.
Or just make the trade, Pat.
This is the worst pissing contest ever.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
What are we holding out for at this point?
Is it them?
The Heat?
Yeah.
I think so.
What do you think they're waiting for?
Like just
Like maybe they're just trying to make a point.
that, but also like they're gonna get what they want, I guess. Like Jimmy, you're not gonna get over on Pat Riley here.
I think that's what it is. Like this might
Yeah.
not have anything to do with Phoenix or anyone else. It's Brett. We don't care. We'll just suspend him.
Yeah, I think if
We have enough ammunition at this point between missed flights, practices, whatever. We have enough ammunition to do this, and then we'll just fight it out through the.
I mean, it could be
Players
something as
Association.
nefarious as that, or like, no, I don't want you playing, like, because I want you gone. I don't want you hurt. I don't want anything.
But then trade him at this point. There's
But
got to
you
be
can't.
deals.
But you can't suspend it. You suspend it. He loses money if you suspend him. If that's the case, you can't suspend him. You can just sit him. You could release a statement. Jimmy Butler is not playing tonight. You could do that, but you can't if that's the idea. You can't suspend him because that takes his money.
I don't have that much of a problem with that anyway. Jimmy was being a jackass last week.
Well,
when he
here
was
it
on
is
the
right
court.
here. Jimmy Butler walked out of Heat shoot around this morning after being informed that the team is planning not to start him.
Yeah, he's been a jackass. Wearing the Phoenix Suns shoes the other day, the hair. He's been a jackass the entire time. I don't have any problem with Miami suspending him. The pissing contest has been with Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but I feel like at this point, if you're the Heat, you're better off just ridding yourself of this and kind of moving forward now.
And I agree with you.
But that's
we
what
don't
I think.
know who's holding it up. It could be Chicago, not one Bradley Beal. You know what I'm saying? Like Miami might be kind of ready to make the deal, but Chicago's like, I don't know. Or I saw something today that I didn't know. They said Zach LaVine has a tray kicker.
That's not unusual. Like
No,
Harrison
it's not.
had one.
It's not unusual, but
Yeah.
I'm sure they knew, even though I wasn't aware of it. I'm sure they knew, but that could be holding up some.
He can
stuff
waive
like-
it too.
True.
Like if it's a move that he wants to make, most people will take the Miami move.
Mhm.
He'll waive it.
Mhm.
I think Harrison waived his.
Mm.
But I don't know.
So yeah, Jimmy is, and this is disappointing because I like Jimmy Butler a lot, but
Are you sure?
I do.
Okay, I was.
I do.
asking
I don't like.
broadcast
I
journalists,
don't.
get mad
I
at
don't
me.
like when he behaves like this. I didn't like when he did it.
Well,
in
that
Minnesota.
happens a lot, sir.
Yeah, I didn't like when he did it in Minnesota,
That happens.
and now
a
he's
lot.
doing it again.
Mm-hmm.
And that's I don't like that from Jimmy. Any other time when Jimmy's in a good mood, I really like him. But I guess when he gets in these little modes,
Which is literally at the end of every tenure he's ever had, except maybe Chicago.
Philly.
Did anything go wrong in Chicago?
I think Chicago did kind of.
Yeah, I guess nothing went
Trip
wrong in
out.
Philly.
I think he did have some issues in Chicago at the end.
Okay.
I don't know if they were as public as the other ones, but yeah.
Well, Minnesota was public,
Mhm.
and obviously this situation here is very public. Jimmy Butler suspended indefinitely by the Miami Heat after walking out of shoot-around this morning after being informed he would not start. Haywood Highsmith played well against the
He did
Kings, if I
play well
remember
against the
correctly.
Kings, yeah.
He will start instead.
Hmm.
So there you have it.
Mm-mm-mm.
How does this affect Cam Johnson to the Sacramento Kings? That's the real question.
That is the real question. That's the only thing that matters here.
We'll continue to follow this. I don't agree with you though.
About the story being the Bills.
Yeah, the story's not the Bills. It's just the Bills again. Like the story's Kansas City. Whether it's the Bills, whether it's the Ravens, it's the same outcome year after year after year. It's tough for the Bills because that's 4 out of 5.
And if you're the Bills,
And that's
too,
crazy.
you're probably running back with Sean McDermott again. Like it's just lost last minute in the AFC Championship game. Like
Yeah, you know, I drew the correlation. LeBron got 60-win coaches fired because you can't beat LeBron James. You can't beat Patrick Mahomes. And it's worse because you have Andy Reid there too. Andy Reid was already a phenomenal coach going into his time with Kansas City. He's done nothing but cement what was already a Hall of Fame career since being the head coach for Patrick Mahomes. It's a match made in heaven for those without a, affiliated interest. It's a nightmare for Bills fans, 49er fans. I mean, it's slightly amusing to me to think this dude really the Chiefs will have, if they wind up winning this, they would have beaten the Eagles twice and the 49ers twice.
Mhm.
And then the one guy that got Patrick Mahomes in a championship game loses the Super Bowl. He doesn't even have the ultimate, it was me, pal. No, he lost too. He just lost the game later than everybody else did.
Yeah.
It's kind of storybook. The only guy that's gotten Patrick Mahomes like truly is the GOAT, like Tom Brady.
Mhm.
That's the one who's
Right.
That's the only one who's gotten
Yeah.
Patrick.
So I agree, like them winning is part, but it's part of it. Like there's a reason we always talked about Peyton Brady and how Peyton couldn't. Will we always see that the AFC Championship game in the snow where he throws a pick to Ty Law? Like they play that all the time because that's part of that story. And Josh Allen not being able to beat Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson not being able to beat Patrick Mahomes. I think that's part of.
It's part of the story for sure.
It's those two guys specifically. If the Chiefs would have beat Bo Nix, it'd just be the Chiefs won. But it's the fact that Buffalo lost again to this guy. That's part of it.
I guess I don't see it that way because I don't think Buffalo was hands down better than Kansas City. Like if this was a 9-8 Kansas City team that just got there and the Bills were, 14-3 and that's how it went down. Yeah, you might be right. But these two teams were pretty.
The moment was there for them. It was all like right there for the Bills. Like, oh, like now is your moment. Now, like it's this drive right here. Now you can beat the Chiefs. Now you get over the hump. And it's just, you couldn't do it again. Like, it's just like, that was your chance to take Goliath down, I guess.
Or the Chiefs and Mahomes did it again. And I guess it's all framing, right? Because I never for 1 second thought the story today was Buffalo. I did not. Like when we started Sports Sunday yesterday, we talked for 10 minutes about the Chiefs or whatever it was, 10 minutes about the Chiefs and Mahomes. Not about, other than, hey, it was a good run from Josh Allen. It's tough for Josh Allen. I brought up Lamar too. It's tough for those guys. You have to beat one guy. Your career is being measured on beating one player and one team right now, and neither of you can do it. If Josh Allen wins the MVP, he won the MVP because of what he did in the regular season against Kansas City. Because there was finally that, he did it. Josh did it. Okay, this is the momentum the Buffalo Bills need. Now, all those votes have already been cast, and it doesn't matter. But if he wins the MVP, that run against the Kansas City Chiefs is going to be a big reason why he did it. And in the end, when it's time to go to the Super Bowl, it's Patrick Mahomes that gets the job done.
Yeah.
Or Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City that get the job done.
Yeah, I'd be sick if I was a Bills fan.
Absolutely.
I mean, I've been as a Niners fan. It's like, man,
Absolutely.
This guy again. At some point, one of these guys are gonna beat him, and yeah, I want to see what that looks like. I want to see how that plays out because, at some point it's gonna happen, but it didn't happen last night. I thought that was a great game, though.
It was incredible. Game. Yeah, it was everything you'd want it to be.
I thought Buffalo was going to do it too. And going into the game, I said they didn't have a chance. I was like, what's different? Like from last year, they're going to lose again. And then somewhere around the second half, when I think they scored a touchdown, maybe to take the lead, but James Cook went off for like a 38-yard run or something like that. I was like, oh, it just felt different. It looked different. You see that Bills sideline. You hear the energy in there. I was like, oh, I tweeted out, it's something like Rocky when Drago started bleeding. It was like, no, you can get him.
He's human, Rock.
It's like you can get him. And I thought they were going to win. I thought they were going to win that game sometime in the second half, and to come up short again, man, just brutal.
Hell of a game, man. Lived up to the hype.
Philly is getting swept under the rug in this one too, and I think they're getting but just they're not really getting much of a chance. I think.
Well, you know what I think part of the problem for I think their accomplishments are getting swept under the radar, but part of that is Patrick Mahomes continues to be the story in the league. But the other part is I think Washington kind of overachieved a little bit, and Jaden didn't. To be clear, I don't think Jaden overachieved at all. I think he's got a hell of a career ahead of him. But I do think the football team as a whole overachieved, and there was kind of a component. It was like, oh, all right, there's 3 teams here that we think can win the Super Bowl. I don't know about Washington though. Philadelphia has looked like it took me close to half a season to get on board with what was really happening with Philadelphia. They too have been a good football team for a lot like Buffalo for a handful of years now. And I think that that you had the Mahomes, Allen, marquee Clash of the Titans matchup, and then you had Philadelphia, who's been a top tier NFC football team for 3-4 years now. And then, this is a really good story. This would be amazing. This is the stuff, like, we could tell this story all week, but in the end, they're probably not nearly as good as Philadelphia is. And that's ultimately what happened. Like, the story is probably hurting the love that Philadelphia really does deserve for being back in the Super Bowl.
And the game wasn't good enough.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The literal, like, it wasn't close.
No, that's what I
They
mean.
handled their business though. Like they showed what Washington was, I guess. Like Philly, they
did their job.
They're
They've
getting
done
caught
their
up in
job
the
this
story,
whole
like you
postseason.
said, but like Philly's been the best team in football probably for about 3 months now.
Yeah, they did their job.
Yeah, but you lead the story. You lead Sports Center with the Chiefs Bills highlights.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those are the teams. And,
Yep.
And we'll get to Philly.
Yeah.
No, not on them, but that's
no, but
I can tell.
right.
All I'm saying is I don't think people are really giving Philly a chance in this one.
No, I think
I don't think that's true.
I think people are just expecting Mahomes to get his 3rd now.
I'm not picking them.
You're not picking Philly?
Yeah.
Yeah. So one thing that I really liked about Philly going into last night's game was Philadelphia. Saquon in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
Not that Saquon can't tear up the Superdome. He absolutely can, or the Mercedes-Benz Dome. But is it still the Mercedes-Benz Dome?
It's the Caesars Superdome.
That's so weird because the logo used to be at the very top of the joint. Is there what is Little Caesars up there now? What is up there?
Caesars Palace.
Caesars Palace.
Yeah.
Is that at the top?
No, I don't think so.
Is it just blank?
At the top of the Superdome? Like,
yeah, because they used to have the big giant
like
Mercedes-Benz logo.
That's gone.
On the outside?
It says
no,
Caesars
on the
Superdome.
top. Like when you did the aerial shot, it was the
That's
big
what I'm saying,
Mercedes.
on the outside. Like,
Yes, on the outside.
I don't think they ever had the Mercedes on there. It was on the
Oh
inside,
no, they
for sure.
absolutely did. On the very top of the Superdome, they absolutely had the logo up there.
Yeah,
we
they
got a
don't
new
anymore,
Mandela effect going on too. I'll tell you about that when we come back.
Okay. What'd you say, Jesse?
No, they just have Caesars. We got to go to break too.
Okay, let's go to break then. Producer says we got to go to break. Go to break.
I was going to get into another point. It's already 14 minutes down there.
I think we got another free pick. Yeah, Patrick Mahomes, half a yard. I missed the Saquon more, but I think. Oh, you know who helped me get paid was a boy Malik. Yeah, Malik. Malik got us paid. Tell them all, call me a fool. Do prize picks here.
For sure.
Oh, that would have been my 5 for 5 high times if DeMar hit that. DeMar finished at 18.5. Or he finished at 18. He was at 20.5, excuse me.
Remind me to mention that.
Hey, Cam, we got great ankle specialists out here in Sacramento.
We got you. We got you, bro.
De'Aaron's ankle healed with a trade. Bet you ain't got that in Brooklyn, do you? Or maybe you do.
In this case, it'll be trade me.
Mm-hmm.
Don't trade for somebody.
Nine 916-909-1320. If you want to be a part of any of the conversations we've got jumping off today, James Ham going to join us in the final hour of the show. And 3 WNBA teams made a trade before the Sacramento Kings did. And man, this was a seismic one.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that as the day progresses as well.
Prize Picks at it again. They've got a big game free pick in. The free picks are always free picks, but this is even
the
more
ultimate
than a
free pick. Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes, half a passing yard is all you need to get that one, and they got you for the big game, man. So make sure you set your lineup for the big game, or you can you can combine that with a NBA game. I did that over the weekend. I had my Jaden Daniels with the beam money, and it didn't work out the way I wanted to, but I'll do it again once the big game comes around. Go to Prize Picks, download the app, put in the promo code KIFM, and you get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. You don't have to win or anything. Just put in the promo code KIFM, and instantly you get $50 with your first $5 lineup. Must be present in certain states. Prize Picks, run your game. Visit prizepicks.com for more details. Did you hear there was like some controversy on Saturday? Did you see what happened?
For Prize Picks? No.
Not just Prize Picks, but DeMar DeRozan's rebounds were an issue. I think it was 4.5.
Okay.
Maybe 3.5. It was 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
He got, I think, 5 at one point.
Okay.
And the NBA took 2 away, and said they were team rebounds because they had gotten tipped, and then he corralled it.
Huh.
I would have been high. I might have lost on that. I don't know. My lineup might have lost on that one because I had a points and rebounds combo for DeMar, and it was 21, and he got 18. I mean, the math would tell you 2 more rebounds doesn't get me there, but I don't know if they took 2 away from me. But yeah, that was the big controversy on Saturday night for a lot of people. He had gotten the rebounds, and the NBA said, nope, these are team rebounds.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at De'Aaron's plays for tonight. They got him red demon style at 24.5. That's the demon though, so you can't go. They even got a darker demon at 28.5.
Ooh.
That seems crazy to me. They have his line at 23. So they have the points, rebounds, assists combo at 33.5.
Mhm.
I'd ride the less.
Mhm.
I would take at least one De'Aaron less every game, whichever one you're comfortable, even if it's not points, because I don't think my man's going to be out there rebounding along with everything else that he does with his hands being in the shape that he is in.
Yeah.
I'm not going to call it a free play, far from that, but I might play one of those.
Yeah, I'm still looking at De'Aaron for him to kick out of this just a little bit. This would be the type of game where something like that would happen. But yeah, I got my eye on it. One thing that's like really cooking right now, and once again, not going to call it a free play, but Malik made threes. Boy, I'm having a good time with that.
Yeah.
Although I don't think I got it the other day. Surprisingly, that was like one of the first times in a while that I didn't. Oh, I didn't even play it.
I took the Malik points.
Oh yeah, you was cooking.
Yeah, I took them. I should have won twice because of that.
He was cooking.
Man, at 31.
Yeah. So, yeah. Here's the thing with De'Aaron. He's gutting it out. He is. He's playing tough. This guy's tougher than a $2 steak with the hands and everything. But it is what it is. You are hurt, but you're going out there to play. And I want to see him play better. I'm not going to say you need to play better. I'm not going to necessarily put that on you, but like, you got to hit some shots. Got to hit some shots out here, man. We got to play, and De'Aaron knows that. I don't think De'Aaron is out there saying, "Hey, it's okay if I don't play well or I don't shoot well because my hands are hurt." Like, no, he's out there expecting good things from himself. But that's the way I'm looking at it. Like, we got to get some good gameplay going on here, and I think that starts tonight. I'll have the beam money ready, but I think he plays a good game tonight offensively.
He could play a good game tonight and just be 7 of 10. You know, be something more modest in terms of point totals. I think what's jarring everybody is that it's like 5 of 25. You know, he's getting a lot of shots up. He's shooting, and he absolutely will not. And I was hard on De'Aaron after the Detroit game after Mike Brown was fired, but like, he's tough. Like, I hate that he seemingly has to year after year. It feels like we're always wondering whether De'Aaron is playing through something, but the fact that he is, says something about his desire for this team to win basketball games. Someone asked us in the chatty house earlier, I saved it. Where are you, Brando? Would you guys think about Fox sitting these next 2 games? Hey, salute, man. We discussed this in depthly on Friday when we got tipped off to De'Aaron dealing with this hand injury. It's not going to do anything. It's absolutely not going to matter. Whether De'Aaron plays tonight, whether he plays versus Philadelphia, whether he takes the next 2 games off or the next 2 games off or the next week off, it's not going to matter. He's going to have to take substantial time off for his offhand to get better. And then the shooting hand, the finger thing that I think he hurt like on the first day of training camp isn't getting better until he has it fixed. Yeah. They're going to have to re-break it, set it, and let him like sit. Like he can't do anything. Yeah. That's not something that it appears he's even remotely entertaining doing during this season. So 2 games off, doesn't matter. De'Aaron is quick to tell you, my finger was pointing the wrong direction when I scored 60. Scored 49 the next night. De'Aaron's just toughing it out and playing through it. The injury on the offhand is a little heightened because Nikola Jokic swiped down at it a couple of nights ago, and obviously he's just gotten through it.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that whether there's some pain going on, I'm sure there is, but like at some point you don't feel the pain as much anymore, and you just go out there and play. And I feel like whatever happened on Monday re-aggravated it. So now it's reset. Like you're feeling it for the next like 5 to 7 days. Right. And if you can get through that without it getting hit again or getting tweaked again, then you can get back to the point where it's a little uncomfortable. I got to wear this tape. I can't grip the ball the way I want to, but now I'm used to how I want to shoot pain-free for the most part. I'm thinking that's what's going on with De'Aaron. And hopefully we get to that point because he's like I said, he's got to start playing some better basketball. You know, I think he's capable of it. I do think it's going to happen tonight where he's going to have an efficient night and get those point totals up. But I want to get back to the point where, you know, he's hitting that mid-range or, you know, he feels a little bit more comfortable going to the basket and finishing around the rim. I think we're on the precipice of that, but like to see it tonight. Need a win tonight, man. You got to win.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope so. I think this is just going to be a tough stretch for our man De'Aaron, man. And again, I know I was tough on him, but he's tough.
Yeah.
He's as tough as they come. You want to see the Sacramento Kings when they return to Sacramento? It's still a ways away. It's actually a week from Wednesday. They'll take on the Orlando Magic. Head over to ESPN1320.com right now and enter to win. That easy. Just go to ESPN1320.com. You'll see the Kings logo right there and enter to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see Orlando and the Kings February 5th. Casey and I will both be at that game. It is HBCU night.
Yeah.
Casey and I will both be at that game early. We'll both be at that game late. If you've ever seen me after a game, you're going to see me after a game on February 5th. So, again, head over to ESPN1320.com and register right now for your chance to win those tickets to see the Kings and Orlando on February 5th.
Orlando. I was looking at the standings the other day.
I saw Paolo was on Legends.
Saw that too.
Paolo was on Legends with old crazy dude. Was it Isaiah
Stewart?
Yeah.
Let him know about himself real quick.
Yeah. Well, that's tough.
But Orlando, I was looking at the standings. They've we applaud them for continuing to play well with some of the injuries that they've had, but kind of hit a little bit of a slide. You know, they're out of the top 6. I think they're 7 or 8 right now. And last time I checked, that this was the other day, they were game over 500. Only a game over 500. So that's they're coming to the Golden One Center. And you know how it is with that first game back home from a road trip.
Well, that's tough. It's tough. You know, it can be that last game of a road trip and the first game. It's just built-in losses, man. Just built-in losses. I truthfully don't know how any NBA team survives.
I don't know how it happens.
But Orlando sitting at 24-23, Kings at 23-22. That's at this exact moment. These two teams will not be playing until a week from Wednesday.
You got about 4 games.
Yeah, and it starts tonight in Brooklyn. The Sacramento Kings and the Brooklyn Nets tonight, or whatever is left. I don't even know who's playing for the Brooklyn Nets tonight. I have no idea.
We got D'Angelo Russell. We got Zaire Williams.
Okay, well, I'm out.
We've got
D'Angelo Russell.
Williams.
What was D'Angelo Russell's line over on Prize Picks?
Oh, I got him in there.
What was it?
It was 16.5.
16.5?
Yeah.
You took the more?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Didn't see. I'll look again at it. Didn't see Cam Johnson on there.
No, Cam's hurt. He's out. Ankle.
I thought he might be coming back.
Nah, he's out. Come back tonight. No, sir. No, sir. So, it'd be great if he's just sitting on the Kings bench when the game starts. Oh, guys, we forgot to tell you.
Yeah, that wasn't it. Amon got traded to.
That was before the game.
But to the team,
to the Rockets.
Yeah,
yeah,
they were playing the Rockets.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, I was telling someone that story this morning. I can't. If we pull up the names, we can see who it was. But I was standing on the court with Jason. It was really early, and we saw whoever that brother was on the Rockets, because I feel like Cleveland was involved in this somehow. Like it could have been or whatever it was. But I remember he was working out. He had his Beats on, and one of the assistants came out and kind of, motioned for him to. He's like, we saw this all unfold. He was like, hey, you were traded, and he goes, for real? And he goes, yeah, I think he said the Cleveland. He goes, oh, okay. And he puts his headphones back on, and he kind of gets a couple of more shots up. He like finishes his shooting routine, and then he pulls his headphones down, and there's maybe 3 coaches out there, and he goes and shakes all their hands and walks back to the locker room. It was one of the worst things I've ever seen. I just felt so bad for the young man.
Those moments in the NBA are just so bizarre.
Oh,
I like I said, I haven't witnessed it like that, but I can just imagine, yeah, you just got traded. Like everything's different right now at this moment.
I remember that night was so weird. And I remember talking to a prominent NBA insider, and he was like, yeah, because remember, Shump was the guy, and he's like, yeah, this isn't being received very well. And as we're in the midst of a conversation, he stops me, and his phone's ringing, and he looks at his phone, and he shows me the phone, and it's damage control calling him, and it's like, oh, okay, all right, we're trying to get some messaging out there. Do what you do, Sam. Go do what you do. And yeah, that was a weird night at the Golden One Center. Weird night.
Well,
bad vibes everywhere.
Might be a weird night at the Barclays.
Would they even notice? Like, look, guys, come on, we all know what time it is.
Well, the guys they might get in return might. Oh man, damn, bro.
That's tough. Like, I don't like that's. I don't. I feel bad for NBA players in that regard. Like, I know this is what they sign up for as part of the game. I remember when Sheldon Williams got traded, he called. He was like, "Hey, I got all these." He bought these, like, I don't remember. It was dream dinners or something. Like, I can't remember what they were called, but he had like a bunch of them. He was like, "Yeah, like I can't take them. Do you want them?" So like I come over and like I'm helping him. He's like, "Yeah, you get like 5 days to like get all of your stuff and leave and get to the next city." And I was like, "Oh, sorry, bro." Like, he's in this like little apartment and just packing stuff up, headed to, I don't even remember where Sheldon got traded to. I have no idea. But
did you see? This reminds me. Did you see
Candace standing around looking disappointed? Probably excited she can get the hell out of Sacramento. Just a sign of things to come. Candace Parker.
Did you see? What's his name? Got a commercial. What's my man? Josh Johnson.
He got a commercial.
Yeah, for being on so many teams.
No, what was the commercial?
You see it, Jesse? I think it was like Cricket Wireless or something like that.
Okay.
Or Talk Wireless, but he's like, "Yeah, I'm Josh Johnson. I've been on 17 teams and da-da-da-da." And the whole thing is he keeps changing these uniforms. He's like, "But now I'm with the team that I'm going to be with for good."
You know what? Shout out Josh Johnson. You made it.
I said, "How you get a commercial?"
Career journeyman backup, third string quarterback
awesome.
got a commerral.
I said, "Look at this dude got a commercial, man. Big ups to him."
That's awesome. Oh, here it is. That's tremendous. Good for him. That's terrific.
I wonder, like,
Straight Talk
Wireless. That's what I think I said. Cricket. It was Straight Talk. Yeah.
Oh, well, okay. All right, Tyler. I see you. Hang on, Tyler. Tyler tagged us in something that I think needs to make the air. Everybody just stand by.
Usually you don't get this excited over
Well,
oh, yeah, I know.
Okay,
Play
okay,
this.
yeah.
Hey, we're on a greatest hits run right now. You know that?
Yeah, this is
Talk more, Grandpa.
yeah. No, let me shout out Tyler Jennings. Shout out to everybody who keeps us on alert what's happening out there while we're doing the show. I know someone who will appreciate this, and he's sitting directly across from me. So here we go.
I had seen this.
Well,
I don't know what's going on here.
Let's fire up the old Twitter machine, and here's Jerry Jones. Let's see here. Real quick, let me check the volume on this. Good. Let's see what Jerry Jones has to say.
Might need a hat.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes. Very low percentage.
Mhm.
There's a very
Run
low
that back again?
percentage of
Yep.
this that is smiles and glory holes.
Okay, what do you?
Very
Anybody?
low percentage. There's a very low percentage.
Anybody?
Of this,
What?
that is smiles and glory holes.
Okay. Yep.
Very low percentage.
Did you hear what he said?
Yeah.
Do you want to do your impression and repeat that?
Well,
Uh-huh.
there is a very low percentage of smiles and glory holes. Very low
I
percentage.
can't believe you actually repeated it.
It wasn't me. It was
I didn't
Jerry.
think he was going
It
to.
was
I
Jerry.
guess
No, I
it's
didn't think he
another
was.
one on KC.
Yeah, like,
No,
wow.
no, KC, I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
You did. You
that
can't,
was Jerry.
You can't mask your behavior in an impression and go, I didn't say
I
it.
didn't say that was Jerry. That's what Jerry said. You just heard him talk.
I didn't think you were.
Smiles.
I threw the flag on Jerry while the clip was running.
Smiles and glory holes.
Wow, you're
That's
really
nice.
just triple downing
That
on
wasn't
this.
Kenny.
It's a double
That
check.
wasn't Kenny.
Man,
That
you're
wasn't
out.
Kenny. It was Jerry. What are you talking about? That wasn't Kenny.
In-
You can't flag me. I didn't do it.
in the context of the question about like his reaction of how Cowboys fans make it, what does that mean?
I don't know. That's the thing. He doesn't make sense anymore. He just talks.
What
just
does
talks.
that sentence mean?
That's the second what does this mean sentence of the weekend for him. I mean, on Friday, maybe you guys can help me.
Late Friday.
Late Friday. Maybe you guys could help me. I don't
Yeah.
understand.
Yep.
Adam Schefter puts out
Yep.
the tweet that Brian Schottenheimer is the new head coach, and he says Jerry Jones tells ESPN, quote, Brian Schottenheimer
Yep.
is known as a career assistant.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't Brian no more. He is now known as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
He basically said, look what I turned this geek into. That's what he said.
Hey, he really said, you become the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, you lose your name.
I'm about to say, what do you mean he ain't Brian no more?
No
Listen,
more.
Brian, you're not a loser no more. You're the coach of my football
What are you
team.
talking about?
Brian Schottenheimer, career assistant. I wonder how he
But he
feels.
ain't Brian no more. Went to Morton's.
Bro, Jerry Jones did not give a damn about you before he needed to hire you. Yeah, Brian was just some assistant.
What kind of quote is that? Oh man! And then why would
I'd
they-
argue today's quote's a little bit wilder.
Well,
Oh, yeah,
no,
yeah.
this one
But like I
crazy.
said, he's been on a run.
It's not what smiles and glory holes.
Bro,
There's 3 stops.
That's
you
Jerry.
gotta stop.
That's what Jerry said. We played the clip 4 times.
The FCC
If
If you're
listens.
so comfortable in saying it, Google it on that work computer
I'm
right
not.
there.
I'm not. I didn't say it. I'm
You-
saying
Don't do that.
That was
That-
literally
okay.
Jerry.
Don't do that.
yeah,
That
okay.
was literally Jerry.
Okay, so
It
when
wasn't me. This
so-
is how I sound.
so when
I'm not saying
No, I
this
got
is
you.
how I sound.
so when the complaints come in, we go, no, it actually wasn't Kenny.
it was Jerry.
It was
Jones.
Jerry Jones.
Yeah, this is how I sound. Do you guys hear my voice?
Can you tell
is what I
someone
sound
to?
like. I
Can
didn't
you
say that.
Can
You
you
know
tell?
what? Hey, when we start saying some out of pocket stuff, like
Yeah.
we'll just start doing our
just
impersonations.
do it in a Shaq voice.
I don't take this lightly. There's not a lot of smiles and glory.
Shaq,
Wow.
you sick.
Wow. Wow.
If I say something out of pocket, I'll be like Hulk Hogan or Bret Hart. Damn, you can be Macho Man. It'll be our excuse.
Uh-huh.
Now you have to say it in the voice before. It doesn't work. It's not retroactive. Like if you say it in your voice and then you say, "Oh
No,
no,
yeah, you gotta say that. I'm just setting the
Okay.
parameters.
I'm, I'm just letting you. I don't want anybody to get set up the wrong way.
I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
You
I'm
can't say it
not.
in a
I'm
Jesse
not.
voice.
I'm not going to do any of this
No, you'd be like, oh, I have something to
because
say
the
about.
defense doesn't fly.
We don't know that.
That's what I'm saying. We don't know.
We've let a lot
Shoot,
fly on
I
the
hope
radio that usually
someone
doesn't.
at the Super Bowl asks. Oh, like Jerry will be at the Super Bowl. I hope someone asks Jerry, could you elaborate a little further on the smiles and what exactly you were talking
Why would
about?
he say that?
Why did he
Why-
talk
why
about
would he say
going to
that?
college? We don't know where he says any of this stuff. The guy,
What was he talking about when he said he went to Morton's? Was it the
I think
stadium?
Derrick Henry.
No, you're right. It was
yeah.
Derrick Henry. What did that have to do?
I don't know. It's like, Jerry, why didn't you have why did you say you couldn't sign Derrick Henry when you
I went
could?
to Morton's last night. And
Yeah.
it didn't matter.
I went to high school. I went to college, and
I blocked black people from getting into my high school. What'd you do?
Oh man, Jerry is. We'll talk to Trista tomorrow.
Jerry.
Let's see if she's just out because she did say she might be out. She did
Jerry
say she
Jones
wanted out.
is the most public figure to ever be outed on the wrong side of the civil rights movement.
Everyone just kind of moved on too.
He said, "Well, yeah, that might have been me. I don't remember that time, but yeah, I was at that school at that time, and that might have been me."
Paraphrasing a little bit here. Wasn't Jerry's defense? Yeah, everyone was doing it back then.
No, he said that was, 65 years ago, a curious kid just looking at these colored boys. I didn't know at the time the monumental event really that was going on, and I'm sure glad that we're a long way from that. That's what he said.
Okay, Jerry.
And that would remind me just to continue doing everything we can to not have those kinds of things happen again. Boy.
All right, man.
Boy.
Is Jerry Jones the redacted of sports?
Man.
He's Teflon.
He might be. He might be. He might be.
It's funny. Jerry's funny, and you're right. You're both right. He completely skated for this. That was 65 years ago. A curious kid keeps talking. Nobody there had any idea, frankly, what was going to take place.
What?
You didn't have all of that last 70 years of reference and all the things that were going on. So let's be clear. That was 65 years ago. Gosh, you were just a curious kid. But you sure remember what all those little white boys and girls standing around you were thinking and feeling at the time. Jerry Jones is the second greatest example of power can get you away with anything.
It's facts.
Oh, man.
And he makes himself money, and he makes everybody in the league money. They will never check that man, ever. They're just waiting patiently for him to die.
I'm on this site here of just Jerry Jones quotes.
Oh, man.
And it's one that says, "Stats are for losers. They relish in them." The stat is the score. And when you don't win that score, nothing good happens.
Huh. All right.
You get something on your
Have
mind?
the Cowboys ever had a black coach?
Not that I know.
Johnson, Switzer,
Bill
what was the other?
Parcells?
No, there's Parcells.
Parcells,
There's another
Campo,
college coach in there,
there's,
Dave Campo. Wade Phillips, Jason Garrett, who they just fired, Mike McCarthy, now Brian Schottenheimer. Those aren't the Cowboys coaches. Those are the Jerry Jones Cowboys coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Well, I'm glad Jerry has learned so much over the last 65 years, or however long it's been since that photo was taken.
Just a curious kid.
Just a curious kid. That's it. We'll come back. We could get back into the NFL. Also, the NBA MVP ladder, the NBA on .com one. Yeah, that was updated.
I was shocked.
Man,
I haven't seen it yet, so I'm gonna learn with everybody else.
All right, you'll find out when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, we got KD trash talk over at Legends.
Oh, who are you talking to?
Wizards bench. There's a lot of pressure on these free throws. Durant, ain't no pressure against y'all. He had another word in there, but
the P word. They say that
Nope.
all the time.
no.
Oh.
Was the other word they say all the time.
Either one of those
It's
two in
Paolo's
every
favorite
clip.
word.
In every clip, you get one of those two or both.
I see you, Nico. I see you, Nico. Take it on back. Saquon's birthday's on the Super Bowl. That's dope. I didn't know that.
Hey.
I once interviewed a light-skinned fella. Roddy, that's funny. That is funny. You guys already talked WWE. Is there something to talk about? I didn't even watch Saturday night's main event. I don't even know what happened there.
I only saw the two things. I saw Sean doing his thing, super kicking KO, and then
I didn't see Cody Rhodes, but I think Chatty was talking about he planted the seeds for a little heel turn coming up.
I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. That's the move.
Good move.
Jacob Fatu, I did see he's the guy, like Johnny G in the chat says. They're all going to be up solo when he comes back.
Are they positioning Cody or Jacob for Mania? I might have to go back and watch this. What we got? Oh, King's game will end early.
How long are those main event shows?
I don't know. I have no idea.
That's still on Peacock, isn't it? Or is it on?
I think NBC.
Yeah, I think
both,
it's Peacock. Yeah. Yeah. Is it still Cody and Kevin Owens?
Yeah, I think they signed something.
Why is Kevin Owens walking around with the winged eagle? Man, I am so out of the loop.
You guys will come around soon enough.
Well, because he power bombed or did that pile driver on Cody Rhodes that one time right at that house show, no?
Yeah.
And took it from there, and he's been wearing it since, I think.
Coming around to what?
Kevin Owens is fine, man.
Why this guy keeps not
Rock?
Clearly, no, we're barely even watching.
I'd rather have Kevin Owens on my TV than The Rock at this point.
Why did I even moving the needle, man?
I don't know. You're hating, I think.
I'm just saying, KO.
You need guys like Kevin Owens.
All right.
Did I just find a clip that said The Rock called out Cody Rhodes at the Eagles game?
Oh no! Just don't even play it. Don't even put that in the atmosphere.
What? Oh man. But yeah, if he's your headliner for something, you're going nowhere.
He's not, but he's going to help you get over.
Get over what? My man say he ain't even watching.
He's busy. Man's got 2 jobs.
I do.
KO is a mid-carder.
That's no.
He a mid-carder they're trying to parade as his main eventer.
Interesting note from Bobby Marks here is the NBA news. Jimmy Butler suspended indefinitely from the Miami Heat. This tweet from Bobby says, we continue to learn that Miami will do this suspension dance all season with Jimmy Butler. If Butler continues to give the Heat a reason, like walking out of shoot-around, he will get suspended. And just like Ben Simmons with Philadelphia, Butler will likely get a good chunk of the money back after it goes to arbitration or gets settled. But this is not all about the money, but more about removing a distraction from their locker room. It's Bobby Marks on the Jimmy Butler situation where Jimmy Butler was again suspended by the Miami Heat.
I mean, we keep waiting for, some conclusion to this whole thing. And, it is a complicated deal, or a lot of teams maybe have to be involved, but they definitely need to figure this out.
You definitely trade him before the deadline, right? You don't hold on to him after.
Yeah, you got to do that.
Crazy. I don't get keeping him around with the option of maybe he's just like, all right, let's get into this. I'll opt into my $50 million option, or you're going to let him leave for nothing.
Jimmy Butler is not on the Kia MVP ladder that the NBA website puts out every week. We discussed this because it's just like, man, they really just. I'm concerned Domas isn't going to make the All-Star team. In fact, Domas isn't making the All-Star team. Like, I have a great deal of confidence in that. Expecting the coaches to do that is ridiculous.
I don't think him and De'Aaron is really just gone now at this point, and the way they look at things.
The NBA website has Shea listed as number 1 right now. Nikola Jokic at number 2. Giannis at number 3. Jason Tatum at number 4. And Karl Anthony Towns at number 5. Karl Anthony Towns at 25 points per game, 13 rebounds, 3 assists. A couple of more points, a little less rebounds, and many less assists than Domantas Sabonis. That's 5 more points. That's a good number for Karl Anthony Towns. Definitely getting a New York rub right there.
Yeah, and New York is good.
The next 5. Kevin Durant, Victor Wembanyama, whose team is 20-23. Number 8.
They've gotten worse. And no penalty there.
Alperen Sengun, number 8.
Keep listening.
Number 9. Your boy on the 23-22 Detroit Pistons, Cade Cunningham. Number 10, the architect of the best team in the Eastern Conference and one of the best teams in the entire league, Donovan Mitchell. And now, the honorable mentions.
Surely he made this one.
Jalen Brunson of the New York Knicks. Anthony Davis of your Los Angeles Lakers. De'Aaron Fox.
I don't mean to laugh at that. But what?
No, keep reading the list because wait till we get to Domas' name.
De'Aaron Fox of the Sacramento Kings. Tyrese Maxey of the standby, just for a moment, standby. Tyrese Maxey of the 17-27.
Still waiting on Domas' name.
Philadelphia 76ers. And finally,
there it is.
Of the 22-23 Atlanta Hawks, Trae Young. 15 names mentioned. None of them are which Domantas Sabonis.
Just last week, we were throwing out, Domantas Sabonis is the first player to hold this stat line, 2014 and whatever, since Wilt Chamberlain. We literally read off the MVP ladder last week. Like, he's probably going to get in next week, and he fell off.
Now, mind you, these are updated weekly.
Exactly.
De'Aaron Fox, who's looked like staled ass for the last 3 games,
and it's not even shaped.
Makes the list.
He wasn't on there.
He wasn't on there before.
It doesn't make sense.
He did not play his way into this list.
He's playing with a total of 6 fingers right now, it feels like. Hasn't played well, but he goes into the list.
Yeah.
All right. Man.
Who's in charge of the list? Do we have an author's name here?
Yeah,
Is this Sean Powell?
Yeah, Sean Powell.
Sean Powell, check your phone.
Take a lap, bro. Take a lap. And then the Tyrese Maxey. I mean, come on, man. Come on. What are we doing?
That doesn't make sense.
Sean Powell couldn't locate Sacramento on a map and has not seen a Kings game since Chris Webber was traded to Philadelphia.
At this point, he's just throwing names out there.
Yeah,
he's looking at the scoring list. That's how Trae made it. That's how Tyrese Maxey made it.
That makes sense.
That's how De'Aaron Fox made it.
MVP ladder has no credibility, by the way. Like,
he looked at
the
scoring list.
Come on, man. I mean, take your job seriously. Take what you do seriously. Come on, man. Don't just throw it out there. You've got millions of people, hundreds of thousands, millions of people that are looking at your work. Come on, man. Have some pride in what you're doing.
These guys just don't like basketball. That's what it comes down to. That's the only thing I can get from all this.
That's
maybe they do. Maybe they don't.
Tyrese Maxey, MVP. What?
Boy, Jaren Jackson gonna be an all-star, man. Jaren Jackson, the Western Conference Player of the Week. Grizzlies 4-0 this week, 25.8 points per game, 6.3 rebounds on 57.6% shooting. Jaren Jackson Jr. is absolutely making the all-star team. Thursday's coming around here. They're going to announce the reserves. I would put Domantas Sabonis' chances at being an all-star at 0. What's less than 0? Negative? Do I got to do a negative number?
You can if you'd like.
Yeah, if you want to.
We'll allow it.
-5.
There we go.
-5%.
I'll see that and raise you a couple more negatives, say -7.
At this point, I've given up on the All-Star game. It's just a popularity contest that the Kings will never be a part of, I guess. Like at this point, like I'm just more hopeful that Domas makes All-NBA.
But the problem is the popularity contest is fine. Like this is for the fans, but there's always an opportunity for coaches to do the right thing. And I mean, Eddie Gonzalez said this on Friday. I don't know who should vote for All-Stars, but media shouldn't. Media, with all due respect, they most of them spend their time watching the team that they cover. And it doesn't mean that Jason Anderson and Gary Gerald, and I don't know that any of these people have votes. So like just I'm naming Chris Biederman. It doesn't mean that they don't know Miami or don't know Houston or Memphis or whatever. It means they are hyper focused on the team that they covered. And for a fleeting moment, they're focused on the team that the team that they cover is playing that night. Again, I don't know what the solution to this is. It's a television product. Great. The fans should absolutely be involved. However, if we continue to tie contract incentives to this stuff, we need to come up with a more effective way to do this. No one believes coaches actually place the vote. And the fact that they year after year have the opportunity to get players in the league who deserve it have only exercised it once in my most recent memory, and it's when they decided they wanted to make a stand against offense in the league and said Jaren Jackson Jr. deserves to be an all-star over the guy who was like the 6th leading scorer at the time on a plus 500 team. Apologies to both De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis for the way the system is set up.
You can have some media vote, but select the committee. Like select the guy. Like because I agree with you.
Well, then we have the ability to vote people off. Here's our committee. It's Brian Windhurst. No. Sorry.
Brian Windhurst, we talked about, he can't even watch the games.
It's like a jury, and we're the lawyers. We get to throw a certain number of out. I'm throwing Windhurst out.
We'll get Windhurst out. We'll get Keith Smith in.
Sam Amick in.
Yeah.
Tim Bontemps just
out.
Just take a lap, run the rest of class. We don't need you here.
Tim Bontemps should be banned from basketball arenas.
That's fair. You know what? Yeah, Bontemps, you're out of here.
Go cover tennis or hockey. Go cover some. Go cover badminton.
Go cover one-timers.
One-timers.
One-timer.
There it is.
Go do that.
But yeah,
can't cover basketball.
Create a committee of 25 to 50 people. Oh, I'll be on the committee.
Your boy can't either.
Who's my boy?
You know who your boy is.
Oh, that's your boy. Oh, Jesse, I meant to tell you weren't here on Friday.
What happened?
He said he's a little concerned.
Who is? Bill Simmons?
Yeah.
Wait.
Boy. He's a little concerned. Not saying like, oh, they're not one of the top teams.
Saying he's concerned about the Celtics, and he's doing this whole gimmick because he's trying to say that Bill Simmons is my guy. Though there is absolutely no history of me listening to a Bill Simmons podcast on my phone, on my iPad, on anything. Meanwhile, why don't you post your Apple podcast listening habits at the end of the year, and we'll see where the ringers.
Well, I mean, I listen to Bill Simmons.
It's because you're a Bill Simmons guy. You're a BSer.
You are. That's fine. Like that's not an issue. It's fine.
Bill Simmons guy, I listen to it.
You listen to him weekly.
How many times do you bring up Bill Simmons? Jesse, how many times do I bring up Bill Simmons per week?
Never.
How many times do you bring up Bill Simmons per week?
Never times as well.
Now, how many times does Kenny Caraway bring up Bill Simmons per week?
At least 3, Dame.
Well, now we're exaggerating.
I don't think so.
I think he hit the most accurate number.
We just hit one today. It's
1.
3 times. No, we're at 1 and it's Monday, pal.
If we set the more or less at 2.5, every single person listening would be like, that's a free number. That's a free square right there. I'm gonna take the more.
You know, we'll set the number at 2.5 right now.
It's Monday at 2.
Exactly.
You've already brought him up.
Well, because I wanted to ask Jesse about it. I wanted to.
There's going to be another reason.
Celtics perspective. What he thought about.
Yeah, no, the Celtics, the 3rd best record in basketball, is not in trouble. They are fine. The Celtics coasted from game 1 to the game 6 of the NBA, game 5 of the NBA Finals. This year, they went through a tough little stretch. That's all it is. They're playing better now. They'll be fine. They will be in the finals this year.
I still think the Celtics, I think they're fine too. But I do think the Knicks are going to go to the NBA Finals.
The Knicks are 13-12 against teams above 500 in the East. The Celtics, I believe, are like 18-10 right now. Okay. There's real contenders in the East.
I think the Knicks are one of them contenders. So
Still remember that text when it happened to that trade.
Hmm.
We found the Tatum text, by the way.
We did find the
find the
Tatum
Tatum
text. It wasn't as bad as I thought.
See?
No,
See?
it wasn't. It wasn't. You definitely were done with Tatum in the
It
moment.
was a moment of weakness.
No, you were definitely the. Let me now I have to dig it up because we have all of the. We actually talked to each other this morning.
We've been talking to each other more lately.
Yeah, we're becoming friends after all of these years.
So what do you guys do after this job?
Jaylen. Oh, here's the text. March 21st, 2023. Jaylen Brown, low-key, might be the best player on this team. And then, immediately regretted it. Immediately, because KC says, nah, it's still 0. And then Jesse right back. I'll fall back. He just irritates me, though.
I was a little irritated.
You had a moment. That's all right. That's okay. Jesse had a little moment with his guy.
Securing the Bagley. Right. Jesse Jennings.
Hey, I'll tell you, Brandon Jennings has something personal with Jason Tatum. I don't know what it is.
It's always the same thing,
Brandon
bro.
Jennings
Whenever
he just
NBA
moves
players
funny.
got something personal with other NBA players, it's always the same thing.
I don't even know. I hear you, but Brandon Jennings just moves funny.
What he was
He's
saying
just a
made no
funny moving
sense.
dude. Yeah. I remember hearing that years ago, and just the more I see him, he moves a little strange.
Like Austin Rivers.
Austin
is the most universally hated player, I think, in the history of the league.
Is he more than Gobert, or is it Austin Rivers or Gobert?
Oh, no, you're right. Gobert's first. You're right.
Gobert took that belt.
Gobert's one on the power.
I wonder
rankings
why
for
people
sure.
hate Austin too. Because
He's bad
I do
coached.
listen to him. That's what it is.
I think so.
I think because
I-
what?
I think his dad was coaching him and the Clippers and all that.
I don't
stuff.
think it. I
No?
think that's part of it. No, I think you talk about moving. I think he does move a little funny, and that agitates people.
Because I only say that because I've seen more evidence of Austin being he's all right dude, more than the other. But I don't know. Maybe he was a certain way when he was younger. Maybe coming up in the high school ranks, he behaved.
Well,
I
the
could see
Clippers
him
thing didn't
behaving
help.
certain
Like you're 100% right. The Clippers thing didn't help. Yeah, it definitely did not.
Sabo throws Grant Williams. Grant Williams isn't hated. He's just more like come on, guys, we got to do this. You're the eighth man
bro,
on the
shut
team.
up.
Relax. Yeah.
Like you have to have a certain
Know your role.
exactly. You've got to be able to recognize, bro. Don't be the cheerleader. No one wants to hear from you. Shut up.
Yeah, Grant's fine, but just know your role, pal.
We didn't really talk much about the Knicks game.
Oh, before we do that, I do want to ask a question because I think Jesse is on this bandwagon. Are people going to always complain about the dunk contest participants?
I don't know.
I will because I think it's funny at this point. I said throw him on the pre-show today.
I don't.
What? So
that's like there's no stars in that. Like make it Horse. What Horse used to be with have Shaq and all those guys on the set. We'll just do the dunk contest in the background.
So let me ask you this: would you rather have Anthony Edwards in the dunk contest ahead of Max McClung?
Yes.
Even though he can't do what Max McClung can do.
Yes, I need star power there. I'm not going to watch the dunk contest.
So you just want to see worse dunks just from better players.
Stars, all star. I want the stars out there.
But once again, you want to see worse dunks.
That's fine.
from better
Yeah,
players.
that's fine. I will take lesser dunks with better stars. I want the best of the best out there. I
But
don't
that's
care
not-
that I don't care that the G League All Stars are in the dunk contest.
I mean, I asked the question and you answered it, but
1,000%.
I don't know why
yeah.
I don't know why people would want to see less dunks, like less degree of difficulty dunks. Just to I want Devin Booker out there just because he's Devin Booker when I could get Derrick Jones.
Derrick
see what
Jones
he
is better
does.
than Mac McClung.
It's debatable.
Derrick
Max
Jones is
McClung-
more of a name.
Max McClung is one of the Mac McClung, excuse me, I call him Max. McClung is one of the best dunkers of all time. Like just basketball, not NBA wise. I mean, I guess he's in the NBA All-Star.
That's fine too, but it's like
He's
so were the
unreal.
guys and one and all that stuff. Like that's fine. Like the whole point of it is like you want to see stars. I don't care about the Spurs 12th guy.
Okay. But those stars can't do what those guys do. That's all I'm saying. The stars can't do what Mac does.
I will very much trade that off though.
Okay. I guess I don't care. Like I just stopped watching.
Well, you don't like
I don't
All-Star Saturday Night.
No, I don't. I'm not gonna be the person who just complains about it. If I don't like it, I just don't watch it. Like if they told us, if the NBA hits us up next week and says, hey, fellas, we got you all credentialed for the big events in San Francisco. Like, great. I'll be there to probably not cover a single Sacramento King. Drive back Saturday night. Someone else can have my media spy. I'm not going.
You want to go to the game?
The All-Star game?
Yeah.
No, sweetie.
Oh, wow.
Good Lord, no.
Not even for the experience? Well, you've
done it
been
before.
Yeah, you've been there.
No, and I've done All-Star Saturday night. Like I it's not like I guess for like, yeah, experience it once if you get the opportunity. If you're in Sacramento and you're like, man, I'd love to spend money on All-Star set, don't. You will not be happy with that investment. Unless it's just one of those things where you go, I just want to experience it once. Well, then by all means, do it.
Also, I don't think you're even.
It's a TV show that's long and boring. Like it drags. You can't get up and, go make dinner. Like you in the arena, you can go get $40 nachos or whatever they are at the Chase Center. Oh, that's the other thing. You're at the Chase Center. Which means if you go get nachos, you ain't going to see a thing.
Nope, because there's going to be a bunch of walls right
you
there.
Won't even hear it.
Now,
I'd be like, man, I just entered
just
why did it get so quiet?
He just walk into just a corner. Like, oh, wait a minute. Wait, what?
The dental office is the most accurate description of that arena. I've never been to an arena where the concourse has like hallways.
It sucks, bro.
It's awful.
It sucks. The Warriors.
No, this way, sir. No, I'm trying to exit. Yeah, no. You exit through this carpeted hallway with the music, the elevator music playing.
Put in fancy new lights and take away your entire team's culture and atmosphere away.
Wild.
Now, I think these guys are a little different level than the four guys that were named today. But who were Aaron Gordon and Zach LaVine before they did that?
Better than what this is. Like I knew who Aaron Gordon and Zach LaVine were. Like they were up and coming young players and all there.
Stephon Castle is.
But were they Aaron Gordon?
He's going to be an all-rookie selection this year.
Not buying it still. I don't think the NBA really cares about the dunk contest at this point, too.
No, I don't think the players care about it. That's the problem. The NBA would love to have whoever you want in there. They'd love to have it. The players don't want to do it. And
would you go do all of that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Michael, real quick. Michael says, would you want to have Anthony Edwards tear knee ligament? Who's torn their knee during the dunk contest? Go ahead. We'll wait for you, Michael. Who? Jeez, take a lap.
Oh, Michael, we're waiting. So you're gonna have to.
Yeah, we're making up scenarios at this point.
You're gonna have to respond, Michael. That is a funny argument. Literally never happened.
Never happened once.
Yeah, I would if I was a player, I'd go. I at least want to do it one time. Like if you're John Moran or something like that, like yeah, get out there at least once and do it. But these guys. They're just not interested. It's just the nature of what's going on. You know what I mean? Like these guys, they don't want to do it. I think, like I said, I think the NBA would love to have these guys be a part of it, but they don't want to do it. So you find the guys who do want to do it, and it's Mac, Stephon Castle.
Would you want to see Malik in it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd be interested in that.
See, that's fine too.
I'd stay for that if Malik was there.
You don't need like the superstar. Like, just give me something, some stars. Malik Monk can like put on a show and stuff like that. But like, I can't.
Give me a player not on a two-way.
Yes.
Well, the
make it All-Star Weekend at least somehow. Like
Mac is he's a special case because Mac is.
If he wants to be the guest of honor every year, that's fine. That's fine.
Is not. He's not just, when it comes to that, he's not just a G League guy. He is one of the greatest dunkers in the last 20 years.
He could be the guest of honor, make the other three better, though.
Well, so here's the other thing. What about growing the game? What about not having the same people on? Instead of putting the boring-ass Spurs and Castle on TV, why not put them on one of your top weekends?
Because I'm going to watch the Rising Stars game for that.
I don't think you're watching the Rising Stars game at all.
I watch it.
You watched that over the dunk contest?
Yeah, the dunk contest sucks now. It's pointless. There's no reason to watch it. Rising Stars, there's actually young players and stuff like that. That's
they
the up and coming.
They just
don't
running
matter. Yeah, that's fine.
Running around.
I'm not saying I'm tapped in for it. It's the same thing as an all-star game, but yeah, it's better than the dunk contest. If it's that case, then I'll just watch the Rising Stars game for that.
Teach his own.
I saw Eddie had tweeted about us earlier, and it's just another one of those humbling moments. Like, we're so proud we have a guy like Eddie Gonzalez join us every week. He said he quote tweeted, and the tweet from BK says, "We need you back on the D-Lo and KC pod, ASAP." Yeah,
It was a Suns person who tweeted that too, I think.
it is. No,
Yeah.
this is someone who works. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with being a podcast host. Like, that's fantastic. Like, it's just always
We are who we are, man. Just
funny. Like, no, we are. That's fine.
We're streamers.
We'll be
we're
whatever.
podcast
Look,
hosts.
we'll be whatever you want at this point.
Just make sure you're listening. Please like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe.
The live stream.
Like and
They
subscribe.
don't even know that we're on the radio. Oh, the live stream. They're going live. Yeah, on the radio.
Well, it doesn't help that one particular clip of the show got like semi-viral, and I was cussing rather regularly. That probably
Didn't seem like
it might have threw some people off there. They didn't know we were on vacation. We were on vacation. See, Kyle Guzman 30-11.
Said, screw all of you. I'm getting mine.
He said, stop trying to fit in.
Speaking of
Stop trying to fit out and fit in.
did you see Steph and Sabrina's coming back?
I did see that.
Yeah, they're doing. I mean, it makes perfect sense, especially at Chase Center. But yeah, I thought they might expand it a little bit, maybe work Caitlin in and someone else. But yeah, Steph and I think it caught my attention because they're talking about moving it to Sunday because of
time or something. Well, have somebody perform.
Well, no, because it's not an all-star game anymore. Remember, it's a tournament.
Yeah, that's right.
So they're trying to work things into the like between game type stuff, and that might be one of them.
That would be cool.
Yeah,
that'd be cool. I'll be with that.
I'm kind of curious to see how this turns out.
I am too.
I'm kind of curious.
I don't know. It's all pie in the sky for me. I like basketball. I like what's going on. They can't do anything stupid. It's just like, oh, okay, well, because it's not. None of it is serious. So it's whatever. You want to play 2-ball again? Sure, go ahead. I don't care. It's whatever. It's just the All-Star weekend.
We'll come back. I really want the Kings to make a trade.
Me too.
I don't know if that's going to happen.
Do it before 4, please.
At least not right now. Well, don't they? What do they play?
I'm about to say, don't do it during the game.
They play at 4. Oh, that'd be amazing.
Hey, it's content.
Why is Cam Johnson going to the locker? Kevin Huerter has just walked off the court.
That's got to be Kevin Huerter. He's in a Nets jersey.
Why is Monty McNair talking to ref? What the hell is going on here? We'll come back. Oh, that's Sean Marks' music. Probably the boringest music ever. We'll dive back into some of these games yesterday as we continue to monitor the trademark. There was a trade this weekend. Holy crap, but it wasn't in the NBA. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Somebody said, I think this is what you saw. Buddy Hield should be tested for negative performance enhancements. Brian West, he could be trying, Jennifer. Could be trying. Drew Down, what's up, man? Interesting. Yeah, Scott, I saw that, man. I didn't get a chance to go to that when I wanted to. I heard it was another classic, man. Man, shout out to the rivalry's back. It is back, baby. With my man Coach JT, then my man Tony Vaughn doing their thing. It is back. I think what I might do on Mondays, because I'm not doing 3 13th rounds. I might do some high school stuff for the next month or so in this little time slot. Yeah, Dr. David Lincoln in Stockton. They got I forgot my man's name, but he's going to Weber State, I think. He's one of them young boys, man. He can get after it. Oh, you mean McClatchy? The McClatchy Lions. Donovan, CKM, what up? Whoa. Well, Scott, I don't know if that's going to happen, sir. Football's it's a different animal. Hey, we got that boy Kev over there. What up, boy? Yep. CK, and we all in here, man. Stop playing with us. We back. Shout out to my man Tony Vaughn. We back. And the girls is doing their thing too. Shout out to my girl Nina Kane. She gonna bring us another section title. They're gonna bring us another section title. Let's go. What you know about full court? You an outside boy. Brandon, what you know about full court? You went out at full court, big dog. What you know about that, man? Yeah, those are my people, man. Shout out Kim as well. Absolutely. Now, Intercom is the truth. Playoffs are gonna be dope, man. Monterey Trail gonna do their thing. Franklin gonna be doing what they do. Folsom's always around. Sheldon's always around. So the playoffs gonna be dope. D-Lo and KC just sitting here waiting patiently.
Stan taking his sweet time, I guess.
Dude, the thing is me. But no, we're just sitting there. We're waiting, man. Waiting for Kings to do something. I don't know. I think something does I don't think something gets done before the game. I think something does get done tonight, though.
You think tonight?
I think tonight. I do.
There's no going back, right? Like, you have to get something done at this point. There's no
like something done or just this deal.
Not even today. I'm talking about before the trade deadline. There's no it didn't work out. Like you have to get something done at this point.
I think so too. I think they know that. I think they're working. I know I'm just like everybody else. Like I want something to happen as soon as possible. But I think they're out there working. I think they will get something done. And I don't know if it's like as simple as like they got options and they're trying to decide. I don't want to say that, but I think something will get done. Definitely.
What are you watching?
Deadline. Oh, I got Main Event on.
No, I thought you had something else over there on your iPad. I was
like, what'd you think? Well, now I just seen Sean almost die.
Oh well,
trying to get up from the pose.
Did you see what Chris Haynes just posted? No. He posted Jimmy Butler's Instagram story.
Oh,
with a picture of Tommy. Now, not everybody will. I mean, Chris Haynes does a good job of explaining it, but Tommy, you ain't got no job, man. Oh, poor Jimmy. He's Tommy. That's tough.
Jimmy playing, man. Jimmy playing around, man.
Yeah, Jimmy wilding. He is wilding.
Jimmy is playing around, but what I was just telling Jesse was. I think
I've hit that KC time coming back from breaks.
I know we were back for like 5 minutes too.
That's okay. All right, pal.
But I was telling Jesse was, I think a deal gets done tonight. I think it's tonight. I don't know if it's going to happen before the game, but it kind of doesn't need to. Well, I shouldn't say that because you may have some guys going back in the trade that you want to make sure are healthy. But I think a deal gets done tonight. This is just a gut feeling. I don't have no insider information. Just kind of reading.
Who you over there texting? This is all inside information from Kenny Caraway. He's not Uncle V for a reason,
Shout out Uncle V.
Oh, who do you think taught him to run that route? Oh, Puka the Caraway over here.
Trips. It was
well.
Yeah, but
I hope you're right. I hope you're right.
I know we talked about it earlier, but it does feel a little weird if something doesn't get done tonight with Cam Johnson, with you being in Brooklyn, with you possibly talking to these guys face to face. I'm not gonna say it's dead, but it does feel a little weird if something isn't able to get done tonight.
Sure. I hear you. They're in Philadelphia Wednesday. It's not that far.
No.
You can literally send a car to go pick them up.
And you got Tuesday, right? Like just because there's no game doesn't mean they're not talking.
Monty doesn't have to go to Philadelphia tomorrow. Right. Like he can or tonight. I assume.
Yeah.
He can. Well, actually, no. They might just stay in New York another night. Who knows? But regardless, he doesn't have to.
Yeah.
Hey, let's hammer out all the details first thing in the morning. Mm-hmm. Now, D'Lo and KC and every single person watching the program right now or listening on the radio, yeah, they'd prefer you do it right now.
Right. Well, and even then, I'm like, we just gonna hammer out the details in the morning. Like, let's just do it now. What are you talking about?
Well, listen, see, my thing's like, what's the holdup? Like, what is if you're so confident about it, it's kind of like
deal fell through. Why? Well, Pat Riley suspended Jimmy again. Damn it,
well,
Pat.
Deal ain't never gonna happen if we're waiting on those guys.
It's really not. It's really not.
Yeah, man.
I feel like if Cam were to be your guy, you don't leave New York. Like, you're already here. What do we need to wait till tomorrow for? We're all here at this one point together.
That's how I feel.
Well,
things don't necessarily work that way, but that's how I feel, man. Like, just like we're here. Like, all right, guys, we'll reconvene in the morning. No, like,
I'm with you.
Let's not.
No,
like,
I'm with you.
Like if that's your guy.
Yep.
Because I'm sure Brooklyn's not just talking to me at this point.
I don't know.
Maybe
because you think the price has changed
for Cam.
Yeah,
I've always been stuck on what Ham said on the Insiders. Kevin Huerter and like they wanted unprotected first. I'm sure they've talked about the first. Maybe it's unprotected, or maybe the Kings got him to budge and keep it top 3 or whatever. But I'm not sure like what else would have changed.
Do we think that there is? Oh, I get what you're saying now. I saw my computer screen. I didn't even realize that.
Okay. All right. You want to tell everybody what you're watching or no?
Much like everybody else, I didn't even pay attention to what.
Well,
what you got going on?
Oh, come on, man. We'll hit him with your line. What's your catchphrase?
No, what are you doing with him?
Yeah. I love that you didn't even get what I was referencing.
Because I'm literally got
like I don't think that's what you're watching.
Wow.
Wow. That's cool, man.
Well, clearly I'm not watching.
Maybe KC is the one who's getting traded mid-game.
Wow. Wow. That's tough. That's tough.
That's hilarious. I lost my train of thought with that.
But that's all right, because if Cam Johnson is on his way here, we got the perfect realtor for him, and it's Johnny Jennings, and it's made for more. And we will get Cam Johnson with Johnny Jennings and his team, and they'll do it absolutely no risk or cost. They've got a home warranty, top professional real estate photos, and a 3D digital home presentation are just a few of the tools that they provide. Now, this is a little different. This isn't for Cam Johnson. This would be maybe for Kevin or whoever is on their way out, because while Johnny Jennings and his team can help you buy a home, where they really excel is selling your home. The Made for More team maximizes all you need to sell your home fast and for top dollar. And if you're getting traded, you're going to want to sell your home fast.
Yeah.
When you list your home with the Made for More team, you get the area's highest rated team and all of the tools you need to sell. If plans change, no problem. Made for More can tear up the listing agreement and you guys can part friends. No risk, no stress, just the area's most professional real estate team in the market. Expect more, get more with our man Johnny Jennings at Made for More Realty, California, DRE number 019822171. Just Google Made for More Realty today and get more for your home.
I know it's just a little different. Like you said, that's a little bit more for Kevin than it would be for Cam.
Sure.
But would you let Cam stay like in your suburban area? Like looking for a house, like be his neighbor.
Sure.
Yeah.
Be absolutely. You can stay
That's,
out.
That's the. Tax,
I don't think he wants
that's
to
the
live.
tax bracket we talk.
I don't think he wants to live way out where I live. He's drive into the Golden One Center every day.
Look down on the city.
Yeah, overlook the city.
It's not real. You guys are making that up.
Take a deep breath. Wow, the city. You good, man?
You're an idiot. No, I almost spit this out everywhere. Come on, man, grow up.
Never in my life.
Do you know that we were accused of stealing snacks?
Wait, who?
Did you hear that?
No, who?
Okay. So
No, I didn't hear this.
So our friends down the hall on the wake up call started their show at 5:30 a.m. because one of the girls on the show, I won't say which one, but the girl on the show happened to, I guess she was walking by the ESPN studio, Jesse's studio in particular. And for those who don't know the setup, Jesse's in one studio. We could see him through the glass. We're in a different one, but we keep a lot of stuff in Jesse's room.
Yeah.
And I guess she walked by and saw like the boxes of like little bites and all of that stuff. We were accused of hoarding snacks from Kim's Snack Shack.
I'll start stealing snacks.
Wow.
So
That's what they think of us.
I'll start stealing snacks.
Of course, I'm up and I'm listening and I'm like, oh, that's funny. And then I hear her say, yeah, or Gavin goes, yeah. So we took them. And I'm like,
yeah.
So I'm like listening and it's on the Odyssey app. So it's like a 2-minute delay. And I'm like, all right.
Is that in the studio right now?
No, I think they well, so no, I text like, hey, I don't know if this is a bit, but James bought all of that stuff.
And literally Christmas presents.
And she was like, there's 2 boxes of little bites in there. And I'm like, yeah, those were our Christmas presents from James. And she's like, oh, okay, we'll put them back.
Well, so all right. So I did go in there earlier, and things do look a little ramsacked.
Hey, stay out of our pockets, by the way. What are you doing? Mind your business.
Jesse? Am I true? It looks a little ramsacked.
Yeah, it does.
And I was just like, oh, okay, well, you know, whatever happened.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Meanwhile, people are actually putting little 7-Ups in the fridge, and that's going on, but you want to accuse us.
Yep. Literally told their entire audience we were stealing snacks.
Well, did we get a public apology?
I don't believe we did.
Wow.
Well, one of them might be watching or listening right now. So if there was a time to demand a public
I'm gonna go
apology,
put a thing of mini bites in my pocket right now from the snack area.
We should. Oh, okay. See, yeah, we've got to figure out how to deal with this. There was a lot of ESPN slander on the end this morning. A lot.
That hurts my heart.
Yeah, there was a lot.
That hurts my heart. Those are my people. It's okay though.
I believe Gavin questioned whether James was his real name.
What? James was his real name.
I mean,
so James bought him if that's his real name.
What do you think his name is? Devontae?
King's Ham, Devontae. King's Insider, Devontae Ham.
Called him Devontae.
Ian's got a point. Do we really need to put a nanny cam in Studio One now?
Man, we might have to. We might have to.
Oh, man.
And then I got a later text. Okay, we put the snacks back. Yes, and I absolutely, and I'll be honest, dude, I do not believe for 1 second they didn't eat any snacks.
Oh, they did.
They don't pay us what they owe.
We were robbed. We were robbed. They accused us of what they did to us.
So you know where my mind is right now. Like what I'm watching. I'm like Jerome trying to get that money back. I'm like Jerome.
You know, they got a little box of stuff in there always. I'm gonna go take the box of stuff.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, the fun delivered.
Yeah, they got the box of stuff in there.
Oh, Gavin would lose it.
I know you guys aren't here this
night. He'd lose it if we took that fun delivered box.
Maybe we'll do a little scavenger hunt.
Just place them all around in different areas. Oh, you want to do your little show bit that you do here at 5:50 in the morning?
These funny glasses are in Wells Fargo.
Got to. Gotta go.
We'll do it like
find 'em.
that. Off of the episode of The Office where they hid the leads.
Oh yeah, that's terrific. That's terrific. Under the first president,
There you go.
Lincoln. You're never getting to that
It was
episode.
Lincoln. It
either.
was Lincoln.
You're
I was
never,
Lincoln.
you're
It was
never,
Lincoln.
you're never getting to that episode. It was a wild experience to wake up and start my workout and just hear, okay, let me tell you about ESPN. And I'm like, is he talking about like Stephen A. Smith? No, he was talking about us.
Just got it all wrong.
Oh, now I'm getting confessions.
Just got it all wrong.
Oh, I'm getting.
It's like that always like frustrates me. Like on I think it happens a lot on Power when the cops or the detectives. Oh, I figured it out.
And
this
you know
is what happened.
hold
and
on.
they're just dead wrong.
And the saddest part is like Casey has told people outside of our little 1320 thing, hey, we have snacks if you would like to come and grab some. Like
yeah.
Lily out here is like, hey,
Yeah.
come to the snack, whatever. We got snacks if we're running out, blah, blah, blah. We've tried to share.
Yeah.
That's it.
Are they snitching on each other?
Well, no. So whose are the M&Ms? Are those just ours in
Those
general?
are mine.
Uh-oh.
Those
Well-
are mine.
Sounds like there's someone else's now.
I stole a bunch of M&Ms is the text I just received.
Well, look, those are going to the locker. I hope you enjoyed them.
That's crazy, bro. You guys robbed the wrong house.
Oh, man,
Devontae
this
got
building
those
is
for me
stupid.
for Christmas.
Drew Down called him the Brickashaw ham.
No, the coldest. Remember the coldest?
The coldest. What was Will Ferrell's name again? D'Angelo.
Oh, D'Angelo Vickers.
D'Angelo Vickers. Yep. Wow.
The coldest ham.
The coldest ham is wild. Oh man. They were really this building takes snacks very seriously.
They do. I mean, look, the snacks, they're there when they're there. When they're not,
They're not.
they're not. So-
I admit it. I'll go and grab a couple Gatorades and drink those. I'll grab one at a time, but when I'm done with the first one, I'm gonna grab a second one. Why? Because it's there.
Yeah. How many almonds did I get?
Yeah. It's the game.
Yeah. And when it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah.
And when the almond, because see, I think I started the almond trend here. Nobody's really checking for them. Then when
Hold on, stop.
Well, no, you would eat almonds, but you brought them home, not like you would get them from the snack area. You bring them from home.
You saying you're the first person here to eat almonds?
Well, I'm just saying almonds weren't popping.
Kenny did bring almonds to Odyssey.
Yeah, I'm just saying. She asked me. Jen asked me.
Brought Sean John to the
said
West
almonds.
Coast, brought almonds to Odyssey.
Jen asked me literally. She said,
He did. Wait, what was the first one he
He
did?
brought Sean John to the West Coast, and he brought
Yeah,
almonds to
sorry,
Odyssey.
sorry,
are
guys.
you proud of that?
Sorry, well,
Oh yeah, huh? That's not so
Everything's
good
running
anymore. It
score.
hasn't aged so well.
everything's run its course. That I still got the merch. That's an under hoodie now. Like if I'm wearing a jersey or something. Oh, that's an under hoodie now. It's not out there for by itself. But when people were getting the almonds and they were like heavy on them, just chalked it up to the game. It's like, all right, cool, all
Yeah,
good.
I'm not gonna be
didn't
sad
accuse
'cause
nobody or nothing. I just, hey man,
Who I look like accusing someone of stealing Cheeto Puffs?
This is hilarious. D'Lo's new friend is causing problems with D'Lo's old friends, and it's straight Damien by DMX in real life. If you've heard the song, you know why that's very funny. Oh, that's awful. That is awful.
Yeah.
All right.
Never a
But-
dull moment at this
But
place.
whoever
what
got the
happens.
M&Ms, I'm cool with that.
Can you just pay for the damage? Like you broke a couple windows and stuff here, and it wasn't even the right place.
And I think she got, if I understand correctly, she got caught trying to put them back by Kyle.
Hey, what are you doing in here?
Yeah, Kyle caught her trying to put them back.
That's funny.
So yeah, that's what happens when everyone else is asleep. Is we just talk crazy about. He's like, yeah, they got 5,000 people working at that station.
What?
All right, buddy. Like,
That's some real thoughts right there, pal.
Our whole station has 2 more than your show. Go on, Gavin. Go on, man. We're gonna trade Gavin to Brooklyn. He's gonna be a part of the Cam Johnson deal.
Was out here working for free for like the first 3 years of it. But yeah, sorry, pal.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh man. Shout out to the Wake Call.
Yes, indeed. Very funny show, even when they're talking a bit crazy. About old D'Lo and Casey over here in ESPN 1320.
Yo, that WNBA trade.
Yeah, I was debating on whether we go there or not, but yeah, that was a monster, man. Jewel Lloyd to the Aces, Kelsey Plum to the Sparks. Seattle's getting the number 2 pick. That could be your girl Kiki at USC. That could be AZ Fudd. Like there's a couple of different players that could be. And then there's pick movement later in the first round. But Kelsey Plum headed to Los Angeles and Jewel Lloyd headed to Las Vegas. Man, that is a major retool for the Aces after a year of not winning a championship.
And a major retool for them, which I'm not sure if they got better or not. I don't know. I think Jewel's better than Kelsey. But Kelsey's just 2 years removed from like a damn near MVP season, the way she was performing.
Yeah.
And she wasn't bad last year, but yeah, that's a big time move. And then I look at the Sparks. Sparks making some moves. They're gonna have the number 1 pick in this draft.
Are the Sparks number 1? No, the Sparks were number 2. They traded it to Seattle.
They're okay.
Yeah, so Kelsey's headed to Los Angeles. Their pick is headed to Seattle.
Makes perfect sense.
There's a lot of other moving pieces in this, but those were the big ones. And Seattle's prize, if you will, was the number 2 pick.
Yeah, but the Sparks are they're gonna
on paper, yeah, that looked nice.
Yeah,
Cameron Brink coming back and Kelsey there and
Rashae Jackson.
Who's their coach? I forgot who they hired as coach.
I forgot too.
There was like 4,000 coaching vacancies this year, and I forgot who got the Sparks job.
Just like the NFL.
Lynn Roberts. Not familiar with your game, Lynn, but Lynn Roberts is the coach. She's from Redding, California. You don't see that very often.
Some people were trying to say, like, oh, we should go to we should root for Josh Allen because from Central California.
All right. Okay.
All right, man.
He was from Fresno, maybe. I can't do Fireball.
We're going a little too far with like the proximity to where we live.
We got love. We got love for Fresno, though. We got love for
nothing wrong with Fresno.
I zoomed past Modesto a couple weeks ago. Hey, man, shout out to Modesto.
I don't like how you said that. Zoom pass.
It's the same guy who stopped at a Lakers parade in a bad part of town.
No,
I zoomed through Modesto.
Yeah, I zoomed through because I didn't stop. That's why I said.
I got you. Just making sure. Shout out Modesto. Shout out to the entire 209 and Fresno.
Shout out to Fresno, man. 559, man. They're doing their thing out there.
Okay, well, Lynn Roberts is from Redding, so shout out to Redding, I guess.
Redding, I don't know what to do for you.
I don't know if she went to Chico State or she coached at Chico State. And
I don't even think I've been to Chico State. I've been to Simpson University.
You're making that up, and no one has any way of like proving
I actually
otherwise.
know someone that went to Simpson University. That's a cosign.
Simpson University?
Yeah.
University.
That's NAIA.
Yeah. I've been to Simpson. And one of the homies went to.
Did you play there?
I played against him.
That's what I meant.
Yeah. It was deep up there.
Simpson's in Woodland.
It's not. This must be a different Woodland.
How many Woodlands are there?
Not the Woodland by the airport.
Well, it's further out than that. Well, where's Simpson? Where's the Simpson University that you're talking about?
Not far from Chico.
How many Simpson universities are there?
I don't know, but they have Simpson. They got Chico, and then the junior college is.
There's a Redding. I got a Simpson University in Redding.
Yeah, that's the one I went to. I guess I have been to Redding. I didn't even realize that was Redding. Oh man, what's his name went there? Aaron Rodgers went there. What's the JC out there?
Oh, Butte College.
Butte.
Yeah.
Butte. They're all. It's like the.
Where's Aaron Rodgers?
It's kind of like the Bible
Chico?
Belt.
Yeah, he's from Chico.
And Brady's from San Mateo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Shout out Chico. It's a good place to hang out.
Never been, man. Never been.
Is this all because Lynn Roberts is from Reading? Is that how we got here?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other random areas in California we should discuss? By the way, you like this for your aces? Is this I mean, Jewel Lloyd.
I like Jewel Lloyd. Yeah,
I mean, Kelsey's one of my favorite players, but Jewel Lloyd is.
Jewel Lloyd.
Jewel Lloyd is nasty.
They
nasty.
They said we ain't having this issue again. They coming back for the gusto. They coming back for the gusto.
Yeah, because everyone's back in New York. Like, yeah, okay, all right.
And don't forget Minnesota. They got people back too.
Yeah.
Have you watched Unrivaled?
Watched? No.
I saw
seen. Yes, I've seen it. I have not watched it.
I saw one game. I think it was the opening night when Skylar Diggins hit the game winner. And it's fine. Like it's cool. It's basketball in the off season. It's a little like it takes a little while to get used to full court 3-on-3.
Yeah.
And it's not even a full court, but they're going up and down on the court.
Yeah.
So it takes a second to get used to it, but I love that it's there. I love that it's there.
It looks different. Yeah, it definitely looks different. We'll come back. We'll shift our attention back to your Sacramento Kings as we are glued to our phones.
Basically, a pregame show coming up.
Yeah, pretty much. The Sacramento Kings will take on the Brooklyn Nets at 4:30.
That's all week.
One more time?
So that's all week. Now they play Saturday. So today is a pregame. Wednesday will be a pregame.
Yeah, Philadelphia on Wednesday.
And they play on Saturday. So.
Okay. All right. Well, we will come back then with more of D'Lo and KC. James Ham joins us at the top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Rockets and Celtics tonight.
Kings 12.5. Yeah.
Was up in Seattle this weekend. It's a pretty cool spot.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. I think Kenny hates Seattle, if I remember correctly.
It's a cool little sports town. Everyone's got like their gear on and stuff like that. Way better than Miami.
Yes, sir. You already know, Scott. You already know. Love picking that up. I asked if I was told some things are happening. I said today, ? And the response was nah, but very, very soon. So I don't know. This is verbatim what I was told. I haven't followed up with anyone since the show has started, but I just kept hoping they'd hit us back with something. These are the two names to keep an eye on. Keep an eye on both of them. I've heard great things about Vancouver. Never crossed over to Canada. Even when I was at Niagara Falls.
This is a solid callback right here.
Is this one of those we all get ice cream sandwiches at the Cool Fun surprise? Oh, God. That's a great reference, but I hope not. I hope not. I hope not. This is not the surprise, is it? We've had a pretty bad day. Man, handing out ice cream sandwiches. Ryan, you get two in lieu of pay. Oh, okay. What was the? It was Johnny and Sky River. Okay. All right, James Ham set to join us at the top of the hour as Trade Watch 2025 is on. I don't know if the Kings are going to get a deal. I don't know if the Kings are going to get a deal done tonight, but the Kings seem to have a lot of confidence that a deal will get done at some point very soon. Is that with Cam Johnson? Is it with John Collins? Is it for both of them? Is it for one of them? Do they have a couple of irons in the fire? Are they trying to get a variety of different things lined up? Are they trying to get through tonight's game? What is it? Or are we all falling for the banana in the tailpipe? I'm not really sure. But based on things that we've heard dating back to Thursday night, there seems to be a lot of confidence that the Sacramento Kings are going to get a deal done. Obviously, they started this road trip with 2 losses, one to Denver, and then another one to the New York Knicks. We didn't spend a lot of time talking about that game. The story coming out of it was certainly the health of De'Aaron Fox and the injured hands that he's just going to have through the remainder of the season. The pinky is not going to get fixed during the season. It will require season-ending surgery. I don't assume the hand is going to get fixed either. I don't know what the surgical process for that would even be, but I'd imagine it'd be pretty lengthy, and I doubt that De'Aaron has any interest in his season coming to an end, especially when he's been playing through this hand injury, especially the offhand injury he's been playing through for a couple of games now. The finger injury he suffered, I think he suffered in training camp, if I remember correctly. So, the game it was an interesting game. Like, they had a hell of a run there in the second half, or excuse me, the second quarter, going into halftime. It was like, man, it was the Malik Monk run really at the end of that half, and they just couldn't sustain it. Every time they, throw a flurry of punches, the Knicks would just throw them right back. I mean, a 33-point scorer in OG Anunoby, 3 more 20-point scores, 18 points from Karl Anthony Towns, along with 15 rebounds in that one. They look great, and the stars were stars for the most part for the Sacramento Kings. Not the night you would hope for from De'Aaron, but that wouldn't have mattered. They played Doug McDermott 9 minutes. Doug McDermott got the first look. I did wonder if Kevin Huerter was going to play at all, and then he did. So I thought we might have seen the switch. And in fact, they didn't. But this is when you look at the Knicks game, and you look at that performance from the second group that came in. That's why you have these conversations about Cam Johnson and John Collins, and that's why you have these conversations about the trade deadline, is because you just hope you can land someone there who can be more consistent than these guys are right now. Devin Carter's only a handful of games into his career. He's not very good. Kevin Huerter of the Beam team, I think, is lost forever. And Doug McDermott, I don't know. You're literally throwing him out there hoping he can just hit a bunch of threes. And when that doesn't happen, it looks weird. Doug McDermott played 10 minutes, didn't take a shot, didn't score a point, didn't do anything. But you throw him out there kind of with the hope that it'll happen. And so whether that continues tonight against Brooklyn, we'll see. Whether it continues against Philadelphia, we'll certainly see. But they have some tough games ahead.
Yeah. That game on Saturday, when I really got pissed off? Landry Shamet came in there and turned into
your boy
Klay Thompson. Shamet!
That's your boy.
Just hidden. I said, what?
Mm-hmm.
What? I was like, this the type of night it's going to be, huh? All right. Yeah, that bothered me a lot. But Josh Hart, who just kills the Kings, especially when he's with the Knicks. I mean, 20 points, 18 rebounds, 11 assists. What a performance by him.
Yeah.
What a performance. And, he's a guy that the Kings just don't seem to have somebody that can match up with him whenever they play him. Like, I think it's about 3-4 straight games now against the Knicks where Josh Hart is just dominating on the boards and having this great game. So it's a little bit of a bad matchup going up against the Knicks. Also, the Knicks are a really good team, man.
I saw this
really good team
pop up a few times on Saturday. Kings, another slow start to start the game and all that. Knicks jump out to a big lead. Any issues, concerns with the starting lineup at this point?
Not for me.
No, not for me. I am getting tired of the team in general being down 15 points or so, like all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like this has got to stop. This has got to stop. Like you can't keep having to dig out of a 12 to 15 point deficit every single time.
Yep.
And I don't know when it changes or what you got to do to make sure it doesn't happen. But I'm sick and tired of that. I'm sure they are too.
It is like clockwork, and it's infuriating. Just don't go down by double digits. Now they're taking it a step further. Forget double digits. Let's go down by 20.
Yeah.
Not 10. Let's go down by 20. And I guess, they find a way to fight back, like, which is cool, but man, just don't do that.
Right.
Easier said than done, obviously, but
it is, but like not everybody else has this issue. Like
mm-hmm.
what is it that has you guys going down all the time like that?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of the last time it didn't happen. I don't think it happened against Washington, so there's that.
No, there we go.
Against the Warriors, they were down. Denver, they were down. The Knicks, they were down. Houston, no. Milwaukee, they were. Chicago, no. Boston, yes. Miami, yes. No Golden State. So it seems to happen like every other game or so. It certainly
stands out when it happens. Like, oh, look, here we are again. All right.
Yeah.
Down 20. Down 10, down 15, down 18, down 16.
But you go back a little bit, and I mean now you're getting into the Mike Brown games, but Philadelphia, they were down. Dallas, they were down. The Lakers, they were down. Detroit, they weren't. Indiana, they were. The Lakers, they were. The Lakers, they were. Denver, they were. New Orleans, they were. So this is a bad trend with this group that they got to get a hold of, man.
Mm-hmm.
They really got to get a hold of, because it happens. I'm not saying it never can happen, but it happens way too often.
Yeah, they were down by as many as 24 in that one. They led the Knicks once by 3. Oh, what a glorious moment that was when they led that game. We talked about the second unit of the Sacramento Kings. It was Shamet that led the second unit of the New York Knicks, but it wasn't anything like what the Memphis Grizzlies did to Sacramento. Their starters were just really good. Like Jalen Brunson was really good. Mikal Bridges was great in that game.
Well, then they had that moment when this is why the NBA is hilarious and players are hilarious. When the rim was off, and then everybody kept going there like, what's he talking about? Like, I don't see it. No, Michael was like, no, look, like, here at center. Jay Triano goes over there. I don't know. What? It was kind of infuriating because I wanted them to just play basketball, but it was hilarious.
Is that the third quarter?
Like fourth quarter, early fourth quarter. It was like just hilarious how all those guys were. They're just talking like, wait, what? Bro, what you talking about? Nah, bro, look, I'm telling you. They took like 10, 12 minutes trying to get that hoop fun. And then they get back to playing, and notice they get back to playing, and the guys are still working on the hoop.
You know what was funny about that for me is I was headed somewhere on Saturday, and on the if you have that Apple Sports app, like, it's pretty dope. Like, because if you save your favorite team, the score, like the clock and everything, will stay on your screen, so you don't have to open. You just see, like, I think it was 111 to 100. I think that was the score. And I kept saying, something's wrong. Like, the score hasn't changed. Like, did someone get hurt? Like, what happened? Like, someone really got hurt. It's been this score forever. And so the first thing I did when I parked was pull up the game and go to that part to figure out what happened in the fourth quarter where the score didn't change for, it felt like 10 minutes. It's like, oh. And the part that I scanned to is
Jay Triano.
Jay Triano.
Jay Triano's out there like,
just looking at the rim. And I'm like, what is going on? Oh, that was the best.
Such a bizarre scene.
Oh, that was so funny.
The game is being played. Everything goes good. Michael gets fouled, shoots a free throw. Hey, hold on.
Dude.
Hey, we got off.
Bro, basketball players are so funny.
Hey, hilarious. And then DeMar comes over there, and he's like, huh? What? No, bro, what are you talking about? Bro, look, I'm telling you. And then Domas, so then Domas goes, well, maybe we should just go check the other rim, too. And then they walk down to the other side of the court. I love the NBA.
It's fantastic.
Jesse, you know what those are? You know when we say that? You remember those videos? Those commercials?
Which ones?
NBA. The NBA. It's fantastic.
No.
Okay.
No. Sorry, fellas. Not with you on this one.
Does dazzling dunks and basketball bloopers mean anything to you?
No, that sounds like some NFL Films type stuff.
That's pretty close. It's
Yeah,
pretty close.
I think NFL Films had something like that.
It's pretty close.
It's great.
I think those were hosted by Golick. Those old football ones.
Football follies, they call them, or whatever. Yeah,
I think Golick was the host.
Well, I don't think we got. I believe you, Michael, but that's where we got steak dinner. Steak dinner.
What was it after the NBA? It's fantastic. What was the slogan after that?
Oh man,
the NBA is fantastic.
Man, it was that for a long time.
It was. It felt like it was that forever, but I know there was one other.
Did they steal that from Tony the Tiger?
No, that's great.
Well, I'm saying it's the same type of cadence or whatever.
Oh no, because they all did it differently.
I got you.
The NBA is fantastic. And
they would get Jody Watley in the commercials.
Oh yeah,
the NBA, it's fantastic.
Who was the Laker?
Do you know who Jody Watley is?
No.
Amazing.
I don't. It's the first time I've heard that name.
And then who was it? Diane Keaton. That was the one at the Lakers games.
Uh-huh.
She goes, NBA, it's fantastic.
Who was the Laker that let Michael Jordan disrespect him in the commercial?
James Worthy.
Yeah.
James Worthy. James, we're gonna have you do a commercial with Michael Jordan. That's the good news. You're gonna get paid for it, probably a lot. The bad news is you're going to be a bitch. Like, we're going to make you look like as big of a punk as possible.
Real quick, shout out Sam. I believe this is the first time tuning in. Says, no way these guys are sober.
Oh my God.
He's been messaging too. Like, what is this show?
Oh.
Like and subscribe, Sam.
Yeah, welcome to the show, Sam.
Oh, the one. Yeah, this.
Oh, I love this game. That's another one. That's another one. Yeah.
I just pulled it up. I love this game. Oh
okay.
Otherwise, because Charlie Sheen is in this commercial.
Charlie Sheen is in an NBA I love this game commercial.
Yeah, Charlie Sheen. I love this game. Wearing a Colts 45 hat.
No, Colt 45.
Colts 45.
Colts?
Or Colt
yeah, Colt,
45.
the malt liquor. Yeah.
Well, not that one. It's the baseball team.
Oh.
They might have just been called the 45s.
Colt 45 is a malt liquor.
No, it is for sure.
Oh,
that was,
Billy D. Williams.
Yeah, Billy D. Yeah. But they might have just been the Houston 45s. Maybe not Colt 45s.
They were the Houston Colt 45s.
They were Colt 45s?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, okay.
Yeah, that was Houston's first MLB franchise.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating.
They were only around 1962, 1964, though.
Damn, they got them out of there like Portland's WNBA team.
Oh. All right, this is I'm gonna catch heat for this. Is a Colt? What is what's a Colt 45?
Gun.
It is a gun. Okay,
yeah.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. All right. Oh, we've got summer league dates already.
What?
Yeah, the NBA just dropped summer league dates.
Let me holler at Karosh. Come on, man.
July. God, it's a long time. July 10th through 20th. That's when summer league takes place. So probably safe to assume the California Classic 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, somewhere around there. Probably 5th through 8th, or because I don't think they do it the 4th through 8th, would they?
Well, they did do it the 4th 1 year.
Did they?
Yeah, I think they were off on the 4th.
Oh, okay.
Best bet of the California Classic. Catch all the California teams, minus the Clippers and some team from Minnesota or something.
Charlotte.
We'll catch the overseas team. Yeah.
But would you say the start of the
July 10th? Summer League? Yeah, July 10th.
Yeah, they might go 3, be off on the 4th, 5, 6.
What day was the DeMar was the 6th? I remember it was the hottest day in the history of life. Like it was so ungodly hot that day.
Yeah.
He was wearing a jacket that day, remember?
The whole damn
Where were you again? Baltimore. That's right. Baltimore.
Well, I was actually in Tyson, Virginia at that time.
You just thought it was cooler to say you were in Baltimore.
Well, before I was in Baltimore, then we went to Tyson, Virginia for the wedding. And then I ended up being back in Baltimore when we left. But yeah, I think it was the 6th. So my guess, California Classic, will be 3, July 3rd. They're off on the 4th. Might play on the 4th. You never know. But July 3rd, 5th, 6th. Because they usually give teams time to get to Vegas.
Yeah, that long, long road to Vegas from Sacramento.
Somebody points at the Vegas.
That's ruled out Cam Johnson another week. So let's just get him closer to the trade deadline, I guess.
Yeah, I saw Jordy said he would be reevaluated.
They can roll him out however long they want to. You're not going to be with them no more.
Well,
all things.
Do you think they're making like Cam run or something tonight? like Doug's like, hey man, I'm gonna need to see you do a, finger roll or something.
They're having a combine for Cam Johnson. The Kings are.
Oh well, Kings and Nets play about 90 minutes from now. James Ham will join us here in just a heartbeat as rumors surrounding the Sacramento Kings and a potential deal hit high gear, of course, with the Sacramento Kings in Brooklyn tonight, and one of their main suitors being Cam, or one of the guys they wanted to be one of their main suitors is Cam Johnson. As we welcome in James Ham. James, you have broken no news since you've left the building. Why not?
It's quiet. It's just quiet.
Those things where people say it's too quiet.
Yeah, I mean,
This is just quiet.
Yeah.
I think we all know they're like on the precipice of doing something. They're attempting to finish up a deal here, whether it's with Brooklyn, whether it's with Utah, whatever it is. But we're just in that waiting phase where we have no idea what's about to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We're just waiting it out.
That's all we're doing. That's all we're doing. James, I want to kind of like ask you. Sorry, looking in the chat. Sorry, Devontae.
Devontae Ham, yeah. You have
the coldest Ham.
Yeah, there was an accusation that James might not be your real name.
Okay.
Yeah. So old Gavin from the Wake Up Call, James, if that's your real name.
The coldest Ham.
So we determined that your real name is either Devontae, the coldest, or DeBrickashaw.
Oh, like DeBrickashaw Ferguson, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Because you look like a DeBrickashaw Ham.
That makes sense.
I'm just envisioning like do you, Sarah, take this man DeBrickashaw to be
wait, what is this? Do I know that they stole his gifts?
Yes. Okay. All right. So what happened is
James will move some furniture.
Yeah, well, that's what I told him. I was like, listen, I don't know if you guys are doing a bit. James has the sense of humor of a cactus. You just don't start a fight with James Ham, please. They it was the snacks that are being held in the producer room over here that involved some of your Christmas gifts to me and Kenny were discovered by members of the Wake Up Call. And we were accused of stealing snacks from the snack shack and hoarding them into our studio. And because I'm a faithful listener, I was like, hey, Yeah, James buys those snacks for us. Like he literally funds a whole snack shack for ESPN 1320. And they go, "Oh, well, we don't know if that's true. We don't even know if his real name is James." And
real quick too, when have you ever seen a bag of peanut M&Ms out in the snack area?
yeah, those things are the first to go. Oh, and when Katie said there were low bites in there, you would have thought they discovered gold.
Well, little bites are gold. I don't know. They are.
iron.
They are gold. I don't know if you guys noticed. I brought in a new box of goldfish
I
crackers
saw that. Yeah,
Well, that was referenced. Yep.
and Skinny Pop. Yeah.
Yeah, it was everything was rummaged through.
Yeah.
The Fortress of Snackitude is fully stocked.
Oh, it definitely is. But there's an overflow to the fortress that was discovered by the public today.
The public.
Some nefarious characters is what you're saying. They go to
fact.
Disneyland without inviting us.
Well, another redhead. So I'd be careful. Like little redheads out here
genders
running
can't be
amok here
trusted.
in the Odyssey Studios. Yeah, where were we?
Hold on.
We're lost.
Trying to get down here. James, I just kind of wanted to reiterate what I heard or what I thought I heard from you is you believing that in the Cam Johnson situation, if a deal isn't done while they're in Brooklyn, it doesn't bode well for a deal happening in general between those two. What's kind of your thoughts with that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know like fully if it doesn't happen today, it will never happen. But I do know that like when you leave Brooklyn, if you're in the same room and you're looking across the table from each other and you can't come to a conclusion on a trade, that probably means you need to move forward and do whatever else you're going to do that makes sense for your team. Brooklyn they've got to do what's best for them. And they're the only ones that know what's best for them, what that means for them and their franchise. Clearly losing games is what they believe is best for them, and that's fine. But they also, they think they've got something that everybody wants in Cam Johnson, and they think they hold all the cards, and maybe they do. But like if we get to this next, if we get past February 6th and he's still there in Brooklyn, he becomes a lot less valuable. I mean, he'll be 29 years old, 2 years left on a contract, and it's not like, again, like I like Cam Johnson as a player, but it's not like he is a franchise changing. This is not like the Kings are going out and doing the Domantas Sabonis trade 2.0. Like this is a solid acquisition that would like basically be the same equivalent of the summer when they went out and got Kevin Huerter and Malik Monk and did all of those deals. So again, I like Cam Johnson. I just think that he's in the Harrison Barnes vein of trade acquisitions. I wouldn't even put him in the same like level as like the Rudy Gay acquisition. It's a really nice pickup, and it's a certainly a position of need, but it's also somebody that may or may not be a starter on your team.
Is there a scenario where the Sacramento Kings could pull off both trades for Cam and John Collins?
It's really tough. So I did the math, and basically they're right around $47 million for the contract between the two of them. And if you're looking at like how do you get to that, I think it's 49 million, 26.5 and 22.5. So yeah, 49 million. The Kings are roughly like, according to Keith Smith and to some of the other guys out there, because of some of the easily obtainable bonuses that are built into Sabonis and some of the other players' salaries, they're roughly 7 million under the luxury tax, under the first apron, where they're hard capped, right? So that means that the Kings would have to come up with basically $42 million in contract in order to go get those guys. They can't go below that number because of the hard cap situation. And that's just really difficult to piece together a trade if you look at all of their player salaries it's really difficult to come up with $47 million worth of, $42 million worth of contract. That doesn't mean that you can't trade a trade exception to somebody and have that player go to Brooklyn as part of the deal. And, like you can't, there's ways to mix and match as part of this deal, but it's still very, very complex. And that's without either, again, if we look at Trey Lyles, just look at the three bigger contracts of players that we have heard in the past. So if you do, Kevin Huerter at 17 million, 16.8, Trey Lyles at 8 million, that's 25 right there. And then let's say Devin Carter at like 4.8. So you're a little bit under $30 million. Now, where do you get that additional 13 or 12 or 13 million to make a deal work and stay under that cap? And that's just where it becomes extremely difficult. So, you could try to throw a whole bunch of minimum salary guys, but that's not going to fly because you still have to replace those people after they're gone. So yeah, it's going to get complicated. And, that's why if we start hearing, like, if you're talking both of them, like the next names you're going to start hearing are Keegan Murray, or you're going to start hearing DeMar DeRozan. And it's only because that's the only way to make that deal work, to get both players.
Okay. Well, we don't need to do that. I was just asking.
Yeah, it's just a numbers game about the amount of contracts you have. And even if you were to say, oh, well, how about Keegan Murray? That puts you at like 39 million. You still have to include 2 other minimum scale guys. And so basically, what are we saying? Like a 6 for 1? And that doesn't happen in the NBA because that means the Nets have to waive 6 guys or 5 guys in order to make the deal work.
I'm just kind of throwing something out there. I don't necessarily think this is the case, but I mean, would you be able to do that with other teams involved? Like if it was a 3-team deal and maybe you wouldn't have to give up as many players, or, you make the contracts work that way potentially? I don't know.
No, it's possible. I mean, like a part of a larger, like 3 or 4 team deal, that's where, again, the Kings have a stack of trade exceptions. I think they've got one like 6.8 million from the Sasha Vezenkov trade. They've got another one, like a small one, like 500,000. But they also have like a $4.7 million one from Jade McDaniels, and then there's one more that they have, and I can't remember off the top. The Chris Duarte trade. They have a $5 or $6 million trade exception from that as well. So that's where you might be able to, because basically, I've talked about this a couple of times, an NBA trade is rarely just like one salary swap for another salary swap. And even, I mean, unless 2 players make the exact same money, then, like trade exceptions are built. So let's say you trade a $40 million player for a $35 million player. The team that is taking back the $40 million player, they actually are trading a $35 million player and a $5 million trade exception. So it's like a coupon that you can go use. And that's why they're called like simultaneous and non-simultaneous trades. So, a trade could literally take an entire year to be completed in its entirety because you have these trade exceptions that can be used like almost like a voucher down the road. So is it possible that the Kings could come up with a way to use these trade exceptions to work with other teams? That's possible. But what you can't do is you can't combine them. And, if they can't go for like as part of a player, you can't put them with a bunch of players and make them into like that $42 million mark. You have to actually go get players and include them in the trade and have them be part of a trade exception. That, you trade a trade exception somewhere else and somebody else takes that contract and sends it somewhere else. It's got to be part of a giant trade.
Well, a giant trade wouldn't hurt because some of the Kings' shortcomings were on full display at Madison Square Garden the other night against the Knicks. And man, that lack of size was out there. I don't feel that rears its head as often as some of us like to talk about it. But man, it sure did against New York, just as it did versus Denver a couple of days prior.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Number one, OG Anunoby looked like, I mean, he hasn't looked that good all year. Just hitting every shot that he took. And Mikal Bridges looked spectacular as well. But then you let a 6'4" guard go in and put up 20, 18, and 11 on you. Like that's where I agree the size and athleticism, but the size, athleticism, and then heart of heart, really got you. And so yeah, it was a tough loss. I definitely it wasn't one of the better looks that the Kings have had under the Doug Christie era, but it just continues to shine this bright light on this problem that the Kings have, and that is that they realistically don't have the length and athleticism to compete with a couple of teams in the league. And sometimes you can mask it. Sometimes you can get hot from three and sort of win a game either way. But other times when you play a team that's gritty as well as length, athleticism, and then they start hitting shots, you're going to have trouble.
Is there anybody? I guess I'm looking at the guys that are available right now, but John Collins, Cam Johnson, I'll throw Kuzma in there. Do you think those guys would have been able to stop what happened on Saturday night, or is it just an all around? Because I kind of feel like it's an all around bad matchup, like the Knicks, Josh Hart, all this other stuff. But would Cam or any of those other guys been able to stop that and could stop something like that in the future?
I mean, maybe, but I mean, you're talking about a team that has multiple players that have the length and athleticism that you don't. So, I mean, that's where it really becomes a problem. And I mean, we can all see it. De'Aaron Fox is totally banged up and doesn't look like himself right now. So that adds to it. I thought Malik Monk and Domantas Sabonis were spectacular. But if you're going to beat a team like that, you got to be firing on all cylinders, and the Kings weren't. And so it just becomes extremely difficult to try to figure out how you compete with some of the teams in the league. Now, not every team in the league is that big of a problem. It's just that's one team that has, I don't know, what are they every guy that they have, I feel like on their front line is, 6'8", 6'9", but with a 7'3" wingspan plus. And that's a problem.
Yeah, and I don't know that a single acquisition of Cam Johnson is going to fix that. It's just an overall. It's the way Kenny just laid it out. It's just a bad matchup. Like the Kings just have some bad matchups out there. Interestingly enough, though, they got roughed up by Denver the other day. I feel like they normally match up really well with Denver. I feel like that's the team that they play really, really well against, despite the size differences. I don't know. Maybe we're waiting on Valanciunas. Maybe we're grabbing Cam in Brooklyn, swooping down, getting Jonas Valanciunas out of Washington, and by the time we get to what's Oklahoma City Saturday? Yeah. Oh God!
Everybody, get your hard hat, get your belt, get a beverage.
Yeah, well, that's what TC said. Get your hard hat, belt, and beverage. We don't know why, but just go get it, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, TC also believes that the 49ers should sign Robert Saleh as their head coach and demote Kyle Shanahan to assistant.
It's better assistant to the head coach.
Yeah, assistant to
it's
not
better
even
than,
not assistant head coach, assistant to the head coach.
It's even better. It's still even better than his previous take of hiring Rex Ryan. So we're taking baby steps with TC. We've gotten him off the Rex Ryan idea, and now we're just back to Robert Saleh. It's fine.
Yeah, that's tough. Look, I think at the end of the day, adding a player like Cam Johnson or like John Collins, it doesn't hurt. That's what you need. You have to find that length and athleticism that other teams have. And there's a couple of teams that you may never match up with. And that's we understand that. Boston, you're going to have problems. But most of the teams we're talking about here are teams that you would face in the NBA finals if somehow you get there for a 7-game set. And I just don't think the Kings are in a place where they need to worry about that yet. They need to worry about right now is getting better so they can survive the Western Conference and, maybe get into a 4, 5, 6 seed by the time this thing's all said and done. So they're in the playoff picture. And that's where I do think having a guy like Cam Johnson. So Cam is so incredibly switchable, and him alongside Keegan Murray is going to be a really, really fun tandem. And then if you throw in Keon Ellis, that's where all of a sudden the Kings can put, if you throw those three out on the floor with a De'Aaron Fox, you're going to have like a defensive juggernaut for segments of the game. That's going to be really good because of the switchability and because of the athleticism and the length. But it's still going to take more down the road. You're just trying to build. You're trying to take that next step. And you brought up Denver. Like that Denver loss was a scheduling loss. Like I know people don't want to hear that. And you can even throw the Denver loss in. I mean the New York loss in as well. I mean that's 3 games in 4 nights with a trip from Sacramento to Denver and Denver to New York, and all of your players playing 38 minutes, 39 minutes in the first 2 games of the 3 games in 4 nights. And that's tough with all that travel and everything else. That's not to make excuses. The team needs to show up and have a better performance and do something like box out hard. But at the end of the day, I don't worry about the last couple of losses, and I think they can get back on the right track tonight and then set themselves up to finish the road trip with, an intriguing 3-game stretch where it's like, who are you? What do you look like at the end of this? And then what do you look like the 6 games after that when, the schedule lightens up a little bit more?
So you're not discouraged by what we saw on Saturday?
No, I don't think so. Especially look, I think like De'Aaron Fox is totally beat up.
Mm-hmm.
Like the extent of how badly he's beat up, I don't know, but like over the last 5 games, he's shooting like less than 30% from the field. So he's averaging 15 points and less than 30% from the field. Like the glute issue, I know moved into his back a little bit and he's been super stiff, but then, the pinky issue on his left hand, the thumb issue on his right hand, he's just a bit of a mess right now, but he's still fighting through and he's still going out there and playing for his teammates. And, for as bad as he's shooting over that same 5-game stretch, he's averaging like 7 assists and 1.8 turnovers per game. And he's averaging over a block per game, which is crazy. So he's doing his best to be a functional member of the team. He's just not scoring like he has in the past. And, it's falling on guys like DeMar DeRozan and guys like Malik Monk to take bigger steps forward.
Can we point out Mr. Rancho in the chatty house real quick? Because he is just rallying behind like De'Aaron Fox needs to sit. Him being on the court is not helping his team and all of this. Disagree. Mr. Rancho, we've been over this really since Friday. And I know that's been a big talking point. Like, De'Aaron should sit a few games. De'Aaron sitting a few games does nothing. Like, it does absolutely nothing. If you want De'Aaron Fox to get his hands fixed, great. That's perfectly fine. He's out for the season. So those are your options. He plays through this or he's out for the season. There's no in between. Sitting does nothing. He needs this fixed. And I think I think the idea that De'Aaron is hurting the team because he's shooting a lower percentage than he normally is just not accurate.
No, sorry, James, but they scored 120 something the other night. They scored 130 or something against the Warriors. Him hurting the team offensively is not the issue, and he's playing good defense. So I don't think he's hurting them at all.
Well, that and the fear of De'Aaron Fox is still there. Like that's like you still have to send your best defender De'Aaron Fox. Now, you might get midway through a game and say, well, this guy doesn't really have it. We should shift that guy over to Monk or shift him to DeMar DeRozan. But for the first half of games, like you're game planning Fox first with this team. And that's just a reality. And so having him on the court, at least for right now, maybe a week from now, if this is still going on and he's strung together like a 7, 8, 9, 10 game stretch where he isn't very good, that's when you might see teams adjust a little bit. But still, the second they adjust on him, he's going to go right back to who he was. And I think the biggest problem is he's just not as aggressive going to the basket right now. I just don't think he feels good. And I don't think he's probably a little concerned about going to the rim and either getting knocked down again or, getting his right hand hit again. Like like Jokic did. Jokic hit him a couple of times really hard. Like the next time they play Denver, I would make sure somebody made sure
Put him on his ass.
that you didn't.
What?
That,
Put him on his ass.
yeah, I wouldn't do that. You know what I would do? I would make sure that he felt every single foul. Like absolutely unequivocally, he's getting hit on his hand, on his wrist, on his thumb every single time he goes anywhere near the basket, because you know, the way that he chopped down on Fox, you know, that's, you need to stand up for your teammates sometimes, and that is one of those things where it stands out. Like, hey, like, what are you doing
Doug,
karate chops?
Get Crowder in there.
Well, look,
Yeah,
I'll go say, I'll go do it myself.
Yeah, no. Hell, he almost did it in like his second game.
I'm going getting Valanciunas just so he can throw down Jokic at least once. Like,
Doug was about to go at, who was it? JJ? Jaren Jackson, and then Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
And then
Steve Kerr. Oh, and Draymond.
Oh, well.
I mean, I think everybody would like that.
Beat Draymond's ass. We'll come back. James Ham's with us. We're an hour away from the start of the Sacramento Kings and the Brooklyn Nets. We've got you covered here. Kings basketball. Steelo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Man, De'Aaron hasn't been to the free throw line in 2 games.
I got one of the strangest texts ever. The NBA reached out.
Mm-hmm.
They said, "Hey, are you in town for the Nets game tonight?" And I said, "No." They like to be the pool reporter. And they said, "Okay, are you going to cover the game from home?" And I said, "Yes." They said, "Can you be the pool reporter from home?" And I'm like, "Okay." Like, that's weird. So tonight I'm the pool reporter for the game from home. And if there's an issue, they will send a Zoom link and I'll go on Zoom and question the officials from my house.
Oh, I am begging for an issue.
In New York. So
I'm begging for something to go wrong. So James has to get on the Zoom and ask the question.
Yeah, James, I asked for replay 3 different times. You messed it up.
Nobody clipped that because I don't know that I was supposed to tell anybody that. But nobody clipped that and put it out there. I just, one of those things. I thought it was very strange. Yeah.
Are you here in Brooklyn to cover the game? No. Doesn't matter. Could you do it anyways?
Doesn't matter.
Thanks, James.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens here. You know, I don't think there is a way that they can do both of those, make both those trades unless Keegan and Keegan or DeMar are involved, and I would just be surprised if DeMar was involved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Neither one of them. This artist has more certified platinum hit songs than Ariana Grande, Justin Bieber, Chris Brown, Post Malone, Rihanna, and The Weeknd. Any guesses who it is? More certified platinum hit songs than Ariana Grande.
I've been saying his name a lot. Is it Jay-Z?
Is it a rapper?
Mm-hmm.
Do I get that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's a rapper?
Mm-hmm. It's Future.
Oh.
Future's
It's Future.
Crazy. You don't think about it that way, but the resume is kind of insane.
That's amazing.
I haven't heard anything on Jonas Valanciunas. I think that's just been one of those people that Kings fans would like. And, you know, I don't think it's been that much of a buzz. But I do think the Kings have, like, their options here. And I think they can always, if, you know, if it falls through with Cam and it falls through with John Collins for some reason, I still think they can go back to the Kuzma well one more time.
Sorry, this actually looks like it'd be really cool. This is a great idea. A road trip.
Oh, okay.
AEW is coming to town.
Okay. Town. What do you mean town?
They're coming to town. They're coming to Sacramento.
Okay.
They're going to be at the Memorial Auditorium. That actually sounds like a great idea.
That makes sense. That works.
That might be a good show. Well,
I don't know.
They have 40-minute matches. That's not really my bag.
Is Cesaro going to be there?
If he is
not on the graphic.
If he is, you're going to have to tell him what you've said about him for the last 3 years.
Mercedes Moné is.
We're coming back. All right, we're back here with James Ham as we continue to wait patiently for the Sacramento Kings. James, the Aces, Sparks, and Storm all made a trade this weekend before the Sacramento Kings. And here we are. They're right there in Brooklyn. Just pick up Cam, hand him a jersey, take him to Philadelphia with you. And I think that's what a lot of Kings fans are hoping for. I'm sure that's part of the reason why the noise got extremely loud earlier this morning regarding Cam Johnson and the Sacramento Kings. But it looks like my guess would be, regardless of what happens, the Sacramento Kings are going to take the floor tonight with the usual suspects. And we saw something a little bit different against New York, Hammer. We questioned whether Doug McDermott would get a look, so to speak, from Doug Christie. And he, in fact, did. He played 9 minutes. He was the first one. He was in before Kevin Huerter. Of course, the Kings did their customary go down by 20 routine. And I think Doug maybe started trying to just find shooters, get guys out there to score. But we did see a little bit more of Doug McDermott on Saturday. Do you think that continues?
Yeah, probably, especially with the Kevin Huerter, potential to trade Kevin Huerter here at not whether it's today, tomorrow, 5 days from now, 8 days from now. I think you need to transition to Doug McDermott either way, just because there's a good chance that he's going to be like sort of the next man up. Because I know you guys have mentioned this a bunch of times, but even if they add a Cam Johnson or John Collins, it's probably going to cost them Kevin Huerter and Trey Lyles potentially to go make that move. Maybe not with Cam Johnson as much as John Collins, just because of the salary difference there. But that becomes like a bit of of a situation where you're going to be down 2 rotational players and only adding 1. So you'd hope that maybe a Devin Carter can step up, but also maybe that a Doug McDermott can step up. I think the one thing that, like, if you're given opportunities, and it doesn't matter if you're a young Keon Ellis getting an opportunity or Isaac Jones, or if you're a veteran like Doug McDermott Dermott's on the floor to do one thing. And for him to step out on the floor, play 9 minutes, not grab a rebound, not dish out an assist, not take a single shot, and the only thing that you did in your 9 minutes is to foul one person, that's usually a problem.
Oh, James got to say, see, we weren't even there.
Yeah.
We weren't even there to pick him up. I thought
Sorry,
James was
James.
pulling up a stat or something. Instead, he was going for the mute. It's the second time I've missed the sneeze from my team. Bad organizer.
Well,
There it is.
Bad organizer over here.
Tough organizing day, but I don't even know what to listen because you don't sneeze, so I don't even have a cue.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh.
At least not here. He's a professional. He does not sneeze in the
No, I try not to yawn. That's what I really try not to do is yawn.
Oh,
I'll fight them joints.
That was a problem this morning.
Scooter says it two turnovers from D'Lo today.
Turnovers.
Oh, you had more of an impact on the game than Doug McDermott did. You had at least 2 turnovers.
Well,
yeah, I mean,
Doug didn't have the biggest impact on Saturday.
Yeah. I mean, what did he run? Like a -11 in 9 minutes? And like, so that's tough. Like, if he's going in there, like, he has to shoot. And I think we've seen games where that's exactly what he does. But then other games where he goes out there and is like, 9 minutes of cardio. And that's, see, Spectre in the chat says Dougie McCardio. Like, you got to do something. And that's not to blast, Doug for not coming up with 5 or 6 shots, but you are out there for a specific role, and the team needs, especially against how you counter length and athleticism, is that you have shooters, launching away to open the floor up so you can actually get some lanes to the basket, and that didn't happen.
You mentioned it a little bit, just kind of staying on the trade thing just a little bit. And both of you guys can answer, I guess. I'm under the impression that if you get Cam, and one of the reasons why I like the deal for Cam Johnson is it allows you to keep Trey Lyles potentially, because the contracts match up easier with just Herter and Cam Johnson. And one player really changes kind of the depth of your team and how you look at this roster, because you just kind of laid it out. You get Cam Johnson there. That's just one guy. But now, oh, man, we got Cam. We can team him up with Keegan. We got Trey Lyles still coming off the bench. Keon's coming off the bench. And it just seems like a more full roster at that point, a stronger bench just by that one guy. So that's kind of one of the reasons why I'm more intrigued with the Cam Johnson thing, because it allows you to keep one of the guys that you would still have in your rotation.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think the one thing about the Cam Johnson deal, again, just start doing the math. You got $16.8 million with Kevin Herter. If you throw like a Jordan McLaughlin and I don't know, one of the other minimum guys, whether it's Alex Len, which you'd probably keep, but Colby Jones. So let's say you throw those two in, that's $4.2 million. So that puts you at $21 million. So you're taking back 22.5, which is a little bit more, although he does have accelerators and I think he has a no trade clause or something. Cam does, or he has a trade kicker that kicks in. But either way, I think the way that it would work is there's a possibility that you could get closer to a salary without giving up. And if you were able to make it 21 million for 22.5 million, you would be able to stay under the luxury tax. You can go and sign Isaac Jones to a regular contract and still stay under the luxury tax for the season, and sort of move forward with a more complete roster.
If this is in fact the banana and tailpipe all over again, and the trade deadline comes and goes, and the roster for the most part stays the same, given the fact that the Kings, went on a 6-game winning streak or whatever it was, won a good chunk of games in short order, and then promptly lost 2 and fell 4 places in the standings, do you think the Sacramento Kings, with what they have, save maybe very small changes, can keep up with the way that this Western Conference moves on a night-to-night basis?
I don't know. Maybe. I would be leery on it, though. I mean, look, we talk about this all the time. There's a depth issue on this team, and you have to be active here. And I got to be honest, if I'm a general manager who mid-season already fired his coach, and we all know what that means, that's sort of your big bullet here. I'm doing everything in my power to change the roster and make sure that I give Doug Christie every bit of support to keep this thing together, because if this team does not make the playoffs, and as of right now, you mentioned they're the 10th seed, if they don't make the playoffs, then I fully expect this thing to unravel even further. Just because we talked about it before about how this thing could spin out of control here and there, it definitely could continue to spin out of control, and they could let other people go. And I'm not leaving that to chance. If this is like Terrence Long in the against the Red Sox, don't leave your bat on your shoulder. At least take a hack here and see if you can hit a home run, or if nothing else, a nice solid double in the gap. So that's where I'm at. Monty and Wes, it's on them to improve this roster. You can only go so far, and then we're reminded of the limitations of this roster time and time again, which is exactly what happened on Saturday. You're just reminded that they can't compete with the bigger teams in the league. And, again, everyone was on the court, whether Fox was at 80% or 73% of himself or whatever, the other guys were all there. You had your entire roster available like they do tonight. And that just means that if you can't hang with specific teams, and it's not because you're not shooting the ball well or anything else, it's because you just don't have the prerequisite, size and athleticism, then that's a problem.
Scott K in the chat, I think he's a CKM alumni, so he is pretty bright. He asked a good question, though.
Why do you think that?
Well, we had a whole discussion when you were gone. He was CKM, McClatchy. We handle business, you know what I mean? Beat Kennedy on Friday, did what we do.
You're
know
40,
I mean?
right?
Yeah. What
Okay.
that got to do
I'm
with
just,
anything?
I don't know. I'm just pointing it out.
Yeah, man. Come on, man. Shout out McClatchy, man, all day.
Okay.
Lions. Wow.
Don't do that.
Know the vibes?
It's very uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's a good question. Though.
I'll be leaving now.
He says, do you think Doug Christie gets the interim label taken off at the end of the season? I'll go a step further and ask you as well. Do you think that happens at all during the season?
I don't think it will happen during the season, and it's specific. Doug is a team player, right? And he understands that they already owe a full contract to Mike Brown. And so when he got the interim tag, I don't know what the pay bump was, but you always get a pay bump, for taking over the team. And whether, he got $1 million pay bump or whatever he got, I don't know what it is. But at the end of the day, I do think that he has every opportunity to have the full-time job. And I would like to tell you that, just because if they don't make the playoffs, that he's not going to get the job type deal. I don't know about that. I think what we've seen already right now is that he's turned the team around, and you already have good vibes, and it did not go south I thought it would, regardless of who took over. And so that's a good sign for Doug that you won 10 of your first 12 games. Even if you lose a couple of games here, I don't think anyone's panicking behind the scenes about what Doug is doing as a coach. There is going to come a point, though, where, this summer that they're going to have to either give him the job or go somewhere else. And again, don't forget that part of that will play into who's running the team. I think Doug has a stronger case for staying around than the GM / assistant GM if they don't make the playoffs. But then that means you're going to have to find a GM who's willing to have Doug be his head coach. So that's never a good situation to be in. And you also don't want to backtrack and say, well, Doug, will you go back to being a regular, coach? It's well, look at how good I did, as the interim. So I think it's a bit of a dicey situation, but I do think that this team is going to continue to win and continue to turn things around this season. And I think Doug will be given an opportunity here to coach his team long term.
It's interesting too, because when the season's over, you pretty much have to remove the first 30 games to determine what Doug Christie's record is, right? You determine his record and his standalone record, not necessarily the Sacramento Kings record. Which brings me to a question for both of you and everybody else. 23-22 right now. De'Aaron dealing with what he's dealing with, the shortcomings on the roster. This team still feel like an underachieving team?
I'm going to say no. I mean, as a whole, yes. But who they are today, they look like a team that, again, if they can avoid major catastrophic injuries, and they can get a little healthier with De'Aaron, I think this is
who they are
team.
To try to grab what you just, who they are under Doug Christie isn't underachieving.
Yes, who they are under Doug Christie is not underachieving. No, under Doug, I think if anything, they overachieved a little bit. Any close game they've won. They've dropped a couple of bad ones, but the close games, you can say, hey, they were right in it.
See, it's our rule. Don't go down 20 and you'll win.
Yeah.
Simple.
No, I agree. Yeah.
As a whole, they are underachieving. What they've been able to do since they were in that hole is not underachieving. Right? They've been able to get back above water. They've been able to get themselves back into things. But if I told you on January 27th that they'd be, what are they, one game over 500?
Yeah.
I'm disappointed.
Before the season started, yeah.
I'm disappointed in that one. I would think they'd be a lot a lot better than that. But this is why you have context to everything, because we've seen the journey of this team this year. And like James said, when you see the journey and you see what it took for him to get to this point, it's not as underachieving at that point.
Yeah.
At some point, I'm going to lose track of Doug's record. Is it 10-4?
10-4, I think.
10-4. Okay.
Well, they were 13 and 18 under Mike. So yeah, they've got 22 losses and 23 wins. So 10 and 10-4.
What do you think Jordy's trying to do? I mean, we've speculated we talk about overachieving. It felt like Brooklyn was overachieving for the briefest of moments, and then it's settled down like a little bit for them. Now they're 14 and 32. But is Jordy just following Sean's orders here? Like, what do you think they're trying to accomplish out there in Brooklyn?
They're trying to lose as many games as possible and get into the Cooper flag race. I don't know if you guys watched any of him lately, but my goodness, he's really, really good. Look, I think that they're trying to build through the draft. They're trying to get better this offseason, next offseason, and then clear out, again, once they get rid of the Ben Simmons contract, all of a sudden they've got a whole lot of money to spend. And so maybe they can recover and start building this thing up pretty quickly. When you add that to all the draft picks that they've been able to accumulate over the last couple of years, that there is light at the end of the tunnel. It's just going to be really tough because I feel like Jordy might be in the same situation that Hardy is in Utah, where you're going to have to, go full Shawshank and climb through like 400 yards of stink, smelling filth to get out the other side. And, it's just not great. So you hope that Jordy survives it, but they clearly don't want to win. And that's the obvious objective here is to lose as many games as possible. And that's never a good place to be when you're a head coach for your first job and the team wants to lose and you leave your first job and you're 60 games under 500 as a coach or something. It just doesn't, it's not easy to recover from.
Do you think they're just going to kind of strip this thing down until they actually do that? Because one of the things with this particular Nets team is they were playing well, even despite everybody thinking that's how they were going to go about things. They were playing well because the guys they had on there, and then you got the coach Jordy Fernandez. They played too intense. They would work at what they do. So do you think they'll be successful in stripping this thing down enough where the organization can execute their plan?
Yeah, I hope so. You want the best for Jordy. I mean, Jordy is a really good assistant coach here in Sacramento. He's a good dude. And you hope that he's allowed to build a culture. Like I bring this up all the time, like Taylor Jenkins in Memphis. You can love that team or hate that team, but you know that they're going to play hard every night. And that's what I felt like Jordy was doing. And even now, Jordy's teams are still playing hard. It's just they don't have the talent to compete. Like tonight, how do you go into a game and you're missing Cam Thomas and you're missing Cam Johnson and you're missing Bojan Bogdanovic and you're Watkins and is that who it is? Either way, you're missing just like an entire roster walking into tonight's game, and that doesn't feel good. And plus they traded your point guard and they traded, any player that was playing well, they've gotten rid of so far as like Dorian Finney-Smith. So yeah, it's kind of a tough run here, and you have to see how they kind of come out the other side.
You think Ben Simmons in the league next year? Playing 25 minutes a night, played 30 of the, 48-ish, 46. Played 30 of the 46 games so far. Not particularly great, but still the 7 assists, a game. Again, he's playing basketball this year.
Yeah. That's a really good question because I don't know.
I don't either.
I really don't know. I mean, can I see him on a $10 million deal? Sure, but is he going to want to take that, or
could he even get that? A $10 million a year deal?
Yeah, like 2 years, 10 million.
Oh, so 5 per.
No,
Yeah.
no, 2 years, 20 million, 10 per.
Oh, I don't know.
It just seems like that's
I don't know.
almost, if you've been in the league as long as he has and you've got a name, like you could get 10 mil.
I think he's going to have a difficult time. I think he'll get a 1-year deal, and then whoever brings him in, there's as much as it is like the back problems and the other, like there's a lot of just flat out he's kind of quit on teams, and the like mental aspect of the game. There's a lot of concerns about that, and so I think for me, a team is probably going to give him a 1-year make good deal and see if he fits in, and I think it's going to be a low value deal. I think $3 to $5 million. Like you need to know that he really does want to play the game and he's not just collecting paychecks. But if you can get him right, he is like a very, very good talent. I mean, pass the ball. He's one of the better defenders in the league. And play 1 through 5 at like 5 at 6'10". Yeah, he's like a really intriguing player. But I'm not giving anything up that's like legitimate contract for him.
Less of a problem than Jimmy Butler is.
Oh, that guy.
That guy. Franchise killer right there.
He's wilding on socials.
Well, he's not gonna kill Miami. He's annoyed the hell out of Miami, but he isn't gonna do any harm to them. I don't know how this story ends, but I'm curious. Must see TV. The NBA is fantastic.
I love this game.
Indeed. Indeed. How many other NBA slogans can you remember, James? Those were the 2 that we came up with. I love this game, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, NBA basketball. It's
I don't even know
fantastic.
what the slogan is now. Does it have one?
I think we have game on. Like there's been a couple. I don't know.
Lazy game on.
Did they ever do where amazing happens for a short stint?
I think so.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Okay. Jesse wasn't even alive for the other 2, but he remembers that one.
I was alive for those commercials.
There you go. Where amazing happens. All right.
Like 2010.
NBA second apron.
NBA, where you must learn the tax penalties.
Yeah.
It's not quite as sexy as it used to be. The NBA, our contracts are already signed.
The NBA, at least he still gets paid.
Shout out De'Aaron. Shout out De'Aaron Fox for that. So you got a good night coming from De'Aaron, huh?
Yeah, I think he's gonna have a good night. I'm saying 20 plus points, and efficient.
Okay, so I was gonna say 20 shots.
I'd say about 17 or so. I went more. B Money's gonna be out on the social soon. I went more on De'Aaron Fox three-pointers made. Is that 1.5?
Is that 2.5? Oh,
1.5.
Oh,
you're gonna get about 2 or 3.
Okay, pal. Boy, if there was a free throw wager, I'd hit the less on that one. Man. Like he can't. Is there?
I don't know if he's on there though, but there is.
Oh,
free throws.
He hit 10 3 games ago.
Yeah, I don't think he shot a free throw since, has he?
No, 2 games without a free throw. He's had 3 of the last 6 without a free throw, and he only has 1 other game the entire season outside of those 3 where he had 0 free throws.
That is absolutely insane.
I think I got field goals attempted and free throws attempted.
Yeah, 10 for 10 against the Warriors, 0 for 0 in his last 2 games.
But you have free throws made at 4.
De'Aaron? Hit the less.
Oh.
He ain't even gonna take 4, much less make 4. I hope for a bounce back night tonight, and I hope we're covering something really exciting tomorrow when James Ham and Kyle Matson take the radio beginning at 10 a.m. Here on Sacramento Sports Leader. We'll come back. We've got Purple and Black, Run It Back. We got more Kings talk to get you ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Brooklyn Nets. We'll see you here tomorrow at 10 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings like the beam.
And we did it. Good stuff, everybody. Well done. Hard day's work.
Okay, so Trenton Watford, that's who I was trying to think of. He's out, and Ben Simmons has been ruled out for this game. If they buy out Ben Simmons, I would at least consider it. I mean, like, why not?
Another player.
Well, I mean, talk about the length and athleticism that everybody keeps talking about. Like, if you could go get that guy on a minimum deal to finish the season, like, he'd be a nice asset to have, especially his ability to play all the way up to the 5. Yeah. It's going to be intriguing. I almost wonder if there's going to be something weird to this game, like some guys aren't playing or some guys aren't suited up type stuff. We'll see. But like nothing is like I haven't heard anything is done.
Yeah. Guys, we got to go. We will see you tomorrow.
Hit the thumbs up before you go.